We're finally here again. Okay, so I'm gonna try not to be homeless today because I recognize that it's kind of sad to be the owner of a giant mansion. You live outside on the grounds in front like a groundskeeper would. Now, I don't know about you, but the only person that I would have live outside is not me, nor my wife, nor anyone that I know and love. It would be the dude who upkeeps like the family cemetery. And I'm surprised we haven't seen a cemetery, because imagine having all of that money and you get your body buried in public. That's kind of cringe. We walked by, my friends and I, we were going to Koreatown. It's like the upper Koreatown in our city. There's two Koreatowns, and they're both split by like a sea of like non-Koreatown, I guess. Which I was about to say non-Koreans, but I don't know if that's kosher. And then it's funny to think about because that area is weird in the way that it's laid out. It has a very dense core, kind of like a downtown. But then it also has a very, very, very open space, kind of like a rural suburban zone. And then combine that with the fact that it's also just got like a weird sort of mix of normal businesses as well as non-business spaces, like a cemetery. So nestled between, I'm not kidding you, an H-Mart and like a boba tea shop is a cemetery. So imagine you go to H-Mart, get your groceries, you're like, I want some bubble tea on the way home. You walk here, and in the middle, in between, is just a bunch of dead spirits staring at you as they shake their heads saying, I can't believe you're spending money again in this economy. Welcome back to Blueprints. Oh wait, did I restore the file? Yes, I restored the file. Successfully, actually. Successfully restored the file. Just got the old JSON backup. What's sad is I need to restore the entire vault because I don't think the vault can access the whatchamacallit, the backup folder anymore. So I need to sort of redo all this. I also probably should move the images. So because this is not going to work if it just stays here. I know what you just saw. I'm still reeling, okay? I'm just reeling from the loss of Gargorer that I had to just have that image there, okay? I need something to hold. And by the way, I want you to think about this. There is a category of Twitch viewer where, oh no, my 7TV emotes didn't work. Oh, I know why, because fucking son of a gun, it crashed and it undid my goddamn set. Wait, no, it should work. Is 7TV just the down? Anyways, there is a demographic of like VTuber follower who like watches my streams and my my VODs, right? So it's like there's a demographic of the audience here who likes VTubers, who watches my VODs, but who doesn't keep up with the online space in general, who is just now finding out about the fact that Gargorer is like gone. And like I'm sorry, like they're like right now they are like they're on the floor hunched over. Mailer room, my package has been delivered. I don't want to play with Granduncle's parlor game anymore. It's like he just keeps throwing the parlor game at me. I'm pretty sure my Granduncle's still alive and he's watching me on the cameras as he keeps on throwing the parlor game at me to make me replay it every single time. Yeah, it's kind of weird how images just get sent to the root of the catalog whenever you add them anywhere. I'm going to give you a configuration tip. I only just found this out because I had the same issue. So in this, you click the settings, you go to files and links, you change where the default location for new attachments is. I do subfolder under current folder because attachments are meaningless without context. Like an attachment is like an image or like a file of some kind. It's meaningless without the context. So I keep it in a subfolder under where the closest context is, which helps. So that option does help organize it. That's why I have it here now. So I had to manually move it, but once you have it set, any new file gets sent there. I will not, however, test it too much because it is still a little scary and it's still a little tense that it might still crash. So we have to sort of wait here. Where is my mail? Oh. Packing slip. Customer's copy. Packing slip. 1 brass compass. 1 sleeping mask. 2 keys. Wow, thank you. Number 5257 by K. Thompson. Who is K. Thompson? I want to... Can I see that image again? It disappeared. Okay, well, you couldn't see it anyways. But I was hoping to take a screenshot, but for some reason pressing tab closes the menu. So I need to change the tab button. Controls. You can't rebind keys in this day and age? Sure, man. Draw floor plans leading north more frequently. That's interesting. So we have that. We have a sleeping mask, which is good for us when we find the cuck room, or like the sexless bed. It's really the sexless bedroom. Letter from my dad still hasn't changed. I know where this character lives now, which is a little scary to think about. You know what's crazy? I don't know how they do it. I wonder how the larger VTubers keep from leaking their own information for like years, right? Because I put my notes everywhere. I write things down that have some level of relevance to my personal life in the same casual manner that you would sort of like breathe. Do any of you casually breathe, or how many of you are hooked up to like an iron lung? I need to know what is the ratio of like iron lung to like breathing chat member. But because of that, I find it so easy to accidentally get to this point where it's like, I might write something very, very personal down in a very public place, and I accidentally show you all. And there's nothing that I can do about it. Like tiny guy dating sim. How do I even explain this? And then you see it, and you realize that I really am just as weird as you see on stream. Like, there is no filter between who I am as a person versus me on stream, except for my personal family, because I don't really talk to my family. I don't really, besides my wife, I don't really talk to my family. Utility closet, breaker box is here. I could shut off the keycard thing now. But let's go play billiards. Oh wait, guest bedroom gives us steps though. All of these kind of suck. But I think billiard room is the best. And it's just math. So math is easy. So 2 is 2. And then 11 plus 5, 16, 20. And then 9 plus 4, 13, minus 6. What's 13 minus 6? 7. See, like, I don't like this one because it's just numbers. Again, I'm really hoping the puzzles ramp up as we go into the game, because so far the puzzles feel very, very weak. 10 minus 4 is 6, times 3 is 18. 7 minus 1, 6, times 3 is 18. 2 with 4 keys. That's pretty good intro. And these images do change every day. A man of faith and a crowbar to open doors, which I probably do need to open up the wood. Also, there was other news thing. So not only was Gargora gone, there's also like a bunch of interesting developments in my province of Ontario. I know that narrows me down, but there's still at least 1 million Canadians within Ontario alone, so it should be hard to find me, right? It should be as hard to find me as it would have been Matara Can before she moved away, probably. But there's a spa that's opening up in Ontario that is the New York Times did a breakdown of what the spa was. It's called the Therm Spa. And it was funny to read that breakdown because, one, I thought there was a trade war. Why is the New York Times helping us? 2, I've never seen such a weird level of like backroom deal than I've ever seen before. Because my friends and I, so the mod was asking me what is the Ontario Place Spa. So I showed her like the videos and the website, and I noted specifically how they only have one spa in Romania, and that there's 2 companies with the same name. And I was like, that's kind of weird. And it turns out that was intentional. So the people who are going to make the spa, well, we can do it then. I can get the coin piece. Basically fooled the Canadian government arm in Ontario. So it's like, you know, what the? How did it know that I'm here? Basically making it so that I feel like this is a very important image, no? Because why is there an E there? E? E. Oh, I'll think about it later. They basically fooled them by making them believe that they were the larger company that's making all of this money, right? So what Doug Ford did was he decided to give them the space to open a spa. In what is possibly the worst deal I've ever seen is the city. So not even the province. The city needs to build a parking lot to the tune of like 200 million. and they have to get it ready in time for the spa. So the city puts the money in to build a parking lot for the spa, which will take over public land on the Ontario Place sort of property. And Ontario Place is sort of like a national park, if that makes sense. It's not like a national like outdoor park, but it's more like a national space that people can just go to, and it's like we paid for that shit. You know what I mean? And in doing so, this means that it'll take like 10-15 years or something to get the money back. Like there was I think the Auditor General of Canada, they wrote a report how they were looking into exactly how good of an investment this is, and it's like, yeah, we'll get the money back in like 10 years. And mind you, it's a spa, so it's not even like a major piece of a worthy or critical infrastructure. We don't have sauna culture the way that like Finnish people do, or the way that Turkish people do, right? Like Canadians, I don't even think really leave their home during winter except to snowboard, to ski, or to play hockey. And so knowing that, it's surprising to see from this sort of op-ed how blatant it was, that it was just a deal made in a shady manner to try and just get people to join the space and just, make money off of it. And I was like, wow, it's a bit ludicrous to think about, because you wouldn't really expect that, like, any real person to fall for it. But then it makes you realize that there's more malicious behaviors out there than you could ever imagine, because all it takes is one person wanting a cut of the deal, which I think in total is like $1 billion to get anywhere. And mind you, in a city that still is dealing with the fact that, like, I want to say a large amount of whatchamacallit, transit stations are still not done. Jesus Christ, what is this? Passageway. A long cramped series of unfinished passages used primarily by the servant staff to traverse the estate quickly. I like how we call them servant staff. I feel like we shouldn't call them that anymore, given that it's been a very long time. I've also never seen the den. I just kind of walk by, but I didn't really look at it. A more traditional family room, warm and inviting. So comfortable, one might assume that the countless clocks around the sofas are placed in a futile attempt to avoid inevitably wasting the entire day here. That, or my granduncle has Alzheimer's, as do I, and we're simply losing track of time. We'll go here. We'll see what happens. We can do a chapel, which will actually be a pretty decent connection, but we'd also do a closet, where she gets us even more things, so... immediate closet. What does the closet even say? A very modest recessed space used for storage. This particular closet is favored by the junior members of staff, who utilize it to stash away assorted articles and knickknacks whose proper place in the estate is yet unknown to them. Where is the items? We have one gem. What is this? Rabbit's foot. Greater chance of finding items. Wow, that's actually really good. I need that. Perfect. Okay, so this is a really good to have. I'll catalog this for later. And I was sort of like talking to my friends about the spa thing. And I was trying to get a good gauge of how often we would go to a spa. Because I don't even think it's like a generational thing. I don't think anybody really goes to a spa to like hang out. Not that like a spa isn't bad, but at projected prices of like, I think it's $200 per ticket, you can go watch 10 movies for that price. And, you almost have a much better time watching those movies. I don't even think like the food is that good. So it's like you go on what is effectively like a shitty, closed off, almost sort of like fake feeling. Like it's just a weird fake space that doesn't really exist. And it sort of makes you go, well, what's the point? Because it's like you can get more value doing anything else out there, which is true of many things. We have this again, thank goodness. But I feel like specifically for the act of going out to relax, I think there's even better things that are even worth even more, right? But I don't know how much of it is taste subjective versus necessarily objective. But I will say that if you spend $200 to go to a spa, I feel like the stress of the amount of money that you've lost will probably cost you more than the amount of like relaxation that you've actually had. This on top of the fact that it's not like it's a solo spa. It's not like it's a solo spa. You're still there dealing with hundreds of people who are also equally as naked as you are, right? Which, as far as I know, is a fairly terrifying concept for most people, let alone people who spend all of their days inside and indoors, which seems increasingly to be the way that the younger generations are going. Like Gen Z, I don't even think most Gen Zs go outside anymore. Oh, the ones that do though. My buddies and I, we were going to watch a movie, as I said, while I was gone. On the way home, I was like, I didn't understand why, but it was these very obviously Gen Z kids who were like, you know, like 16, 15. Like you just tell by the way that they looked. They had the broccoli hair. But it was the way that they were behaving that made me go, what the hell is going on? They were like arguing and fighting, being super loud, pushing people around. You could tell everyone was like getting pissed. And I was like, I feel like in my generation, no one really did that. But then, since I said that, and I was sort of like saying that with my friends, I realized something, and I realized that now we are old. Like now we've become old in that way, and I wonder what that means ultimately for us. Because does that mean that we have we lost touch with the world, right? Because this one has a bishop. Because it's not like our generation didn't have this. My generation specifically has a murderer. 2 murderers. I know personally 2 murderers. And they're both on the run. So it's like there is something wrong with my generation. But I don't remember us being rowdy on the bus. Like it's weird to me that that no one was really rowdy on the bus, but somehow they ended up being murderers in real life. Don't really know what that means, but I feel like there's something there. This is in the chapel itself, so if I gotta move this over to the chapel. Okay, so that's in the chapel. I can see why this thing probably didn't save, because it is getting slow. But even then, it's like, I feel like the rowdy ones weren't that bad. Pushing random strangers around and like putting their feet on other people and like putting their feet onto seats and stuff, and like everybody was pissed. And it's funny to me to sort of see that behavior too, because it's like, you'd expect people to know, oh, my item. If I do this, I lock it off even further, but I do want the item. The bedroom, actually, it's the best option. And I sort of thought to myself, like, how do you not have the shame to sort of not recognize that no one wants you to do this thing, right? So I have a burning glass. I can check any item in. But I think we keep everything for now, and I'll save this for later. But then I think about the fact that there's no difference between me and that person who like did those things. Like me streaming and saying this stuff out loud is the same effect, really. Like there's no difference between me and them. And sort of I realized that like I'm a hypocrite for even speaking up about it. This T shape is now empty. God damn it. Archives. You'll no longer be able to see all 3. That seems awful. Laundry room. Launder currency? What does that even mean? That sounds sick. How do we launder currency? What is this? A standard hub of domestic toil complete with washers, dryers, and a state-of-the-art steam-powered unit, leveraging the newly installed steam ducts leading from the boiler room. Despite this innocent appearance, this inconspicuous space is rumored to launder more than just linen. So they're stealing money from my estate. About a lot of things happening, you've been thinking, does this mean that the Guru announcement and the 4chan hack happened on the same day? Oh yeah, the 4chan hack. That's the other thing that I want to like touch on. So I think the 4chan hack happened at nighttime. So like maybe like a couple hours beforehand. There is something to be said about the fact that like there's a good chance that Gargour caused the 4chan hack, and so she's running from the authorities. The authorities being like a bunch of like sweaty moderators of some kind. But it is roughly around the same time period, which is interesting to think about because, like, it's strange. One, I'm surprised 4chan wasn't hacked any sooner. That website's very old, and as far as I know, no one really works on it. It's just there, and you have volunteers that like volunteer moderate it, and the volunteer moderators are like sick in the head because like they do what the Facebook moderators do, but they don't get paid for it. But they still see the same weird gore, fucked up, illegal content that like a Facebook moderator does, right? And also, coincidentally, like The Last of Us 2 devs saw, because apparently they used it to learn about how gore looks like to draw it for some reason. I don't know why they did that. That seems a bit silly to me. There is such a thing as the power of imagination that you can use to imagine how eyeballs would explode from your brain. So I'm surprised that it didn't get hacked sooner, because one would expect this service costs and will change all of your gems with all of your money, all of your keys with all of your gems. What? Swap keys for money. Fluff and fold, wash and dry, spin cycle. I think we can do gems. I don't really care about keys. Shit, but we need 5 coins. Okay, well. But I sort of look at that and I go, wow, like there's something funny about the way that that works, if that makes sense. Like, I'm just surprised that it survived for this long and that the timing was so strange. Like, this is ultimately a loss for those who never leave their rooms. Because I feel like there's an overlap between the Gargour fanon, or like the fan club, fandom, as well as the 4chan viewer. Not to say that like she invites a 4chan person, but I think just in general, VTubers are very popular with those who stay in their rooms all day long, right? I say this as somebody who was there briefly. It's part of the VTuber elements. Oh, the windows. Nothing on this side. Nothing on this side. I forgot to look at the edges. But yeah, they happen roughly at the same time. Let's say within like a couple hours. I'm actually, and again, I'm surprised that nothing worse came out of the 4chan hack. Like, granted, it's very ephemeral, and they only keep stuff insofar as they need to for the sake of like law enforcement. But as far as I know, only the source was really released, and it's like the source code. Like, no one really cares about source code. The only people that get excited about source code are people who code for some aspect of their life and for a living. Because I don't think a normal person, I don't think a scientist who has to use R to program their statistics, I don't really know what R is used for, necessarily cares about the like source code. Like, I've seen scientist code, and scientist code is a matter of getting it done. It's sort of the same way that you would go into a game engine and you see the code that is there for like physics stuff. It's there because they just want to get it done, and they use the physics terminology even if it doesn't make any sense, right? Nothing interesting about the photo. There's nothing to be magnified in this photo. I should probably draw markers from the magnifying glass to the notes themselves so I know there's something there. But that might be too many connections. And maybe it's just better to assume if I've checked it, or no, I don't know. But I think the bigger implication is that now that it's gone, so there was a funny Reddit comment on the leak of the something, the connection between Doge and like Russia, by Anonymous. They were like, this is what happens when 4chan goes down for a single day. And I've said this before about WoW players, how WoW players who play the marketing trading game, I sort of look at them and I go, if you just applied your knowledge in the real world to it in the sense of like, you would go out there and like play with real money inside the real stock market, I think people would actually make a lot of money simply doing that. Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. Wasn't this thing in the security room? I use these. About this, where it's like the red note? Yes. Blue memos equal true, red equal lie. So this is a lie. The doors in the West Wing are more likely to be unlocked. But it was interesting to sort of see that play out with the 4chan sort of like ecosystem. Because 4chan has many different boards whereby you see a level of genius and depravity that you never really understood could exist, right? Like, there's a certain, I need this plugin that allows me to search things. I hate pressing that button so much. This button is a curse. I need that plugin that lets me search things. I had it before and now it's gone. Okay, well, how about I just find the security? It's not security. I need to find the room that says hallway. Nook parlor, hallway billiards, boudoir. I don't think there's a hallway. If there is, I'll combine them later. But I sort of look at that ecosystem and I go, there's a certain level of genius that's like waiting there, but there's also a certain level of depravity that is inherent in their interactions. And this is to say that, like, I don't really know why there's a connection between the two, or why the people who frequent that forum live in that way, because I feel like you could be the genius without the depravity. But I guess there's a certain type of person who thrives in that type of mindset, and like that is who they are. So knowing that, we may be coming upon a new renaissance. Like, this may be a new renaissance in various fields, because there's a technology board, there was a VTuber board, and what's crazy too, think about this. My theory is actually that the HoloLive Corporation took down 4chan, because think about this. I can't say her name. Maybe it's better that she graduated, because I can't say her name. Is now gone. What does that mean? It means that everybody who was watching her and like liked to watch her now is uncontained, and she's one of the most popular ones too. I think she's probably one of the most popular ones in the world. Isn't it true that she's like really popular? And so if you imagine that she's one of the most popular ones, right? This means that there is a large amount of 4chan users who actually watch her. And 4chan users are sort of like the bottom of the barrel human being, right? Which means that, like, I want you to look at soccer games and the amount of rioting that happens when a team wins against another team. I want you to look at what happens when a streamer says they'll give away free PS5s in New York time, in like the Times Square in New York City, right? It's that level of chaos, but with people who are depraved and fucked up and sick in the head, and all online, where ultimately there's not really many barriers, because in real life you could just like push these people and they might break like bones, right? Because they're very frail. But online, they're the strongest that they've ever been, okay? And that they ever will be. Just imagine the amount of chaos that could have erupted. So now they're contained because they can't let loose their frustrations. Because when they do, people are around them go, "You are not getting your chicken nuggets now." There's like a social barrier to them acting out for the loss of their queen, right? Spare set of car keys. What? The only car left in the state, yeah, should be in the garage. And actually, there is a garage card. So there's a garage card, and before the whatchamacallit, the key card, like the breaker box, was off last time by default for the garage. So we should be able to go into the garage now. Though I maybe should have turned off the power. I don't really know why I kept it on. I guess I just like key cards. But yeah, there is something interesting about that sort of facet. That because she's so popular, that these people are going to riot in some way. And I wonder how the feelings around her overseas are like too. Because isn't Gargora... Is she a part of the English branch or the Japanese branch? Because there's two, right? There's like the English branch and the Japanese branch. I wonder, because HoloLive is primarily, I think, more of like a Japanese side of things. So I wonder how popular she is overseas. And I wonder how the reaction is overseas. Because I've never seen a Gargora branded drink than I have in a screenshot from a 7-Eleven in Japan. English? Somehow, they're more popular in Japan. Or maybe that screenshot was a lie. I don't really know. May the 2nd. Okay, it's nothing new here. There will always be at least one box which displays true statements. At least one box which displays only false statements. Only one box has a prize with it. Okay, cool. So same as before. This is the black box. This is the one that's false. This is two that's false. So this must be true. The black box is not empty. Oh, I'm such a genius. So, which is like interesting to think about, because then it's like, oh, like what, how do you, like, how do you reconcile the fact that you lose someone who you didn't even understand? Like, do you even have an idea of what you've lost ultimately, right? Because when a non-English VTuber that's popular gets lost to the winds of time, I just go, I sleep. When Gargura gets lost, I go real shit. But that's only because I can connect with her in some way. Not to say that like I do, but you know, it's kind of weird. But still, you know what I mean? Swan song. Oh, that's how you do it. So you look at it closely with the magnifying glass to see that swan song. I was gonna say smashing. So it's a good thing that we have a magnifying glass. Swan song. I sure do wish there was an easier way to screenshot this, but we now have the password for this. And chat, one day I'm gonna disappear too. So I want all of you to get ready for when I leave. Okay? When I leave, I want you all to like do something. I want you to pretend like I never existed and just be like, who? Which I think would be funny. I think there's something funny about you playing into the joke of like, I don't even exist and you don't even know who I am. And so you just say sort of like, who? As if to sort of like, but like not to demean my existence, but to say, you've done your job and now it's our turn to live our lives. Think about that. Until further notice, the antechambers. Where? Yeah, just like use that emote and then people will like be like, who is this person? But then like don't use it unless it, well, I'll make it free after. Okay, no notes we state. Yep. So it's the same notes as before. Yeah, same notes, same system as before. All the same system. We have the password for the computer now. We can go inside the system. Preemptive. Exactly. A preemptive. Preemptive goodbye. Add to 7TV and name it who. Can you imagine? Like it gets that far that people go, oh shit, like people use it to refer to me. And then it's like, and then people keep using it and it just appears in like random places. And then okay, so it's like POV, it's like 2030, okay? America no longer exists, right? It's just like the entire continent is just Canada and Fallout and then Mexico, right? And then like we're containing the Fallout, mutants, right? And I'm no longer streaming because I'm on the front lines ensuring that the mutants don't ever break through into Canada because I've played many zombie games and and the Canadian government has recognized my skill in particular from playing all the zombie games. They've like reviewed the footage on like Twitch and they know that I'm like good at it, right? And then people still use that emote, and those who know sort of like will salute me and will remember my sacrifice to humanity, that I gave up such a lavish life streaming and the programming to go fight the Fallout zombies coming from America. So cool. What is this? Mick D. What? That's a global emote. McDonald's zombie hamburger. We can't have anything without corporations like fucking it up. Like corporations are the ultimate vibe cuck. The moment a corporation takes part in some system, they immediately cuck us. America. Pew pew pew. Me. Not to say that I will leave, right? I think I've said this before where I think I do just enjoy what this is. Like I enjoy just like doing this and having fun with this. But I do recognize that there is something interesting about how this whole thing works and sort of what we're going to have to do to keep it going. Especially with like the money aspect. At some point, right? It's going to be like you need money to keep the whole system going. Okay, what are we doing? Oh. Glossary of terms. This is the attest. Were you a child who read the dictionary for fun? If so, you read the glossary of terms. If you weren't, then you go straight to staff services because you want to know who to like yell at. Punch in /out. So punch in. The service has been temporarily disabled as of November 4th. All work has been suspended and all domestic staff has been placed on extended leave, paid and leave. So we saw this as a note before, but I need to take a screenshot of this because I won't remember the PC. It's really, this is just a representation of like how I treat my PC. I treat my PC as an archive because I know that my memory will one day fail. Just print money. What's the problem? That's what I do. So true, chatter. So true. I mean, I've like thought about like what exactly you would have to do to keep the gravy train going in a sense. And I think like it's just a lot of effort to do for the streaming side of things that doesn't really feel worth it. Again, if Gargora says that it's not worth it, how is it going to be worth it for anybody else? Like Gargora, okay? Though I will say this, I've noticed this. So there's like a whole thing of like Ludwig's company going down because they apparently were lying on how much money they made, which is funny to me. Um, and so I think of that, and I think of how like okay, like he no longer has the money, to like keep it running, and I think about the fact that like what you could do then is you could like just print like I'm surprised that he didn't just give the money over, but also okay, but the main thing that I bring this up is because when that happened, Jerma stopped doing that and he came back to streaming. My headcanon is that Jerma has lost all of his money and he's like, I don't know what else to do with my time, and so I'm just gonna be here to like make money while streaming. So maybe there is hope that you could make money from it still if somebody like him can come out of retirement as a CMO and then come back into like the working life, if you could even call it working. Staff announcements. Saturday, November 7th. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon. So if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you, your friends in faithful service. So are this staff? Is this a cult? Why did they say in faithful service? It's like a cult. And they just sort of go, okay, well we're rooting for you in faithful service. Like you guys can just leave now, right? Like you don't have to keep working for me. There's no point for you can live your life now. You're no longer employed. Well, I guess you can't really live life without the money. So to be fair, they're rooting for me because they need me to hire them again. Or I can make a sticky shit coin. I promise you, I will never ever scam you. I think this is the thing, right? I recognize that there's just a different type of person out there, where it's like the type of person who scams you, sure. The type of person who scams you, I can't get behind that mindset. Even when I'm desperate for money, I'd rather be honest than to lie to you because it feels bad on my system. Like it's the same way that like stubbing your toe hurts or holding in a pee doesn't feel really good past like maybe 2 minutes, right? It becomes uncomfortable, right? Like I'm reminded of the same feeling when I went to play board games with my friends and I nearly shit my pants. Like I was literally a step away from shitting my pants. As soon as I sat down on the toilet, it shot out like a shotgun. It's that feeling of uncomfortableness that drives every action in my life, because I seek to be as comfortable as I can be in my life, and I seek to avoid the uncomfortable things, not because I'm weak, but because I feel like what's the point of choosing the things that hurt you? And so I wouldn't, for instance, that's why I'm not, I wouldn't really survive as a Buddhist, but like that's a whole different problem, right? So for me at least, is that a shitting emote? Matara can toilet emote. Why does she have that? But I think to myself, I don't get why people can do this, because it says to me that people don't feel uncomfortable hurting someone. And that's scary to me, that people can feel comfortable taking advantage of somebody for their own personal gain in a world that's already cruel. Like, I don't know why people subject themselves and others to the chaos of life, because I seek to try and add as much stability and order to my life to guard myself against the chaos of life. Very Warhammer-esque, but I look at the Warhammer as a fan fiction of how somebody hates having to wake up in the morning never really knowing if they're going to be fired, taken way too literally. Request schedule change. This service has been temporarily disabled. Special orders. If you'd like to get a specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders for all members of the staff. Oh shit. Wait, I didn't know you could do this. This is good. Well, what's funny too is that I didn't realize this, but yeah, if you're like an employee who lives on the premises and you need to buy things and you can only buy things from the company, from the property, and you can't leave, it's like you have to rely on them to buy the thing for you, and they charge extra. What would you like to order? Brass compass. I don't need this. I have this. Magnifying glass. I have this. Sledgehammer could be cool, but I want running shoes because I've never seen these. Yes. Thank you. So now we have so staff services is all done. But yeah, next time you see someone start like a scam, I want you to shame them. And shame them vigorously. Because it means ultimately that they have no feeling inside of them except contempt for your existence in some way. It's possible to connect to other active terminals elsewhere on the estate using RTA, remote terminal access. Really? What does this do? But yeah, it's why I promise I will never make a shitcoin. I will, however, I have thought about making a shitcoin-esque thing for the sake of like a fake currency that we can use to like trade among us as like a weird fun little game. But this is the thing, okay? I need you to really think about this. You can make a fake currency without crypto. Like there's no need for the aspect of crypto. But you use crypto when you want to scam people. Like the only purpose of crypto is if you hate the environment or you want to scam people. Because you can make a fake currency without burning trees, and you get roughly the same effect, but you can't make money off of it because there's no scarcity. But there is scarcity as long as you program it well enough. But then it's just like you can just use it for like fun, and no trees have to die for it. And I refuse to hurt something in the name of a shitpost. It's why I loathe prank channels. No other terminals are currently connected, but now we know that there are others. In the office, the laboratory, and the shelter. If I turn these on, I could use these. So really, security room should be like the last room that you go to. You really don't want it too early. Because it's too early and it gets a little annoying having to go back and forth. The permissions of this terminal do not allow for the access to the electronic mail accounts. This feature can only be accessed via the office in the office. Terminal inside the office. But you know how I said on the website there will be like a thing called stick space or something, but I have to think of a new name now. I wanted that, and I want it to be like a Sims thing where I give you guys money, and then Inzoi released and took all of my potential revenue, unrealized potential revenue, and so now I need to think of a new idea, but I'm not creative enough for it. Data transfers from Synca are not currently available. Sorry, you can't see it yet. I'm just gonna take a screenshot of it. Why would data transfer come from Synca, of all places? Why is the hallway in the way? Oops. Just extend this out as far as I need, I guess. We just keep going further and further and further. This is now getting a little bit messy, but I like to lay it out side by side because I don't want to go back and forth. Although this one has no sequential. No, but it's like if you're looking for a room, you don't want to go like this, because that's annoying. You want to just go in like one thing flow. I'm so good at UX. I'm such a good developer. The glossary of terms. Adjoining. I'm not gonna keep these. Rooms are considered adjoined if they're connected to each other via a doorway. Bedroom. One of the most common types of rooms. Bedrooms are typically used for resting and regaining steps, and identifiable by the violet borders of other floor plans. Call it a day. You may call it a day. When you're on the steps, okay. Checked item. You can get the code check color. Blue for blueprints, default type. Contraption. Workshop, new unique contraption. Dead end is considered dead even as the door is locked. Dig, you may find, often found, can be dug up with the help of a shovel and may contain hidden items. Directory contains detailed information. Yeah, okay, sure. Why is the tutorial a random room? In the commissary, players may find an arcade block for dirigiblocks. Although the game is not currently accessible, it is scheduled to be added in a future patch. Yo. Dirt piles can be dug with a shovel. So dig and dirt. Drafting. Draft pool. Draw. Drawing is the initial polling from the three beginning at the beginning of the three. Okay, yeah. Holy shit, there's a lot. East wing. The east wing rooms of the house are the 9 rooms that border the very right edge of the house. Okay, so it is north, south, east, west. Cardinality does matter. Okay. Estate refers to all the explorable areas in the of Mount Holly, including the rooms drafted and the grounds. The house only refers to the place, to the house itself. You are exhausted, too tired to continue, but no other problems. Floor plan. The life of every room begins as a floor plan. Gems. Or potential ideas of draft pool. A feature on the network. Glossary of terms. A gist of words and architecture jargon that's intended to make it simple. The terms you encounter on the estate. Gold, coins, green room. Floor plans that have a green border are known as green rooms. These rooms are associated with the outdoor areas and gardens, and are naturally synergistic with each other. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, as in they benefit themselves. Like green rooms do not cost to thing. It's like it just benefits more and more green rooms. So the color does matter. I didn't realize that the color actually has a special effect. The outdoor area of the estates immediately surround the house. The grounds may include areas of interest, including the campsite, apple orchard, and the west path. Okay, so that is an apple orchard. Orange floor plans are hallways that provide the means to branch off. The house History. You may wish to view previous layouts. No. Inventory. Items may refer to special items as well as resource items. Objects will be left behind. Keys. Special keys that unlock special doors that only appear in certain places. So some special keys actually are needed to open certain specific doors. Key cards. These doors appear more frequency. Right. Locked. You'll find doors that are locked. If you explore, you need to use a key. Luck. We all need a bit of it. Luck determines the likelihood that you'll find additional items in rooms on your estate. Luck can be raised by certain items in rooms marked by the floor plan with a clover. Oh. That's ELMS. Mechanical. These rooms are often heavy in mechanics and often contain control systems that interact with other rooms. Network. Each terminal on the estate is connected to a local network called Blackbridge. Okay, this is a very important piece of information that I'm going to keep. The only bit of... this is the only page in the dictionary that I like. Everybody has a favorite page in the dictionary. The network allows users to remotely connect to other active terminals as well as providing access to staff features and other things like this handy glossary. I wish Space could also read the items. Most things on the estate reset from one day to day. A few of these things are permanent and are usually marked as such. Rank increases 9 ranks. Among the staff, whispers of a 10th rank can often be overheard. A 10th rank? As you progress north and the rank increases, there are 9 ranks listed on the blueprint, but there's a hidden 10th rank. This explains it then, because on the map, if you look at the map, which I can't open, I can open it here actually. The map, and this is why you take screenshots, the map actually does note, or like, the game does hint at the existence of the fact that you need 4 levers to open the antechamber, 1 for each door surrounding the antechamber to enter it. But if you have 4 doors to enter it, that means that there must be a 10th rank that you must be able to access in some way. Because then the lever on that side would open the top door, the north door. Rarity, redraw. Some items will allow you to redraw. Okay, red room. But where the rooms are red, they offer powerful expansion options but come at a dangerous cost. Yep. Reset. Each morning the house returns. Permanent changes do not change. Keycards, security lock, more frequency. Shop in service for coins. Special floor plans. These floor plans are often more rare and cost gems to draft. They often offer unique, complex, and exciting effects. So we need a lot of gems. Special items referred to. Okay, spread. What? Oh. There we go. When the spread occurs, items are randomly distributed across all rooms currently active on the estate. The more rooms in your house, the larger the spread. Oh. There are several ways to increase the amount of stars visible in the night sky. Here we go. Oh, I get it. Remember that little star mechanic that we had last time? The mechanic where it gave us a star, and I was like, what does this do for us? That's what that is. That's your number of stars. AKA what you can see in the night sky, like shooting stars. Like that's one song. The easiest method is drafting observatories. Each additional star creates new formations of constellations, which in turn provide beneficial effects. Which also increases the risk because not every effect is beneficial. Terminal is connected to a local central network. Yep. Tomorrow. Rooms that provide benefits in the future belong to a special category of floor plans. Tomorrow rooms. I like how that's just the name. Sauna? Trunk. A small wooden chest often found, always locked, contains items. West Path. A charming path that winds to the wooded area that runs along the west wing of the house. This path can be accessed from both the garage and the west gate, which is usually kept latched and locked. So instead of going to the door in the courtyard, you can go through the garage, which is why I have the car keys. If I drive away from the house, do I do like a different game all of a sudden? The west wing of the 9 rooms. Okay, this was very handy. I appreciate that glossary. Even if it was ultimately boring. That was quite a boring read, but you know what? No one reads the dictionary for fun. We suffer. Lose half your steps. Not when you enter though. I think just when you have it. Oh fuck. Okay, now we're in keycard zone. If I can't find the keycard, it's over. You can't see the floor plans while drafting in this room. You may draw new floor plans while drafting in this room. The drawing room. We've never been here, and I'm about to like pass out from working out too much. Why does the character like pump iron? This is day 3. Like, you know what's going on, man. You don't need to pump iron. I see also the RNG, because that's another broken lever that I found. If you need to find 4 broken levers, maybe there's no way to win. Wow. POV, someone's taking photos of you on the train, and they just go, I'm an artist, I swear. Yeah? What's your pose? Like, I get why artists do these funny poses, because the point of it is to sort of be able to learn how to express something, right? The act of motion in motion. The act of feeling in feeling. But to a layperson like me, this is not a good angle for my look. This is just not a good... It's just not a nice angle for me. Drawing. Okay, wait. I need to take this. So, drawing room. A good workout. No. Did I do... A social sitting room adorned wall to wall with artwork and drawings. An unfinished sketch of your uncle sits on an easel in the middle of the room, painting a vivid picture of what were presumably his final days, depending on when the project was abandoned. So who drew my uncle? That's weird. One day, I'm gonna hire someone, because you know back then they used to take like you know the prince who was like incredibly severely inbred, and his like inbred index was like 0.1 or something. I want, or like 0.3 or something, or like 0.5. I want to not be inbred. I want to like have my photo drawn to immortalize me and what I look like. But unlike a photograph, I can get them to add like a flair to it, right? I can get the chin if I want to. Drawing floor plans. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans from which you must select one to draft. However, there's some items that are allowed to redraw if you not like your initial options. What's crazy too is that like, it's crazy how biologically you could have a marker that says that that your siblings, or like that your parents are siblings. And all it comes down to is the chin. And I wonder, COVID must have been the best time for those people, because you get that ability to mask yourself. Why is there a boat? Grandpa? What's important about this image? What is important about my granduncle? What's important about him? He's dead. Thanks, granduncle. Thank you for the money. So he sat in this chair. Actually, he sat in that chair. Is that the same chair? It is. But is there anything in particular about the chair that's different? No. There is no table to the side, though, which is interesting. That statue is over here in this part of the wing. Whatever that is, I can't get a good angle of it, but maybe we can see it if I screenshot and I enhance. And maybe I can just get like the AI to, you know, like just boost the visibility or something. I'm not sure. But this is gonna be, I don't know. This is weird where it is. It has a little artifact in its hand, but I can't tell what that is. And it's over into this statue with a book. Might be a Nigerian angel. Whatever this thing is, feels like a little charm or like an incense holder. What room is it in? It's in the right side, actually. It's on the right side past the middle. So I need to fix this. Now I see the problem. How do I draw an arbitrary arrow to things so I can like get like a space? Where am I gonna put this? Oh shit. Okay. Getting a little much. The rooms are getting a little much here. Oh boy, the rooms are getting a little much here. Hallway. Drawing room. And then this one, the Nigerian angel, is over here. I'm gonna difficult this. This is just a lot. This is just a lot. This is just a lot. Jeez Louise. How do I just get this to stop? You here. You here. You're both technically the same. I need to mark exactly the spot that it's at. I know what to do. X. We'll do a single X. This is a better X than that stupid platform. We'll do it like this. No, no, no. Close to empty space. X marks the spot. And we just drag it in where it goes. It's past the middle. It's right there. So it's like, but like we're in this room. Where are we facing? In this room, I'm facing this way. So it's actually right at the middle. So it's here. This has to go over here. So it's actually here in terms of the layout. This needs a whole different space. I think this one was probably here. Okay. That's a bit weird though. If they both occupy the same space, does it change? Or like, has it changed? And if it's not an Nigerian angel, then what is it? Because none of these have a book. That could be a weird red herring. But the statue motif is simply too good to ignore. So you can redraw floor plans for basically free. Dining room. After rank 8 has been reached, we're not at rank 8, so there's no point. Could do a lavatory, but I want to get to that center room for free. So we do a dining room. Might as well, it's free, there's nothing to lose. Then one single step, and we should get a closer look. That is not a Nigerian angel. What is that? I wonder how Hololive is actually handling the loss of their talents too. Because it's what I'm realizing is that these corporations are massive. Like, I didn't realize this, but Hololive is actually like a major player in the space. But not just in the space. I think what's interesting to look at is that Hololive is just a major corporation in general now. There's a lot of money within like the space of VTubing and like streaming that I didn't really expect to see. Which is a bit absurd because it's like, you just wouldn't expect that level of interest in something that to me still feels very niche. Like, I look at, not to say that like streamers are necessarily like small and stuff, but you know, Mr. Beast has like what, you know, like 36 million people and he's a bit of a shitter, right? But then you have streamers that are like, you know, huge and like the largest VTuber and still maybe like just under 5 million or however much it was, right? And I didn't realize just how large these companies were because you still forget the scale of how large the many millions are, right? This is not to say that I'm rich or something. I'm just recognizing that it's very interesting how it's hard to know it's hard to know just how much money there is in the space considering everything that we're seeing, because there's more money being put into stranger and arguably worse sort of like quality things that don't really provide as much entertainment value, at least to me. Where is the utility box? I need to find it. There was a note about the utility box. Very important. So here corresponds the mirror room cipher. Here, there we go. More detailed instructions will be sent to the thing. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate a purple. Press any button above to activate blue. Okay, so do all green and then activate blue. Blue next to a red makes a purple, like so. How come it sometimes becomes red, sometimes becomes blue? I don't get it. Press any button above to activate blue. Oh. What? I don't get it. Oh, so you spread it out first, like so. And then you would do red to activate purple. So you would do green red, and you do boom, and you do boom, 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 boom. Was that good? I don't know what this does. Let's keep it on for now. But I've unlocked the keycard system, so maybe we disable it, because then I can go through the wait room into any other room, so that they're unlocked now. So we'll do it like this. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna lose all my steps, so I have no more steps. Is there a way to go here that's cheap? Yes. No. There's a lavatory. You know what? Just draft it. I should have redrawn. I'm so stupid. I have a redraw. Why didn't I use it? Soap. Herbert Sinka Sinclair. Trash can. Do I lose half my steps entering? No. So this is now open. As well as... Oh, there's only one door that was in here. Right, because the other one was closed off as a result of me opening that one. I wish I looked at the room before I went through it. Door is locked. I don't even... Like, it just doesn't matter. Bedroom! Oh, perfect! I can run through, get 5 steps. Oh, good, good, good. Okay. So, anything new in here, or a secret that I can find, any items that are waiting for me. I don't think they would put an item in here because it would be too dark to see. +2. Okay, it's only +2. That's not... Like, +2s are sometimes good, sometimes bad. This one didn't feel as good as I would have hoped. Same image, same thing. Here. There's a golden pawn. This has to represent something important. Because now there's multiple different chess pieces. And with different colors, which almost denotes a different ranking. Like, for instance, it's a pawn, but it's a golden pawn. It's like worth more. And it's in the bedroom of the lady of the estate. The wife. The love of his life. You sent me like 3? Yes. It's a bit late for that, but sure, okay. There's no chest this time. Is that a puzzle? Imagine how annoying it would be to date somebody who works with puzzles. I would be pissed. Because everything that you have in your life is just a system of toys and like gadgets for them to play with, to make something. For you to like observe and examine. Imagine trying to go eat, or if trying to find your keys. Everything would be a struggle. Anything interesting about this image? Reddington, there's nothing here. At least if you... So this is an endorsement for dating a programmer, right? As far as I know, the incidence rate of programmers cheating is very low. And actually, there's something funny about this. Apparently, programmers date nurses a lot. Like, there's something weird about the fact that apparently nurses and programmers is like a high ratio of dating. And it's funny because my wife was going to be a nurse. So, like, she actually fits the mold. She just chose not to, but she could have been a nurse at some point. Adds locker room, sauna, and pump room to today's draft pool. Well, I wish I had that. Wine cellar it is. With a shovel. When your partner is XDD personified. Because there are people like that, and I sort of wonder who... Like, this is just me, though, and I wonder, like, who would enjoy that. Not to say, like I'm not gonna yuck your yum as, like, a human being, but, like, I would be frustrated on some level if every day I couldn't expect something. But that's why my wife and I think, love each other, because both of us are sort of, like, that weird... Like, we both require routine, and we've talked about the fact that, like, we maybe should go get tested, like, the both of us, but we're too afraid to sort of come to terms with who we are. We'll draft this. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. Gems? Easy. That's an easy good piece. What the fuck is this? Locksmith. Considering the amount of floor plans and different doors that can appear on any given day, It was only a matter of time before a full-time locksmith service became an essential requisite on the estate. Dude, they have their own ecosystem here. 3 keys, $8 for a special key lockpick kit. Shit. But you can buy a special key here, so this is important to get a special key. Do I need to remember that? Probably not. It's probably easier for me to remember that the locksmith sells keys. If I don't remember that, then I really need to speak to my doctor. And it's not about Cialis. Where am I going? So yeah, anyways, if you're a nurse and you know a programmer, you two should actually like hang out. But for some reason, it's very, very common. Vault for 40 gold? This room counts as 2 bedrooms. Do I have any other way to progress if I do this? Either way, I'm doomed. So it doesn't matter what I do. I might as well go out on my own terms. Because I've never been here. The rustic wooden stacked bunk beds evoke the enticing promise of campfire stories and childhood adventures. This bedroom served as pillow fort and bedroom to the young Sinclair boys? And has remained faithfully unchanged over the years. Boys? How many boys are there? So this is interesting just because of the flavor text. This implies that either that I'm a Sinclair, but am I a Sinclair? Where's the letter from my dad? What is my dad's last name? Because that implies that my last name is not Sinclair. But also, like, okay, what I was thinking was maybe that's my granduncle's brother, as in like the young Sinclair boys. But I don't think as a child he had the necessary income to afford such an estate. I don't think as a child he was making much money. Because when I was a child, I remember my parents saying, "What are you doing? You're so lazy." And I was like, "Mom, well..." In my, like, nowadays, I would say brother, but it's like they were my mom and dad. And I would just say, "Mom, Dad, what am I to do? I can't earn money. It's illegal for me to go into a workplace." Which I've talked about before, of how it's funny that it's illegal. Because I'm not saying that we should go like full Florida and like allow child like labor, but or like maybe I am. But basically, what I'm saying is like, if the child understands that going to work sucks and they want to go to work still, I think a child should be given the ability to do so. But I recognize that it's also very easy to like just run into issues where it's not really good for the person. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying that child labor is good, but I'm saying that like if I had the option to work when I was younger, I would have jumped at the chance. Like, you're telling me I knew how to program as a kid enough to be dangerous, but not enough to be like useful, right? But I couldn't get a job where I could learn the entry-level version of it to go up illegally because it was illegal when I was like 15. Like, it doesn't make sense. I'm 1 year away from like the legal working age, and it doesn't make sense why I have to wait 1 more year before I can go in to be like Hackermans, right? It just doesn't make any sense. So again, I'm not advocating for child labor. I'm just saying like child labor isn't all as bad as it is said to be. Child labor. Holy shit, there's a hamster! This is the best room in the house. Look. Hi, little buddy. Hi, little fella. I'm not gonna see you again. Who's feeding you? Please tell me. I need to take over the estate. How does anybody know how long a hamster can go without human interaction? I feel like hamsters need a lot of human interaction, no? Is she going? I love him. Because this is the thing, right? I now have a responsibility to take care of this living being. It's been foisted upon me, and my heart has accepted it wholehearted. Oh my god, he goes. Oh my god, he goes. Okay, that's he looks a bit weird now. He doesn't look real anymore. Now he looks real. You know, some people are like hamsters, eh? Like some, like some people. There's a lot of people out there who can basically find and derive enjoyment the same way that hamsters do. They get on the wheel and they just run in a circle back and forth over and over and over. I'm going to use this hamster as a rant against how maybe I'm the problem, and I feel like I need to simplify my life even further to truly achieve happiness and zen. Because when I see the way that some people live their life, and I see the ways that some people go about their life in their sort of NPC like manner, with them staring at me and thinking the same thing, I think to myself, how? Not to say that it's boring, but to say that like, how are you so adapted to the world that you can live your life the way that you do and you do nothing? The hamster has a bunk bed. There's a fucking bunk bed. You had a partner and they died and you ate them. That's why he's so chunky. He ate his partner. What the fuck, man? I don't want my headcanon anymore. Scale room thing. Oh, also, wait. This implies I've a brother. Or at least a competitor. I think competitor is funnier. I actually wonder what makes a nurse and a programmer want to get together the most. Because when I think of a programmer, right? I say this as a programmer. Like, a lot of programmers have no soul. Like, anybody that you program, I want you to, like, really think about and, like, talk to them, okay? Pilots, too. So I've noticed pilots and programmers share this, like, same soulless behavior. And I say this having friends who are pilots that I can compare myself to. But it's crazy how often you'll have a pilot friend and, like, a programmer friend, and you look at who they are and what they do, and you look at sort of, like, the way that they go about life, and how empty they can feel in many ways. And I wonder, well, what it is that draws a nurse to that feeling. And I think it's because of the feeling of them being able to like take care of somebody and like fix them. Because like the programmers are fundamentally broken, I think. So when a nurse looks at a programmer and sees their broken sort of emotional shell having nothing inside, they think to themselves, I can make him feel better. Camp Colonel. Oh, you know what I'm gonna eat? Fucking KFC. Wait. Fuck, it's a trade war. Canadian fried chicken brands. Mary Brown's Chicken, 100% Canadian owned and operated. Is that true? Wikipedia is my source of truth. A&W does not have fried chicken, dude. Bar Burrito, buddy, that's not even the same thing. Oh, this is a list of just Canadian franchises. Wait, chat, do you just want to see a list of Canadian franchises? Camp Colonel does sound pretty tasty. I've always wanted to go to like a camp like that, where it's like, you know how McDonald's has a camp? And so Tim Hortons has a camp too. Let's hear. Tim Hortons camp. Tim Hortons not really a thing, but Tim Hortons. Did someone say Canada? Tim Hortons has a camp that you can go to. When I was a child, I really wanted to go to this camp because apparently it's like free if you're really like dirt poor, and I was dirt poor. So I wanted to go, but my parents were afraid of me. No joke. When I brought the idea up, my parents were afraid of me being kidnapped. And I was like, there's nobody there to kidnap me. I'm on the water. I'm more liable to drown than to be kidnapped. That kid looks exactly like me. What do we do about Tim's camps? The challenge, we say, our programs. Because look at what you get to do. It's like for the entire year, you get to do stuff. Like you get to go around and like play and make, I don't know, like see animals. What do you do? I don't care about, what do you guys, events? Jobs? Current openings. Current openings? What's the current openings? Camp counselor? Wrangler? Like, I know that they're children, and I know that children are, like, you know, unruly, but do you have to call them, you know, wranglers? Tim Horton Children's Ranch? Holy shit. I need to take a piss to really enjoy this because I have to go pee. But when we're back, we're going to learn more about how they wrangle children. Like, that's actually funny. What does a Tim Hortons child wrangler do? Like, I'm actually very curious about this role because, like, that's such a weird phrase, a turn of phrase for what you have. Like, housekeeper, and even, like, the idea of, like, a counselor makes sense because you counsel these kids that are living on the camp for a fair amount of time. Prep cook French. You prep cook French. You just make sure you have to. It's the French side. Director of digital and IT. This is for later. That's for me for later. I'm gonna be a director. So current Wrangler. At Tim's camps, we're catalysts for good. We're looking for a specialized facilitator wrangler. Wranglers are a member of the facilitators team and are responsible for delivering quality programming to campers during the preparation, delivery, and debrief of the horse program. The what? What the fuck is a horse program? Okay, I feel like we're missing so many bits of context here. What is a horse program? What do you mean horse program? I don't like. I get the idea of a finance program or like a rehabilitation program, but what's a horse program? Where campers develop tangible skills. Wranglers read the abilities of the group and adjust based on their readiness. Okay, establish relationships with youth that reflect trust and empathy. Work with current staff, support the delivery of staff, experience that working with kids, able to live on site for an extended period of time. Clear criminal background check. What do you do? Why is it right? So is it actual real horses? Wow. Anyways, this is all the this is all the various Canadian brands here. Sea lovers. What? Oh, fish and chips. Sea lovers. All you can eat fish and chips. What the fuck, brother? I've never heard this in my life. Why? Western Canada. That's why. I'm not on the West Coast. I'm on the East Coast. Holy shit, that's sick. Dude, I need to go to the West Coast more often. I feel like sea lovers would be my jam. I love fish and chips. Chairman brands, Shea Ashton. Coffee Time is the most decrepit coffee store you'll ever see in your entire life. What's funny is that they actually have really good sandwiches and like drinks. The problem is that Coffee Time got taken over by Tim Hortons, and then Tim Hortons demolished their food and their drink quality, so now they're worse than Coffee Time. But Coffee Time as a whole simply doesn't exist anymore, except for small pockets within Toronto. And it's sad because I feel like Coffee Time had the opportunity to be better. In fact, there was a Coffee Time outside of my apartment that I went to every single day when I used to live there, and then they closed down, and now they're a generic cafe, but they had the best sandwiches that you could have had in any Canadian restaurant, bar like, I don't know, Panago, I guess. What is Panago? Pizza chain. Recipe Unlimited. Harvey's, Swiss Chalet. Swiss Chalet is also going downhill. There is not a single bit of fried chicken on that list, and I crave fried chicken. And I simply don't know what to do, and I don't know why Obsidian turned off. Group internal error. What? What do you mean internal error? What happened? And anyways, that's Camp Colonel. I guess you can be a wrangler for children, which is a very funny way of like saying it, but there's something funny about the way that that's said. The Turtles of Vera. I want to see if I can be a director of IT for the camp. Mind you, I don't even know why a camp necessarily needs IT, because it's like, I don't think, like, kids nowadays especially are mostly on their phones, like they're not really doing much. And so I'm curious to see how much of an IT system that they, like, what is their technological system there that they need besides Wi-Fi? Today is a good day because Simon is at camp and he is not as much fun as my friends. I will not have to share my toys, and I will not have to share my room, and I will not have to share my stacks. What the fuck? Having a younger brother is not as much fun as they told me it would be, but today will be a good day because he is at camp. Dude, my brother's a fucking asshole. Both in real life and in game, both of my brothers are like awful. What the? Okay, so my brother inside the game is also an asshole. He hates me. He hates me. The next page. Herbie is mean and really stupid, and today is a good day because I threw away his airplane. Okay, maybe I'm an asshole. My name is Simon. My brother's name is Herbie. What if I'm playing as the other brother? Like, there's no guarantee that I'm playing as Simon, right? What if I'm playing as Herbie, who's trying to steal his stuff? I also had more fun at camp than he has had in his entire life. Dude, that's crazy. Imagine like a 5-year-old saying to another 5-year-old, "I've lived a better life than than you. Like, buddy, you're both 5 years old. Like, you're not. There's not like you. Neither of you have lived enough of a life to really say otherwise. Like, I've had more fun at camp than he has had his entire life. Like, buddy, he's an 8-year-old man. Like, it's not really. He hasn't really experienced life yet. Okay, his life really only began when he turned like 6 or 7. Really, that's when he started to have like thoughts and feelings. Today is a good day because I got my brother in trouble for reading my private journal without my permission and writing mean things in it too. He also threw my model airplane in the bushes outside, but I got it back. And if he does it again, he will not get to go to the park on Friday, and I will make sure he gets no presents for his birthday. Dear God, these children with their run-on sentences. This is the best thing that I've seen in the games thus far. I need to reorder this in a different way because this is actually bothering me. But this is crazy to me because this implies that the brotherly relationship is already sour, which makes sense because like it's sour in my life too. Like honestly, it's really hard to have a good sibling relationship. It takes a lot of effort, right? And a lot of like pointed effort. And I wonder how far this like goes, because again, this could be a sign that we're playing as the older brother, because we've never seen the older brother, and the older brother presumably would not want us to have these fun toys. And it's painting a picture of greed within the family. But then this would also sort of imply why our grandfather wanted us to have the home. Because like maybe it's that the grand uncle wanted us to have the home because he saw the true nature of this child, of little Irby, and he recognized that Irby would not be a good person to have all this, because really the red text, while it's mean, the red text is a reaction because the normal text decided to be a mean person. Like sure they shouldn't have said and like done those things, and they shouldn't have derided their all 8 years of existence, but at the same time they shouldn't have called me stupid and said that it was bad to like play with me. I don't need any presents because I have my brother's book because he won't stop writing about me. And today is a good day because I know he cries when he can't even find his book, even though he is older. He's a crybaby. That's great. That's great. If I ever have a child, I will have one child. I feel like 2 children, like any more than one child, is a recipe for disaster. Because this is the thing, right? For those of you who don't have siblings, you don't understand this feeling, and that's why it's funny whenever I see chat members go like, "Oh yeah, like if I had a brother or a sister, I would do with this." Like, buddy, you've never had siblings. If you have siblings, then you understand this like intimate sort of like experience of you're 2 different people, and you genuinely just might not like each other. Like, and you may know that very early on in your life because like it's very. You know early on what type of a person your child will be and what type of a person that your sibling or like person in your life will be. The only thing that really changes that, as far as I can tell, is cocaine. Like cocaine is the only thing that will make your like a person's personality do like a basic or like do like a heavy 180 into some other direction. Cocaine and alcohol plus trauma. I don't think alcohol by itself does that. But I think alcohol plus trauma can lead to that like lifestyle change as well. So until those enter the picture, you know who a person is and you see who they are from the very beginning. It's very hard for a person to change, and I don't think I've really seen my family change ever since I was a child. Even though they say they've changed, I don't think they've ever really changed, right? So you know who you're dealing with the moment that you enter existence with someone. Today is a good day because today my brother returns from college and I get to finally return to him the book I took from him a long, long time ago. Hopefully you find it as hilarious as I do. I honestly have no idea how we survived sharing a room. All things being said, I wouldn't have had it any other way. Cross out. I still would rather have had a sister. Congrats on the diploma and welcome home. Holy shit, this is good. It's like that final. It is a sweet little note to see because it's like that final hurrah of saying like, "Hey, in the end, like you were kind of cool to have as a sibling, but like not really. Like I'd still rather have a sister." What's funny too is that like my friends who have exclusively sisters have a much happier life. Like they're much less bothered by the things that are going on, and there's like much less like drama. Like it's just a lot easier to get along with them, and they have a because like I'm really close with my sister. I'm not close with my brother very much at all. It's just having a brother is just a really hard experience because like you like it's just two dudes and like I don't get along with dudes in general, but like dudes have this vibe about them where it's like dudes are kind of assholes and just stubborn in their own ways. You know what I mean? That's funny. That's actually funny. This is the most relatable room in the entire house. In a way, this game signifies the kind of life that you'd have if only you could understand what it's like to have a sibling. Like it's just because like again, people think like oh it'd be so cool because I think honestly media has fooled you into believing that you know the life of having a sibling is like a cool thing to have. Like no, like honestly, it can be genuinely frustrating at times because you're in your day-to-day life as a single person with no siblings and hopefully no parents unless you love them then you know maybe parents you get to choose who you ultimately spend your time with, right? Like you choose your partner, you choose things that enter your life. The sibling element is a bit like school in that it is thrusted upon you and you must deal with it. It is effectively, it's the quintessence of life. The quintessence of life is to deal with things that you may not necessarily enjoy because it's sort of like just the hardships of life is you just have to deal with it, right? Like it's just, that's just life. It's just you have to deal with things, right? Like I don't bemoan, well I do bemoan. I do bemoan the fact that like, you know, I don't get interviews and stuff and like my job career is not necessarily going well, right? But I also don't bemoan it because like that's just life. Like I'm fortunate to have had like 10 years of like riveting success in my career to have like 6-figure salary, right? But it's like you just have to deal with that. I don't even think about it in my day-to-day. I don't even think about the fact that I'm bleeding money on like, you know, trying to order fried chicken. I just think about how tasty the fried chicken would be like because life is about dealing with the hardships as they come, self-inflicted or otherwise. And that's what having siblings is like. You have no choice. They just appear one day, and you wish that they didn't. You really wish that they didn't appear. Is this Gravy's? Holy shit. It's a country-style pie. Today's main course. This is a beautiful pie. Boiled chuck stew, which is really good. If you get chuck stew long enough, it gets really nice and tender. Like any meat, really. Layered and baked to perfection. Top of the mashed potato Parmesan cheese crust. Oh. I have no boiler room. I'll just eat it. End my day off of a food because I can go no further. Which I am kind of frustrated about, that there's no way for us to go further. But this means I can do some things. So, with this ability to walk around, what rooms can I go into that can maybe change my fate a little bit for the next time? None. The mailer room had my thing. The mailer room has an email which I need to sort of go to, and I need to actually mark that down. That only some rooms have an email access in them, so I need to figure out what they are. I need to find the mailer room. This email thing, the more detailed instructions thing, I need to go up here. I so very much wish there was a way to do this. Temp. I wish there was a way to like drag something. I wish this had the same mechanics as Tabletop Simulator. I yearn for the days when I had full control over my UI elements. And I don't know why UI design and UX has moved on to simply automatically deciding, like, you stupid computer, you don't know anything about me. You can't even begin to understand what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to move this up here, but if I let go at this moment, it disappears forever. The system doesn't know, and I wish that UI design kept power in the hands of the people. Holy shit, there's a pawn piece here. Maybe the pawn actually doesn't matter then, because that's the second pawn piece that I've seen. Maybe it doesn't matter. But this utility room is done. I need to go to the code check. You're kidding me. How do I get to the code check? I gotta go all the way around. This is why I have my steps. I've done more walking in this game than I have in real life. I'm playing a game called Pikmin Bloom, which I think I've talked about last time. the mod referred me to the game because she wanted like seeds. And she asked me last time, she's like, do you have any 10k seedlings? So a 10k seedling is a seedling that takes 10,000 steps to hatch. And you hatch Pikmin from these seedlings. And I was like, sister, I've only walked like maybe 500 steps the entire day. Like it's a miracle that my legs are even functional and that I can still climb things. I'm in that weird halfway zone of like, I'm more athletic than I have any right to be. Because there's no way that I'm able to keep up this type of movement at my age, having only walked 400 steps daily. And yet still, I thrive. It actually just took my money. Okay, I'm never going to church ever again. We need to put this in. I'm gonna check an item. Of the items that I have, I don't know what to get actually. Magnifying glass is really the best thing, I think, because you never really know when you need documents. Car keys requires a garage, and the braiding glass is a combination. But I think the magnifying glass is just too good not to have. Though shovel does get you items more often, which could be better. Lucky Rabbit's Foot actually might be the best. I think your Lucky Rabbit's Foot could be the best one, because then you technically exponentially increase your chances of all of those things all at once. Can you run out of money going to church? If you don't pay tithings, does God smite you? No. So now we end the day. What we call it. And now I see the frustrations. So now this day has been a wash. We got some new things, but the propensity of but the ratio of new to not new, like the unknown, is much lower than I would have expected. Respectable Villa of the Dead. Which is difficult because now it's like you have no real control over how you progress because of the RNG, but you know that your progression would be nicer had you simply stumbled upon something new. At least you could weather the feeling of emptiness in your heart had you something to play with at that moment. Which is annoying because we don't have that. And it was pure RNG, the rooms that I got, and whether or not I had the option to try to make a room layout work. Because, again, it's like, you may not even have the necessary... Like, I had 6 keys, but no gems to change my fate in any particular way. We go for the den. We don't do a storeroom. We go for the den. Now I have something to work with the gems and some items. But even then, a single gem is not enough to really change your fate. So I'm seeing the flaws of the game start to pop up, and it really only gets here once you get to the later portions of the game, which is frustrating. Also, does this room not have like a key or something? No, it has one thing. Okay, well, there's a chest in here. I wish there was a way to keep a running tab of what you're doing. Like a note as part of the game to say, okay, what do you have? Because some things are ephemeral, like this chest. So maybe I just need to remember that there's a chest. Claim ticket! Immediate rabbit's foot in the corner of the house? Yes, sir. Ding dong. I'm here to claim my rabbit's foot. Thank you. Now we're cooking. So we have maximal luck from the beginning of the game to get this going. We have an immediate chest in the corner of the room that I can't open, which is sad, but we'll get there eventually. Security room is here. We can go bedroom instead, but whenever we enter this room, we gain 2 steps. Which is better. Wait. Whenever you enter, you gain 2. So if you leave and you exit, does that mean you get extra? 48, 47, 46. Oh, that's why. If I had the bedroom bonus, maybe I could go back and forth in it. But without that bonus, I can't scam that. But this is a room. This is a step generator. If I get like a bad roll, I have to go backwards. 3 coins. This is pretty good. This is a good roll. So far, it's been pretty good. Parlor. I think we close this off with a utility closet to undo the locked rooms ASAP. Because this maximizes the chances of us getting further away into the important places of the map. And then I just do the VAC system of like this. So all green. I don't know how this works. How do you do it all blue again? Right, you use the one blue to get like the rest of it blue. And it's like this by itself? I don't really know. So you do this, 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 this. Then you do this, 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 and then this. So VAC is on, keycard system is off, and these are all on, but I don't really know what that means. Dark room being on is interesting, actually. Because I don't remember the dark room having power. So maybe you should turn this off in the dark room so the lights don't break. Right? The garage is on, the gymnasium might be good to stay on, but the dark room should be off, actually. Because the dark room starts off being on, and then the power dies. So if you turn it off, maybe the lights stay on. I don't know how that works, but I'm gonna assume that that's what it means. We're still at 46 steps. We go left. Maybe, okay, you know what? Maybe the puzzle is actually the rooms themselves. I'm starting to realize something. The puzzle is not this. The puzzle is the rooms themselves and how you maneuver through them. But it's not the puzzle in the way that, like, puzzles usually are. It's weird. It really is like Betrayal at House on the Hill, where it's all RNG. I'm starting to see the flaws of this, but also the benefits of a system like this. It's a low-grade puzzle that's simplistic enough for you to be able to enjoy in some way. Walk-in closet for 4 items? Are you kidding me? Yes. I've never seen this room. Wow. The stylish and smart clothes in this generously sized closet belong to the former mistress of the estates, Lady Epson. Though the small dressing room has not been used in many years, it is nevertheless kept up and preserved in state. You now find it. There's a picture here, so I can probably make use of this photo here. And there's 4 items around here. This is a good intro to what we're doing. Maybe this is why the game is getting better reviews, because it used to be mostly positive and now it's going very positive. And, you know, I wonder, I don't think I could handle the stress of being a game developer on Steam. I see why game developers make their own launchers now. Because I've been playing The Bazaar, which I don't want to play on stream because it's a bit of a time sink. And that game has its own launcher that has gone down and is broken multiple times, okay? Which I go, okay, well, I get that you want to keep 30% of your income, but you're paying 30% of your income. Like, they're probably paying more of their money to make a launcher that doesn't even work, right? Which leads to frustration and, like, thus further fallout. But then I think to myself, like, maybe you don't want to use Steam, because the moment that you subject your game onto Steam, any decision is reflected in the rating of your game, which then leads to either higher or lower sales. Because just a while ago, this game was at mostly positive, and there's a rating inflation the same way that, like, Google Maps has rating in inflation, where you try to look for a place to eat, and if it's like, you know, maybe like a 3.7 is a commendable number to have, but if you see that for food, you think to yourself, I'm going to die. Even though there's no real, like, risk, like, you're not going to die, but that's what it feels like seeing that like number. In the same way, it also works for when you see, like, a game being at mostly positive versus overwhelmingly positive. And that level of stress must be crazy, because, like, the thing that could tip you over is something as inconsequential as, like, removed or lowered the 1-step bonus from the bedroom to prevent infinite step generation. And all of a sudden, all the reveals are like, you ruined it! You like, broke the game! We need, like, a review list store. Which I guess is GOG, which is funny because, like, you don't... So GOG is funny in that you don't see the review until you buy the game. Like, you don't see anything until you buy the game, and it's like, okay, well, it's a bit too late for me to, like, do anything. Who is this? This is the lady of the house? Again, old school cool. This is like somebody posting a picture of their hot grandma. Why is grandmama so hot? Look, what is this? It is weird to think that, like, the experience must have been universal back then. Of, like, you see, like, a hot person, and then there's somebody's, like, grandmother, right? It's sort of the same appeal as, like, MILFs. Why people are really into the MILF economy, or, like, DILFs. because it's those people that have the least amount of hesitation because they recognize that, like, you know, game is still game. Like, you still got the game no matter how many kids you have. And if that's the price that you pay for, you know, having somebody who is like very fun to be with, then for some people that's like a pretty good price to pay. I can turn off the security now. Perfect. This is a bad room to draft early, because if you want to open all the terminals at the end, then you could do it from here. But it's a good room to draft now if you want to get rid of the requirement to deal with the locked doors, which is now power off. So we do power off. Yes. Keycard system. We do keycard system settings. Set security level. The amount of keycard security doors that we deployed, we do low, as well as we do offline mode unlocked. And then we go back, and then we go exit, and we're good. Now we're cooking. Go here. Fuck. You're kidding me. My run is over? Bro, what the fuck? What? I can't... You're kidding me. I thought it'd be safe to do this room because, like, you have space. But because there's no rerolls and I have no gem, I can't... I should have used my key to open the chest before to maybe get a... That's so stupid. That's frustrating. Okay, never mind. I get why the game sucks. The game is actually genuinely frustrating and is actually very annoying, and I don't think I would want to play this for a very long time. I had such a good start to this run that I thought to myself, this is it. This is the run that we would get very far. And it immediately cucks me. And I bet you even if I open that chest, that it doesn't even give me anything useful to have subverted my fate. Like, wow. That's awful. If this is a gem, I'll be so fucking mad. No, it's just keys. Okay, thank God. There's no reason to be mad. So, okay, so you're boned. Every doorway is locked. Wow. Sorry, I need to move away from using the woodcock. But, like, that's crazy to me, because it's like, what do you do then? I guess you can just walk around outside. I guess that's why you'd want to open up the garage side, because at least you have another way into the home by maybe going to the garage. But if the garage doesn't exist, I don't really know what to do. This also implies that the garage can only be drafted on this side of the house. But damn. That is awful. Wow. Oh, I need to update the map with the image of this thing. Okay, well, I see the flaw of the game now. That's unfortunate. I kind of wonder if there's a way to mitigate that without making the game too easy, though. Because, like, let's say you mitigate it. What's the mitigation of this? Is guaranteeing that you always have a pathway to move. But then it makes you wonder, what's the point of a dead end, then? Like, it's like the entire existence of a dead end is antithetical to the idea of having a way to move forward all the time. But then it makes you sort of wonder, what was the point of having a dead end in the first place? If only, you know what it is? Maybe the developer has the same thoughts that I do. Maybe I can connect with them in some way, right? Remember how I said how, like, the ultimate way to cuck someone is to give them success? The ultimate way to cuck a puzzle game aficionado is to make it impossible for them to logic their way out of this. Like, the existence of the home itself is illogical. And so the things that happen to you, oh my god, if I had the candle burner, I could have opened these. I'm so stupid. I need to get the candle burner to open that. Oh my god. Oh my god, I should have saved the candle stupid thing. Fuck. Oh, I should have saved this. Oh, I could have used it for the outside. So, use to light candles in dark tunnel, which is in the which is in this file in the inside my Excalidraw, which is exactly there. The dark. So that's what you use the candle burner to do. Okay, well, this is stupid. And maybe even the sconces. Like, it might even work for the sconces outside. I could even burn this. Like, really, actually, fire is the ultimate tool. Really huge. Like the reason why the Greeks wrote the story about Prometheus and like giving the fire to the humans and being, endlessly tortured for it by the way of being eaten alive by like a crow is because fire is the ultimate tool. It opens doors and it closes doors. It opens doors by killing somebody who's closing a door, and so it allows you to go through that door. And it closes doors by burning, and then it closes doors by killing people who want to enter your open door. It opens doors by burning away the wood that's like blocking you. It's like a very versatile tool. Oh, and like you can cook with it. You can also cook with it, though it's not that important. Not in this age of Uber Eats. Is there a number that I have here that could work with this? Anything that I had that was a number. There was a mailroom number, kind of. Cinco code, dark room. Does the key card have a number on it? No. No, it does not. Well, it kind of does. Wait, key card does have a number on it, kind of. Look at the item itself. Here we go. It's like 57188. That's not a, that's like 5 numbers. Okay, well that doesn't work. What numbers are there? 6789. Is that a number? 6 7 8 9. Hello, chatter. Welcome. You missed my character's brother and my character having a fight. You actually missed the best part of the game. Okay, that's not a real number. 1809 Alice Drive. Maybe it's the address of my dad. 1809. We have a lot of numbers that we can try. Oh, and you've also missed... Actually, you came at the perfect time to see me get soft locked. Immediately. So, you actually came at the perfect time to see me get cucked. That's actually crazy. Actually... So I was thinking about this. Remember how I said we need to rethink the cuck dichotomy on the stream? Because I didn't want to, like, make a cuck be a negative thing. But then I was like, maybe a cuck being a negative thing is like what they want. What I realized is this: cucks should stream. 1983, maybe when she died. But I feel like every cuck should stream because all of your worst moments are live for everyone to see. And secretly, I bet you the amount of people... Cuck taxonomy, exactly, the cuck taxonomy. Maybe it's 0715, like the day she died. But I realized, like, maybe it is true. Like, maybe there's more streamers that you know that are cucks than you realize. And the reason why they love to embarrass themselves is because of the feeling that it gives them when everyone laughs at them. Like, that to them is like the same hit as it's like dopamine for their senses, for their synapses, right? Day 20 and 21. I don't think those are the numbers. Did you really do the chair emoji? Oh yeah, this with thing, with and without. A world without the sky. The earth without planes. What is a world without science? A world without curiosity? What did the people who made the first airplane say about the airplane? Like, what was their motif around the airplane? What was the thing about the airplane that made them go, ah, yes, the airplane is what we need, and like why we like make it? What was the thing about the airplane? I'm trying to think of like what this means. Because I think that's a good indicator of what we need to look for. Also, sorry, I'm ordering my lunch because there's no food at home. They also ate all of my food again. I don't know how this always happens. Maybe there's... Because this could matter for some puzzle. We did have a globe in the observatory. But then the sky... I think the sky... Actually, I don't know what this means. don't know. It's hard to imagine what this could be, in terms of like what the meaning of this is, because it feels almost nonsensical the way that you stare at this, and you try to decipher what it means. Like it's like I feel like I'm trying to decipher something that isn't meant to be deciphered. Like it has no real meaning behind it. But I need it in some way because they wouldn't highlight it unless I would have needed it, right? Like it's here because it's important. But how do I know what is the importance of it? I don't really know. Maybe we don't bother with this yet. As children, what is this? As children in Dayton, Ohio, their favorite toy was a small helicopter-like object. Oh, this is for the Wright brothers, thank you. That was powered by a rubber band to twirl its blades. Fascinated by the toy and its mechanics, the brothers hoped to one day build a flying machine big enough to hold them both. Wait a minute! Holy shit! I think that is it then. This isn't a gameplay hint. This is a story hint. What do we know about the main character? He has a brother. His brother, and this is important. Go back to the story about his brother, which again is like funny. Irby is mean and really stupid, but look at the very end. Today is a good day because today my brother returns from college. It's the love that he feels for a brother and a relationship that they had definitely marred by that sort of like annoying siblingness. But it's the same way that I still love my brother, right? Like, I hate him, but I love him. It's a very complicated relationship that like borders on this type of things that you probably heard of in like different media that is probably inappropriate to say. But it's that feeling that you have that makes you realize, like, this is someone that you sort of respect and like love and appreciate, that that you sort of like had a very hard time with earlier on in your life. But then it makes sense when you combine it with the Wright brothers sort of like line, because they're trying to figure out how to find a space for them both. Because this is the problem, right? We found these notes inside the bunk room, and what was their initial interaction? That Simon kept stealing the toy of Irby, and so he was annoyed because now he gets the toys for himself, and then Simon feels alone because he feels like, how come his brother doesn't want to spend time with him? That's why he's also mad. That's why he steals the journal away. But then he's happy that he's back. But he realizes that when he's back, and then this is sort of like tying into what the story of the game is with why our grand uncle chose us. Our grand uncle probably chose us because they saw how we got nothing, because we're the youngest child. But like, that's not what our character wants. Our character doesn't want the toys. Why did the character get mad? It wasn't the airplane or the toys, it was the playing together that our character wanted. And so when you combine it with the image of the planet with the skies, this is not meant to be a literal Earth. This is all meant to be metaphorical. Where's the mailroom? Is it the mailroom? No, it was the shop. It was the commissary. This is a world. As in, like, what would my world have been without the space for the both of us? It would feel empty. You can take this in multiple different ways, because without airplanes, we would have had to rely on ships to travel to see each other. Not that I would have seen you in the first place, but like, it would have been worse and more difficult to see each other in the first place. But then you also have the airplane, because as children in Dayton, Ohio, the favorite toy was a small helicopter-like object that was powered by a rubber band to twirl its blades. Fascinated by the toy and its mechanics, the brothers hoped to one day build a flying machine big enough to hold them both. What is a world without the space for us both? Nothing. Emptiness. Which ties into what's going on. There's an impetus for our character going through this, because I don't think our character would have cared, but at least it explains the motivations, right? Of why our character is doing this. They're trying to do this to build a home for their family. What little of it they have left. I'm the best if I wish I got into psychology so I could talk and explain to people the feelings that they have. Boo! Hello chat, and welcome. Boo to you as well. Is it... Okay, what's funny is that in a normal context, saying boo to you as well is like mean. But if two ghosts say boo to you as well, like, that's like a good greeting. That's like a good day, you know? Like, boo to you, my fellow ghost. Boo. Yes, welcome, and how are you? I really hope, again, please do think about the money for yourself. I will reiterate time endlessly that you should keep the money for yourself. I need money, but I don't need money. You know what I mean? I'm good, man. I'm living life. And I will get a job, you know. Time, the way to conquer time is to be patient. I say as I end my day, because there's nothing left I can do because my map is goddamn soft locked. I got soft locked earlier on. But yeah, I hope that everyone's having a good day today. Because I'm not. My day 4 was awful. Look at how far I got. Entrance hall, corridor, walk-in closet. Okay, this is good. Corner piece. Corner pieces being a one-way room makes sense. Dead end, okay? Code check, same thing. Utility closet on the side, bit risky, but sure, it makes sense. Security. 3 different doorways, okay? One goes to the right into a bedroom that has no other hallway. Then go left into storeroom because I have no gems. You just can't plan for that. And this is the flaw of the game. I'm now on day 5, which means I'm worse than most of the players. I'm sure there's a speed run where people can beat this in a single day. And the day of the sale in the shop is coming up. Because the days are coming up closer. Oh, also, related to brother to sibling relationship and story of the Wright brothers. And how they came to want to build a plane. Let me just write this down because this is the best piece of writing that I have done yet. I always read stories, or like I was watching this video from Jaden Animations about how she got diagnosed with ADHD, and it was interesting because the way that she described it was the psychologist was just there writing down notes as she was talking, and this is what I do. Like this is just me doing this now live in front of you, as I sit here. And I'm writing down these random notes, trying to connect how your love of airplanes is like combining into who you ultimately are as a person. And I really do want to try and become like a whatchamacallit, a psychiatrist in some way, because I imagine I could diagnose people very well, but I wonder how far I would get because I'm mostly extrapolating. It's not for me. It's for the doggy snacks. True. Okay, you know what? I'll tell Missy to say thank you to you, once she's awake because she's sleeping. But for you, you're okay. You're tired. You're going to family for Easter tomorrow. What? It's Easter tomorrow. What? Oh shit! It is Easter. Oh shit! Happy Easter, everyone. Yeah. Hopefully you enjoy your time going to eat some Easter food. Are you? What's your? I guess like what's the usual Easter celebration? You thought it's the 19th? Oh, okay. Maybe it's an early celebration then. What is your usual Easter celebration, chat? Because I've never celebrated Easter in my entire life. Because Easter at the restaurant, the family restaurant, was the way to make money. Like Easter at the family restaurant was just a way to make money, so we never really bothered celebrating it. Even Christmas, I only recently learned about the Christmas turkey. Although Christmas, we did do sometimes presents, but not very much. Lucky rabbit's foot. No, it's this weekend, but you're going to the family tomorrow. Okay, yeah, so it is an early celebration. But at least I hope that you have a fun time, chat, all of you. Because again, it is nice to spend time with like people. I say this as somebody who doesn't really go outside. Sometimes it's nice to spend time with others to like, you know, get to be with them. Pass musk and eating tasty Easter food with family, and then you go to the church. Oh, I didn't know that you guys go to the church. What is Pass Musk? Also, let me save this Tim Hortons director of IT link. Pass Musk. Julemust. Brage. Julemust. Jewel. Oh, Julemust. Julemust. Sweetest jewel being for Christmas, and must English, must not yet fermented fruit juice, is a soft drink that's mainly consumed in Sweden around Christmas. During Easter, the name is Påskmusk. Oh, and then it becomes Easter must. During the rest of the year, it's something sold under the name must. Why don't they just call it must? But this, okay, so this is the thing that you showed me last time for the Christmas. Okay. Fun fact, your student told you that apparently this year's Catholic Easter and Orthodox Easter coincide. Wait, what? Really? Wait, you're telling me the Catholics celebrate a different Easter? Wait, yeah, isn't Easter the day when like Jesus came alive or something? What's the point of Easter again? Is Easter when Jesus comes back alive, or is it when he dies? I don't remember which one it is. I just know that there's some connection with the zombie angle. Closet? A dice? That helps us a lot, actually. But I'm surprised that there are different days, although not very surprised, because I know that there's a lot of different discussions of like the differentiations between the various arms of the Abrahamic sort of like trifecta. Parlor. You only drink it on Christmas and Easter. You don't like the taste of the sparkles, and it's so sweet. Wait, the sparkles? What's like the sparkle? Is it like candy? Now I kind of want to try some, because last time you described it, you did not mention the sparkles and the sweetness. Because when I think of alcohol, I think of like the bitter and the strong flavor. But when I think of like a nice sweet drink, like I drink exclusively sugary drinks. That seems to be my type of drink, if only I could get my hands on it. But I'm surprised that you only drink it on Christmas and Easter, because I feel like I want to drink it even more. Oh, it's a sparkling drink. That's what you mean by like you don't like the taste of sparkles. It's a sparkling drink and it's not alcoholic. Oh, that's why the name is not yet fermented. It's just regular fruit juice. Oh. 45 million liters of Julemust are consumed during December, which is around 50% of the total soft drink volume in December, and 75% of the total yearly must sales. Must was created by Harry Roberts. So, Roberts? Titty euphemism. So Roberts is like a euphemism for like titties, or like Robertsons, I think. So like Robertsons, titties, means, I think it's like titties or like something. I feel like I've heard it in like various places now, or like Roberts, and I've heard it from various chat members too. So maybe it's a real thing. So to hear the phrase Harry Roberts is just funny to me. One box only true, one box only false. At least one box. At least one. Okay. This statement appears on another box. So this is the true, this is the true, this is the false. The blue box is empty, so this one has an item because that's false, so this is true. I'm so good at puzzling. Like, now, again, like, we've only ever seen 2 puzzle rooms. I think the game is maxed out in terms of puzzles. I don't really know what to do. I think we get the storeroom. We get as many utilities as we can, like, as many values as we can. The gems, in particular, are going to help me get good rooms that can reroll into something better. This is a very scary room, actually. But yeah, hopefully you do have a good rest. Again, for all of you, there's no pressure to be here, no pressure to show up or anything, no pressure to spend money. It's just like the house. My stream is just like the house. Some days you show up and it's a good run and you want to be here and like there's things that are entertaining for you. Some days you show up and like I'm not even here. Like I'm like late and I say, oh, 12:15, oh, 12:30, oh, 12:45, oh, 1 p.m. But the key is that you're allowed to do whatever it is that you want, and you're allowed to live your life and just take the time for yourself as you need it, Chad. See, that's why I like the low stakes of it too. Like, so back to that discussion of streaming, right? The pressure that somebody like Gargora must feel must also be amplified on the other end as well. So this is also the reason why I feel weird about taking money from you all, because I don't want that level of pressure of you believing that like you own me, because I own you. So don't get it twisted, right? Like I own you. But let's say somebody gives me like a tier 3 sub. It's like, oh shit, I'm obligated to spend time with them. Okay, I give away tier 3 subs like candy because I believe in sort of like supporting people, but I don't have any expectation of like being there for you. And if I don't give a tier 3 sub again, it's because I need to watch my like spending, because I'm spending too much money on games and I'm not employed. So that's the whole reason for that. But if you're a tier 3 sub, you feel like you have to show up and like act a certain way. Or even if you're like a mod, or like let's say let's say we like talk together, right? If you feel pressured to be here to sort of show off and like to sort of like keep me top of mind, don't worry, I don't think about you. And so you feel free in that way because you can sort of just live your life and be whoever you want to be without having to sort of always show up and always sort of like execute on some level to be top of mind. There's no pressure for you to spend money because you know that this content will keep flowing. It maybe, okay, to be fair, the content would flow more if I got more money, but like that's a whole different side thing, and sort of that's a whole different discussion on like who owns who then. I'm not comfortable being the power bottom. So I like this arrangement. And so it's like when you are subbed and then, or even if you're just a normal viewer who enjoys it, I think at some level you can maybe feel a bit responsible for the type of fun and sort of interaction that you get. Because again, that parasociality can crop up and it can feel like this person that you're talking to is a real person. POV, you're playing pool and the guy will not take his shot when he's talking to you about his favorite streamer, Gargor. And it's why it's so nice that there's no pressure. Because you don't even have to feel the pressure of showing up to sort of like continue the process. And it sort of, it alleviates you of both the responsibility of parasocialism as well as the way that it can sort of like happen to appear because of the exchange of resources, which when you get resources, it's a very intimate process of sacrificing your well-being for money. And then when you exchange it, you're exchanging that money for something, which can feel like a trade of money for well-being, which then feels more personal than necessarily buying like a hamburger. This alleviates the both of us from having to perform, basically. There's no performance anxiety, and both of us can simply be together in the space when we feel like it. So go on, enjoy time with your family. Again, that's why, just live your life. Be who you want to be. There's no pressure. POV, you're sub to sticky. You're parasocial. What the fuck? Oh, I thought this was 19 times 14. I was like, that's a large number. That's 5. 7 times 2 is 14. Again, this is not really a puzzle. 8 divided by 4 is 2. 12 minus 4 is 8. Times 2 is 16. Divided by 16, that's 1. Nerd. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, I don't want you to feel pressure. Like, any of you. It's why even if I have mods, like let's say I get large enough to have mods, I wouldn't even expect them to be there. Even if I'm paying them necessarily. Not to say that like they shouldn't try to be there, but I feel like just because you're a mod doesn't mean you have to sacrifice your entire life for it, you know? That's a good hallway. You like how nerd is censored, is it actually? See, that's why I turned off the censor on Twitch. The censor on Twitch is like they're afraid of you having a conversation, which granted the Twitch ecosystem sort of like that makes sense if you look at how Twitch is designed, right? But I think to myself, like, there's no way you can sort of look at that and go like that's a bad thing to like see. Yeah, it's, well, I wouldn't say censoring truth. I think that, well, actually no, you're right. You're right. Sorry, I just understood your a joke / very factual statement. They are censoring the truth that you are, you can't enough, but it keeps re-enabling it. I think I said this on someone else's chat, but I was like, it's weird how Twitch has so much money from Amazon, but their product seems to get more and more weirdly unstable over time. Granted, it's like, how do you store settings in a way that is the least costly to you? Holy shit, I got a compass. And what's that? Huh? What is this? I have a map. Treasure map. Okay, well I guess I have a treasure map. I'm assuming this is different every single time, so I won't necessarily care about it. But it is interesting to see that we can get treasure in some way, but I don't know what that means. Like, what does it mean to have treasure? But I will add it to the catalog of items, because we might be able to combine it to make toilet paper. The new clip interface is so shit. Yes, I've heard that, yeah, from many people. Yeah, because it's weird. Because they have this like portrait mode thing, which I was mentioning this in a different stream. And I was like, I don't know why the impetus is on the clipper to make a perfect portrait mode version of a clip. Because if you do that, like, I get it. It's like, you want to do that, but that doesn't feel like the concern of a viewer. The viewer just wants to get the moment. And then it's really up to the streamer to decide how to do it, or just make it automatic. You wonder if you can use data scraping for your thesis, like on Twitch? You could start a stream. You should actually ask a streamer. You should ask, you should just get a streamer to give you access to their account, so you can get the data on how many resolutions people have. Also, based on the map, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sixth in the second row. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the clipping interface either. I sort of think to myself, it's just too much work for the viewer sake. And I feel like as a viewer, like, why do they have to suffer for your art? Although that is funny to think that you suffer for my art, which isn't really art. It's more like, I don't know. It's really, this is just a torture simulator where I'm here to try to torture you as much as I can. And it's decisions like that that make me realize I don't know if Twitch knows what they're doing. The Nook, I need the magnifying glass. As in, there's a website with displays, clicking them separate show resolution. Are you having a stroke? The way that you're writing sounds like me when I'm having a stroke. Yes. Clicking them. Okay, I'm just gonna read this for the VOD viewers, and I want you to know I'm not stuttering when I read this. I'm gonna contain my stuttering. As in, there is website with displays, clicking them spatial show resolution, but I wonder if I can just scrape it automatically without having to click on them. Oh, I see what you mean. As in, like, it only shows you the value when you open it manually. Yeah, scraping it would be better. Or at least you could even just get the textual representation of the DOM and just manipulate it that way with like regexes. That's even more easier to do than otherwise. Because yeah, but though it depends on if it loads all the data immediately or if you have time. Or if you have to like click on it so it loads. I'm gonna go West Wing. How many rooms do I have? West Wing Hall. Hello chat, good evening to you. It's morning over here. Some of you don't respect the fact that I'm a Canadian. Some of you just don't respect the fact that I'm a Canadian in a whole different time zone, and you're disrespecting my EST plus or minus 3 to 5. I don't really know how time zones work. Garage! I didn't kill the power yet, and I have not a keycard to use this with. We have never been to the garage. Entering and exiting through the west-facing private drive, the garage serves as a more practical and informal entrance point into the estate. I think I've said this before, but I really do wish that time zones didn't exist. Like, for instance, stop being Canadian, join the correct time zone. No joke, I kind of want to. So this is the thing, right? Daylight and nighttime only matters for farmers. I know this sounds crazy, but I want you to listen to what I'm saying here. Time zones have resulted in a host of issues. No one really knows what time a meeting is. You can't play with your overseas friends, right? You can't even plan when like a shipment is going to arrive because there's always a different time to the time that you believe it will be. So what really we should be doing is we should be looking at time zones and saying we don't need it anymore. And we should be looking to try to change it so that everyone is on the same time zone. That way, there's no confusion. Because daylight and sunlight, daytime and nighttime only matter to farmers because they need to know when the plants will sort of grow, right? But for people, you can just choose to sleep whenever you want because that's why we invented melatonin. We didn't isolate the compound that makes you sleepy for fun. We did it because it allows us to control time and a circadian rhythm to a degree that nature would find abhorrent in some way, right? And I say to myself, what's the point of science if not to manipulate our bodies? And really, melatonin is like step one of the human to cyberpunk pipeline. Yeah, you assume it's fine to scrape since it's accessible on the website anyways. You just mentioned that it's acquired from that website. Yeah, well, scraping, okay, so this is interesting. Technically, automated scrapers are supposed to follow robots.txt. But, and technically, depending on the method of scraping, it could be bad in the sense of what you do with it. But scraping is actually harmless in one particular case. When the website transmits all the data that you need, so it's there in your browser already, no further requests need to be made to get that data, and you never really push it anywhere else for any commercial purpose, nor to work around privacy issues. It's publicly available data that you also gain access to for terms of use, as long as it fits within your terms of use. Like, if they're allowed for, like, say, academic use, right? At least in your case. But that's more of a copyright issue. The only time scraping data actually hurts a website is when A, you incur cost by doing so. So when they keep hammering your server with new requests, or B, when the data for some reason it should be private but is now being made public, right? If you don't fall under those things and the license says it's fine for you to use it, like it's not like private data in that sense, then there's actually no harm in scraping. When you see these discussions around data scraping, don't think of it from an individual standpoint. Not to say that an individual can't operate at the level of like a botnet, but it's typically for things that are automated that like work off of larger scales, where it's like you have an automated solution that's scraping multiples of websites multiple times a day just to get information. That's bad because it incurs costs. If you're a solo person and you just save the web page with all the data loaded on it, and you just work off that offline copy for like a single research copy that it's allowed to have, that it doesn't expose that data in any other form, and there's no additional cost to the server until they do so, it's a whole different ballpark in terms of like risk versus reward, right? And also like harm versus benefit. Basically, things are made illegal because they hurt you, but sometimes it doesn't hurt you to do something. Sometimes the illegal thing is fine to do. Like jaywalking is illegal, but have you ever decided to wait at like a red light, even though it's like a 2-second walk across a single lane street, and there's no cars because it's like a small residential street that for some reason has a stoplight? You look stupid. Just cross the street and deal with the fact that jaywalking is illegal morally after when you go to your confessional booth, right? You did email the owner about getting the specific data that you need, but it's been a while, so you assume that you won't get an answer. Yeah. But I would still double check the license to see if it's even allowed for you to do that, because even though it's like an academic thing, if your thesis is going to be published in some way, you do have to clear that data in some way for like use. Like it's the same thing of like studies where you have to ask people like, am I allowed to use this? So just make sure that it's like fine to take it from that source, and if not, you will have to go for something else. Unless you don't care about publishing it, but in which case I would argue, what's the point of writing a thesis? Because no one thinks that scientists are cool. Like nobody thinks that science papers are cool. You do it because you need tenure. And there goes the entire scientific audience of my scientific portion of my audience. Christoph, this is the 3rd time this month you and the car have been gone when your services were required. I don't care how long you've been driving for his lordship. Your absences must be accounted for. That's interesting. Do you think science papers are pretty cool? This chatter in particular has come into this like chat room, expounding upon quantum mechanics for a good multiple sentences before. That's not to say that that's a bad thing. I just want you to recognize that like you and like the rest of society are not the same. like we are very different people in this chat room when we find this stuff fun. And like your average person is not going to enjoy this sad face, crying face. Look, I'm not saying this as like that's a bad thing. I'm just saying this to recognize that like we are just very different people. Another sad crying face. Okay, here we go. Now the scientists are like crying, like boo-hoo. Well, what did you expect, huh, scientists, huh? You ever see movies? You ever see like discussions on like people, scientists, huh? I'm not even like a full-fledged like actual degree scientist, and I know the pain because I've done comp-sci. 3rd crying emoji. Okay, here we go. Okay, sorry. Oh, does little scientist want like a little reading nook? Oh, does little scientist want like a tenure? What makes scientists happy? What makes you happy, chat? What makes you happy? Okay, so we do this. There's a car over here. We need the key for this, and we have the lock to go outside. This actually gets me out to the west wing. It's a different exit, so I can actually show this as well. The description serves as the more practical state. Entering out from the west, I need to find the utility box. Literally nothing else matters but the utility box here. And I can actually draw a link from the utility box to this. Websites does say reproduction of any part of this website in its entirety or partially or in any form without written prior permission is prohibited. Yeah, then you're doomed. Because any part of the website includes the data that's being displayed, so you can't even use it. I would argue it's a bit risky that you would do that, so I would argue that you shouldn't do that. But you know, it's up to you if you want to go for the pain. It's up to you if you want to go for the pain. Seeing the most exciting inputs for visual cortex neurons makes you pretty happy. You always show them to everyone at the office. Okay, what does that mean? Like, is that as a result of you doing something and you're watching like the neurons light up in response to it? Or is that like a scientific shitpost about how, like, you know, feelings are, and like that's the best way that a scientist knows how to describe happiness? Like, what does that mean? Because that's a funny shitpost if you think of it in the terms of like the very inhuman way that you try to describe what happiness feels like and like what a dopamine hit is. Garage. So this is the garage, but also the key to the garage is here. But I'm assuming it's the former, where you're actually looking at the results of like having somebody's brain react to something, which is pretty neat. I will say that is pretty neat. And then it makes me wonder, what are you making them do? Because you know how, like, you ever see 7 days later or 7 weeks later when the zombie apocalypse first starts? It's like a monkey tied to a chair, and it has like all this shit like going at it, and it has like these like sensors on its head. Like, is that what you're doing to someone? And if so, should we call the police? Like, should we, like, what's in your basement? How many people are currently inside of your basement right now? Right? And why won't you let them go? Oh, you're training an artificial neural net. Okay, I thought you were talking about someone's actual cortex neurons. Like, I thought that you were actually dealing with like sensors. I forget the name of the sensors, but like those circular pads hooked up to somebody's body, and you were just like looking at their brain. Because that's pretty cool to me. I like looking at someone's real brain. It says if it says that doesn't mean it's illegal. Are you all having a stroke, chat? If it says this, it doesn't mean that it's illegal. Okay, you should never give legal advice, but what's funny is that I saw a clip of somebody who decided to give legal advice, or like their legal counsel was an AI bot. So what they did was they pre-generated a video of an AI lawyer talking to the judge and saying, "I'm here to represent this like person." You would still do better than that AI, because that AI was shut down immediately. It was actually genuinely funny. To learn the connection, so you're doing the artificial thing to learn the connection between images and the visual cortex, and telling you what structure in the image corresponds to which neuron. Okay, that's actually really cool. It's a mouse's visual cortex. Okay, that's actually really cool, because I actually thought about that. Remember how I think I posted briefly how I was like, I'm surprised that we don't do this for trying to map out sort of like the structure of how your limbs can move, so we can build better prosthetics that can actually connect with your body in a much deeper way. That's cool that you're doing that, to see how images and parts of the images correspond to how our brain lights up, and in a way understanding how we perceive visual information. Like that's actually a really cool thing to do, and I think you should expound upon it more, and I'm excited to read your like paper. Because if I had access to a mouse, I would do so many things. But the last mouse that I had access to was stuck in the mousetrap, so I had to kill it to make it like not suffer. But to be fair, it was also eating all of our food, so it was like me or... It's like either I'm going to starve, or the mouse has to die, and I refuse to share my fried chicken. Hearing me say idea and depth makes you happy. Even just like Stick might say that calling him a cuck is illegal. Wait, what? Even if it says it's prohibited, it doesn't mean it's illegal. That's true. They just don't allow you to. Just like me saying that I'm a cuck is not illegal. It is that just like me saying that you calling me a cuck is illegal, but it's still actually legal for you to call me a cuck. Police officer, please. This guy, chair emoji. Cuck chair emoji. This is why I stream. Because I go online on stream. I'm gonna go utility closet and sandbag this entire day. Because I go online on stream, and what do we see? The conversation immediately churns into a conversation about me being a cuck. Even though we just we started a visual cortex conversation and the ability to like see and visualize what happens and understand how we react to images, why certain things look interesting, and we go immediately into I'm a cuck. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Wait a minute, I didn't get the security room, did I? Oh, mon dieu! I never got the security room, so I can't do the door opening thing. Fuck. When looking for PhD positions, you saw one position that was about connecting a prosthesis to a person's sense of touch. Okay, so maybe the research is being done and I'm just very behind. Yeah, because that's the one thing that I found was very useful. So, I mean, there's a lot of useful things about AI. Like, what was that thing that was released recently that, like, was using, like, the... Because, like, okay, this is the thing, right? Serious discussion about AI and machine learning and stuff. The images doesn't seem useful, but having the images work and having us understand how to build these systems gives us the techniques and the learnings that we can then utilize in other things that might be able to use it in a much more meaningful way. You know what I mean? Like, just because it's for images now doesn't mean it has to be for images forever. Because as we get better and better at these techniques, and as we get better and better at actually encoding and like learning how to encode data and actually like make it so that the system can sort of build an understanding of something, we get closer and closer to solving other problems that we might encounter. This is and so, you know, the more that we do that, the more possibilities that we run into. And the more problems that we can solve that may not have been solvable before in a much easier way. Sure, it might still be a bit of a black box of like how it decided that this was a connection, but still, at least being able to leverage technology for that greatly lessens the amount of work that we need to do ourselves to get to some reasonable solution. And like, let good not be the enemy. Let perfect not be the enemy of good. You know, having something is better than having nothing, I think. So to see that that's a thing is actually really cool because, again, I've always wondered like how deep it goes, and I've always wondered how far we've decided to sort of branch out from the money makers, so to speak. Because a lot of this stuff is like very, very unprofitable. Like, this side of the science world is unprofitable. There's no reason why the world would care about this. There's no reason why venture capitalists would put money into it. They'd rather put money into OpenAI because there's a product that they can sell. But things like that help improve people's lives in a meaningful way actually matters. And I remember what the thing was now. There was a new tool, I think, from Google that's like an open source a DNA something. Was it DNA something? It was like a DNA figure out solver thing. I forget the name of it. But it's a bit like it's a bit like the folding at home thing, but for DNA. And what would have taken someone like many days of like manual work can now be condensed down into a single automatic run. I need to find exactly where it is. I forget the link to it because I was reading the paper on it. It was actually a very interesting paper. But stuff like that makes me realize that there's a potential for it. It's just sort of marred by not, I think, the image side, because even the image side would have been interesting if only they asked people to contribute in a very sort of like human way. I think the technology is unfortunately marred by the cold hard reality that greed and capitalism drives our society. So when I see science sort of taking these routes, I'm hopeful and I'm thankful and I'm excited, but I'm also very acutely aware that it can't go on forever because it's just not a money maker, and so nobody will ever put money towards it. That's my science rant for the day. See, I'm not stupid. Sometimes I can say like smart things. Sometimes I just don't say smart. I choose not to be smart because it's more fun to be stupid. You know, like you wake up in the morning and it's like, oh, I want to be smart today. Like, oh, sorry, I guess you want to be cucked out of happiness. Being smart means you have to wrestle with the realization that like life is made worse by the people who are stupid, whereas you can just join them and be happy. People teeth. People teeth. Thank you for using that. That's a good emote. Now, me saying brilliant also makes you happy because you pronounce the B after the B before the R by flapping your lips repeatedly. Brilliant. I love doing the brilliant. I just like pronouncing it like that. To be fair, it is fun to say it when you do it like that. I want you to try it. Take your lips and flap around the way that I do too. I've been thinking about specializing in neuromorphic software design. So basically finding ways to program hardware that's inspired by the structure of the brain. Yeah, I was reading a bit of that too because I was curious about how right now it's like all that we do in terms of machine learning is more so through basically generic consumer hardware and designing software to sort of emulate the like brain. But then like I was thinking about that in terms of like the prostheses and like how we would be able to sort of improve people's lives and like better their lives, and also like just in general maybe even hit like an inflection point where the complexity of making it leads to like an exponential increase in how much more effective it is than using consumer hardware. So it's like, sure, it's more complex to make something like that and like learn how to use it, but it's a bit like the PS3 cell CPU architecture, where if you know how to use it, you can do what the Department of Defense did in America and use it to shoot missiles. Like, and then, you know, it's kind of cool to know that that's like a field and that there is stuff about it, because I only read like very basic papers on it that like didn't really make it seem like it was like a major thing, but to know that there is something there and that there is actually like a field of research that actually that because of its existence presumes viability makes me happy, because that does sound kind of cool to think about how we could emulate sort of more and more of the human body. But at the same time, so we already have the robots that can move like people, and now imagine you give it a brain like a person, and then what do? Imagine the robot decides to stop working and it goes to stream. Like imagine this robot that you've made that has all the ability to move like a really athletic person could, gets the brain of a human that's structured after the human brain, and then decides that it doesn't want to be like anything anymore and it just wants to go stream. Like, because we always think to ourselves that all of this progress and technology will make our lives better and that will make something that's like better than who we are. But the truth is, there's nothing stopping the machine from becoming just like us. Nothing. Holy shit, it's a sledgehammer. Can shatter padlocks unlock trunks? Oh. I wonder if that matters. So first off, let me save this item. I wonder if that matters for the outside, because there's a padlock on the orchid. Like, it might be worth it to just take the sledgehammer and break the padlock on the orchid itself, because that's technically a padlock. So we could bring this outside. I'm going to see if I can use this outside, and we'll take a look at what else is like out there. Should I celebrate? That's a good emote. Hype train QATW partner. What is a QATW partner? What? QATW partner. What is this? Awesome panel. QATW. But what? What does it even mean? Approved? Left nav example dot movie. What the fuck is this from 6 years ago? What? Is that like a developer account? You found a giant review paper. Oh, you also like to do the BR noise. Good. You found a giant review paper basically summarizing the whole field. So you want to read through that, but it's like 100 pages, so it'll probably take me a while. Can you share your science more often in the Femboy Socks channel? I know it's for technology stuff, but like I consider science to be like technology, but like more mystical. More like more magical. Like, to all of you, I feel like the scientists are not sharing as much as the technologists. But like the tech bros have like a bad habit and like a bad whatchamacallit, reputation of like being tech bro-y. And I want to hear from the smart people and not the peanut gallery. Because us technologists, we use the downstream efforts and like artifacts that derive themselves from scientific and mathematical bases that we ourselves don't understand because we simply are the users and not the creators. In the same way that, you know, I feel like not to deride a mechanic, because I have more respect for a mechanic, but a mechanic knows how to fix the engine but doesn't really make it. You know what I mean? Like it's like I feel like the mechanic is sort of in that same vein, where it's like they would love to hear what an engineer has to say. It's a global emote Neuro got for breaking the train record. I talked to AI become a streamer. So wait, that's a global emote that Neuro got for breaking the train record. That belongs to a channel called QATW something, which means, do you know what this means? Twitch implemented hype train record emotes by making this channel. So I don't know how to show you this, but when you click on an emote, it tells you where it comes from. So let me do this. I'll save this. Where it come from? Where it come? I have to open the door soon to get my food. Where it come from? We'll do this. Okay, you know what? I'll continue this in just a moment. Let me bring something in. I'll be right back in just a moment. BRB. Okay, I'm back. So, at some point when you have some downtime, you'll try to ramble in femboy socks. Thank you, and I love that you're all using the canonical name femboy socks. I don't know how I convinced all of you that like the canonical name femboy socks was an appropriate thing to say to refer to the channel, but I'm very glad that everyone is using the canonical name. Because you could have called it the technology channel, you could have called it the like science channel, the technology and science channel. But Femboy Socks speaks to all of you in a more visceral, primal way, right? It's a global email, but you get access to it only if you were either present during the record break or you contribute with subs. Either of those, you were not sure. Oh, so this is the thing that's interesting. It shows, so when you have an emote in chat and you click on it, it shows the source of the emote. So this is weird because then this means that so this is how they implemented this idea of a global emote that you get from somebody or something on the platform. So this emote comes from a channel called the QA Twitch Partner Channel, which I've seen this actually multiple times, this channel, okay? It comes from a hype train on this. This channel is actually a real channel that was that has an upload from 6 years ago, which means the way that they implemented this is they use this channel and they use every emote that this channel has and they spread it out among the community as a way to actually handle access and like access controls to emotes. So let's actually watch the video on this channel because I don't know what this is, but there's a highlight called, and by the way, this is how you know it's a corporate account because it's called, the highlight from 6 years ago, which by the way has 11,000 views, is called leftnavexample.mov.movie. So there's a channel called Skills with Phil, Fat Bikes Don't Suck. Oh fuck. Holy shit. This is peak comedy. Seth let me hack Berm Creek. Okay, so you subscribe. I choose bikes. This person really loves the bikes. Bike Radar, Trainer Road. Okay, unsubscribe from Skills with Phil. Leftnavexample.mov. Oh my god. Do you know what this is, chat? I know what this is. Oh my god. So, extrapolate. Why is the clip called Left Nav Example? Why? Why do you need an example? When you communicate with somebody, having an example for whatever you're talking about is a useful thing to have because you can explain things to them. What are they explaining here? A left navigation, sort of like the tab, drawer. Why do they need to explain this? Because they're a product manager who wants to implement this on the website 6 years ago with the follower left nav. This is a product manager who uploaded this video 6 years ago to the QA Twitch partner channel to use to explain to a developer what they wanted with the behavior that you see when you follow someone and you see their name show up on the left side, because a follow has the same one button press. And then in doing so, they decided to reuse this channel, which is a corporate channel, to then distribute global hype train emotes by giving the emotes to this channel and using this channel as a global source for emotes instead of making a global source for emotes. And I know why. Because hype train emotes require you to have been there at the moment. There's more conditions to it than a normal global. Which means, and this implies something, is that the global emotes system is completely different from the hype train emote system because of the condition. If it doesn't have a condition, they just add it to the global list. Because it has a condition, they have to do the same rule set as you normally would having emotes by following someone. This is my theory, is that it basically like following somebody and getting their emotes, because otherwise emotes with conditions exist only for channels. Classic programmers. Why did they keep the video? I don't know, but I really love how this all played out, and I love the amount of report VOD. I love how all of this has played out. They last streamed 6. That was a stream? Oh my god, chat. That was a stream. Let's all report it. No. I don't want you to brigade. I just want you to like laugh at it, but don't interact. Do not tap on the glass at the zoo. Though it would be funny. You know what this means, right? Last stream was 6 years ago. When was this video uploaded? 6 years ago. Do you know what this means? This is a highlight. This is a highlight as well as an upload. Which means there's a possibility that they live streamed a meeting between a product manager and a programmer at Twitch. 6 years ago. Oh my fucking god. Cat, 6 years ago was the beginning of COVID. Oh my god. I think we just found like what happened when Twitch went to work from home because of COVID. I think what happened was that they went to work from home. They didn't have any tools like Teams or something, so they used Twitch to have a meeting between a programmer and a non-programmer to screen share. Like, that actually might be hilarious as like a headcanon, is they use Twitch as their screen sharing tool instead of like Discord or like Teams or like, you know, what's that other one that like everyone started to use? Or Zoom. Wow. By the way, so close, you can taste it. Can we check the exact date? Probably not through this UI. You probably have to check through the API. And I don't have an API key that works for this at the moment. And nor do I want to deal with their API. The API is a little annoying. But yeah, we can't check it yet. But maybe there's like a third-party place. But this is the stream title. Their stream title was so close that you can taste it. So maybe I'm correct, because who else would say this than a product manager who's so happy about being really close to getting this feature out the door? I think we've cracked the code, chat. We have just seen like Twitch. This is why Twitch as a platform fucking sucks, because we've seen the development process live. We've just seen the development process live. The development process is a major problem. Also, apparently, you get all the hype train record emotes, even if you can contribute only to one. See? You get them all, even if you contributed only to one, because they secretly, on the back end, make you follow that one channel. And that other hype train emote, it's from the same channel. Oh, shit. I cracked the code. Oh, you found it. Oh. November 2018. It's okay. So, sadly, that headcanon didn't pan out, but it would have been funny. It would have been funny. At least we know how they do the hype emotes now.
It's this one account that does everything for everyone, and they probably make you secretly follow it, but not really follow it, just to make it work. Like, I bet you if I follow that channel, it probably won't work. The stream. Wait, is there a VOD? Did you find a VOD? The stream lasted 1 hour and 55 minutes and had 5 average viewers. What did they stream? If you can find the VOD, we have to watch it. I'm gonna follow this channel, and I'm gonna see if I can do the did I break it? No, I can't. So it's like a secret follow thing. Yes, skip the edge riz and all that. Honestly, that's like pretty impressive. That we somehow discovered the truth behind something. And I wonder how true that is, because like, can you imagine the type of discussion that like you would have in that room, and you sort of think to yourself like, what does this all mean? That is just some good stuff. I'm so glad that we found that. Thank you, chat, for joining me on this wonderful journey. There's no VOD, but you found the stats of the stream through a Twitch tracker. I wonder. So there are bots that actually watch a lot of channels, and apparently there's some that even watch channels automatically. One, I'm pretty sure there's like a stream archive of my own VODs. Two, I wonder if there's a stream archive of that VOD somewhere out there in some random place like an archive.org or on some random YouTube channel that's fully automated. We might be able to see what was going on that channel, because when we were playing the clip, there was no audio. Like, imagine if they accidentally leaked a bunch of internal Twitch information, like you see the like you see the internal HR tool, and like that's, and like they're like showing all these like internal bits of like source code. Like, you know how Twitch had a source code leak? I wonder if it came from that moment. Like, what if they were just showing API keys on like stream and they had no clue, and it's like, oh fuck, that's where it came from. Bedroom does lock us off, but I think corridor is probably the best. Also, I just realized something. Sorry, I'm also eating and playing. Why does the corridor say that it's always left unlocked? What does that mean? Does that mean that the doors can lock afterwards? Or is it mainly just because the doors get more locked as you go further down? It's a bit of an interesting turn of phrase. We'll go to the billiard room. I need to go down to this corner after, but we'll loop back around later. We just do with this. Thank you, chat, for using those emotes here, by the way. Now we need to find an engineer at Twitch to tell us if I was correct or not. Bets on if I was correct or not. If I'm correct, I want you to say that I'm the best programmer that you've ever met. 2 times 6, 12. The category of the game for the stream was a game called Love Plus. What? Love Plus? You mean the dating sim? The dating sim. Oh my god. Because the dating sim is like, it's like a Japanese game where you date like a high school girl and then you can take them to like dates. That's impressive. And that's also funny. Because maybe that's like a programmer's version of a date, is you guys hang out on Twitch, on the official Twitch channel. There are 2 more that are categorized as hype train emails, but you're not sure if they're actually connected to a person. Not that one. It's Love by Fred Wood. Love, okay, first off, what a banger combo is your name is Fred Wood and you make a game called Love. Second, this actually looks kind of cool. It's a reductive platforming game with a retro... Okay, let me show this to you. A reductive retro game with a platforming element to it. Basically, it's like every other platformer, but as a custom respawn system. It's basically Are You the Guy before Are You the Guy became popular. This is actually kind of weird to look at. Fred Wood If you're there, were you watching it live? Wait, you said 2008. This was released in 2014. Huh? Wait, they've made sequels. Love 2 and Love 3. And Polstario. What? Are we time traveling? I feel like we just discovered something. Oh, look at IndieDB. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, because back then, indie devs were seen as like subhuman on Twitch, on the Steam. So they never got to like you couldn't even pay them to get like your game on the Steam. Greenlight was a thing later, way later. That makes sense. So 13 times 5. No, 13 minus 5. 8 times 2 is 16. Oops. What? 2 times 6 is 12. 13 minus 5 is 8. Divided by 2 is 4. Divided by 11 minus 1 is 10. Times 10 is 100. Divided by 20 is 5. Oi! Yes, sir. Go back to the security room and turn these all on. Utility closet. It is funny to me that like indie games took a while before they were allowed to be on certain platforms. Like, there was really nothing stopping like an indie game from being the same as a game. It just took a lot of like time for indie developers to have their products seen as like a worthy contender. Even though games, like, this is a game, but this is as much of a game as Dwarf Fortress, in the sense of like there's nothing to a game but the way that you play it. And so it's weird to me that there was this idea of like you had to be a certain level of quality. It's like, buddy, Pong used to be a game, and that was like the worst game ever. Someone on the other side of the screen has just fallen to their knees, and has tears running down their eyes because of what I just said. I would not be surprised if the creator of Pong was watching my stream right now, because I want you all to think about this. In this chat right now, we have one scientist. Well, assuming that they're not lying. Assuming that they're not lying, one scientist. We have two programmers, assuming that they're both not lying, and you have one clown, me. There's a possibility that this may be the only true programming channel on Twitch. Because I've seen other... Assuming that I'm not lying. Exactly. Assuming that I'm not lying. Because I've seen other programming channels, and I've seen how empty they can be. Because you'll see people in these quote-unquote programming channels, these quote-unquote programmers asking, hey, what do you think about JavaScript? It's like, buddy, we had this discussion 20 years ago. We don't need to keep talking about it. It's over. Move on. Gluck. Thank you for using the Gluck. I saw that emote once and I was like, that little hamster looks so stupid that I love him. Oh no, I spilled something. I had to beer back. Sorry. Okay. What do I think about JavaScript? I would rather believe that the Akashic records are real than believe that humanity decided that this was a good programming language that we should all use. Not to say that it's like the worst language, but like it's up there, man. It's up there. Because okay, look, it's not the worst thing ever, right? For like non-shitpost answer, it serves its purpose well. But I feel like it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like we knew what was a good language before then, because we already had most of the research languages, and C. Well, C is a bad language, but like we had other things, okay? And if you're doing a programming language that's like, I don't know, easy to learn and basic, I feel like Python was the clearer winner. But at the same time, there was no incentive to make a good programming language then. Nowadays, the stakes are higher. Back then, I need to remind everyone, programmers used to make no money. the phenomenon of a programmer making a ton of money is actually a recent phenomenon compared to what it was back then. Now that I have the key card, I can turn this on. Programming language tier list when? On a day when I feel particularly incendiary. Like, I'll just say that I'm programming, and then I'll just make a programming tier list to distract you from the fact that I still haven't programmed a single thing successfully on the stream. That way, you'll be too stun-locked to really, like, yell at me. It's sort of the ultimate ploy. We should only use Fortran. Okay, I see now why JavaScript is the way that it is because of people like you. You live in this mindset that there was a golden age that we should all stick with C. Like, buddy, you can't do an exhaustive match in C. You like it is the best ergonomic system I've ever had in a programming language, and it comes from Rust. And well, not just Rust, but like other places too. Particularly incendiary, like a firestorm. The same way that like people hate the fact that I eat while I stream, but like I can't help myself. Honestly, at a real job, I want you to think about this. At a real job, not to say that this is a real job anyways, or that it's a fake job. I'm not saying any other way. I'm just saying, listen, if you give me money, thank you. But like, at a real job, I get a lunch break right now. And I woke up, I worked out, went straight to stream. I'm starving. Marved, as the kids used to say. Oh god, yeah. But yeah, it is funny to think that like back then there was no real incentive to try and make a good programming language. Like there was no money in programming back then. Money in the field was only a recent thing during the Silicon Valley boom. The dot-com boom like blasted everything, and then we were back down to nothing. But the dot-com boom was sort of the first look at that, right? But really, Silicon Valley is what made us rich in our own way. Your supervisor once worked with some mathematicians, and they refused to use Python because Fortran executed their code a few milliseconds faster. I will say this. I sometimes have the same pains with JavaScript. So I posted this thing about how like Amazon Prime's, or like the Amazon team used Rust and WebAssembly to drive their Prime Video UI to make it faster. Because JavaScript is not the slowest language, but like any interpreted language does run into the issue that on some level it does have to do certain steps that are only really good for certain things. Like code that has repetition to it that will just run the same thing over and over and over, and that doesn't really often execute and change very much, is great within an interpreted language. When it changes very often, when the structure of how it works changes very often, and when there's a lot of branches, let's say, it starts to go to shit because there's only so much that you can do to predict something. But how can you predict like pure chaos, right? You really can't. So there is something to be said about the fact that there's a gain to be had from moving to a language that isn't interpreted, that does compile down, and that, you know, can do all the same things. But why not anything else? I would rather they program something in R than they would in like Fortran. Because the thing is, right? I look at Fortran the same way that I look at the dude on your team who's been there for like 30 years. It's job security, it's not efficiency. And it's really only there because we just can't fire everybody in one go, because that'd be bad in some way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not a good time for us to have to deal with that as like a team member to survive in a Fortran-driven world. Like, if I ever go to a place and they say, hey, we have a Fortran thing that we need to work on, I think to myself, okay, there's nothing new I can ever learn, and everything that I do from this point on is a waste of my time. But this is the thing, okay? Now we need to talk about the state of society. That the intellectual, that the intelligentsia feels like they must make and do things that are useful and not simply do things because they are interesting. Why? because we're not socialists. And then we pull in the politicians, okay? So like now we bring in politics, okay? So and then and then we build this like weaving of like the elites all in one room, which should scare you if like if because you want to be the dumbest person in the room. But if everybody in the room is smart and you're smart too, that may be the last day that you ever leave. You need to make sure and you need to double check, are the doors locked? Because then it gets kind of scary. Comrades. My comrades. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, the like socialist, the like sexual socialist society, right? It's like, oh no, it was the socialist sluts. It was the socialist sluts society with your fellow comrades. I'm gonna have to like, I have to figure out how to do like a compilation video style where we talk about like the socialist society building up, trying to fight against the like capitalist corporate cuckoldry society. And it's like, how do we get to the point where people can understand what this is? And how do we wrap it all back to Fortran? Seeing the biologist program drives me insane every time. That's hilarious. Okay, this is a two-parted sentence. Seeing the biologist program drives me insane every time. Just that alone is enough to like gain you like brownie points with like every programmer out there, because like it's just a meme of like insert any scientist and their variable names are just letters. And like sometimes I've even seen like a scientist, because like source code files can just be a Unicode file. You can just put the omega symbol in there instead of writing out omega, or the tau symbol without writing out tau. You can just do that and people have to suffer that. But anyways, and then the second half of that statement is they all use MATLAB, which is hilarious. So you get a bit of the relatable elements on the end of it, right? That even a junior programmer can understand. Where like a junior programmer can like hear MATLAB and they go, okay, I've never heard of MATLAB, therefore it's an old dead language, unlike JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, and Rust, right? You know, it's in the same category as like C++, and like that's an even deeper joke, right? But then you have the former portion, which is where the true comedy is, because everybody hates dealing with scientists programming. And so to see a scientist bemoan another scientist programming, it's like, buddy, both of you use symbols as variable names, and neither of you comment anything. You just expect us to know the formula. Like you look at the formula and you say, this is so easy. How come no one understands my code? But it is interesting that they still use MATLAB. I thought they would have maybe moved away from it. Again, like I'm always surprised to see the application of these programming languages in these spaces. Because even like, this is the thing, right? Python is incredibly useful and very simple to learn and very generic that you can use it for anything. It's not like it lacks the capability to be a strong mathematics development environment too. Because you can just use something like NumPy and just use that and interface with the library, which uses, in many ways, a lot of like plain English style sort of like, let's say, functions, syntax, code that is immediately understandable to a scientist who specializes in that stuff, right? Let's say. And you have that for mathematics, but you also have that for every other branch of science. And it's like, I don't know why they still insist on using MATLAB. But at the same time, I've only ever seen snippets of MATLAB. I've never really tried to work with it long term. I just thought to myself, why would I use this over Python and something else? On top of the fact that Python is infinitely more useful because you can use it in more places and do more with it. So I share your frustration. But my frustration is really with all scientists. Please, if you're going to use a formula, and if I see tau equals, x divided by v times some random number, please link the paper that you're using, because I don't know what the fuck you just used for your physics calculation. I don't know what this means. Nerd. Running shoes. I need to get that off you. We can go parlor. Sorry for the chewing noise too. Again, I'm just really hungry. It's unfortunate that like I can't stop streaming because I'm addicted to the sauce. But like not the clout. I don't care. I don't care about the clout. I care about playing the game. I usually would do this even while I'm eating. I usually like to eat while I play things or like watch things. Always at least one box that is true. Always at least one box which is false. The statement on the white box is true. There's a second wind-up key in this room. There's not. So, false, false. This is true. The box, this box and the white box are both empty. So this is the one that's like a thing. False, false, true. This is the one that has the data. There we go. Good. Now we do... Ooh! Good hallway. I can fill out every single space. But the garage is right here. Do I sandbag this day just to go down the garage? Yes, I do. Chat, we are about to enter the West Wing. We've never been here. Oh my god. We've never been outside the West Wing. I've never been happier than in this moment and when my wife met me. You know what I mean with science kills bad. You don't always name things with random symbols. For example, you just threw a bunch of stuff into a single array called others and know which index corresponds with what in your head. Completely efficient. I said this before and I'll say it again, but I said this not on stream. I said this to my friend. I was like, programmers, scientists program like they are AI, but like not the current AI of like Claude and Sonnet and like Pencil and stuff. They program like they're like OpenAI ChatGPT 1.0. And it wounds me because like there's no difference between them and a junior developer, but a junior developer doesn't know why it's wrong. A scientist knows and simply says that they don't care. Because it works for them. And if it works for them, it doesn't matter. So I want you to know that you hurt me. You wound me deeply. So this is the garage exit. So you can exit from the garage into this side of the house. It soft locked me into the rest of the house. But I assume that this is the limit of the garage, or maybe it's always open. But now we have the outside. Up until the west path. And the west path entry is the important piece, because that's the one that really tells us where we go. There's a sewer grate, which I didn't know about. This is probably the beginning of the actual west path, once you cross the plank of wood. Finally, we have new content. And why does the music sound like the Shire music? And why does this look like the Shire, but like a really rich Shire in the Lord of the Rings? Is this a reference to Lord of the Rings? How to open it? Oh my god. Oh my god. The west gate has been permanently unlocked. Just listen to the music as I enjoy 3 tater tots. We are now free. I'm going to camp by the power line so I have electricity to like play games. It's important to know that to know what you do wrong so that you can tell programmers that you do it. Very true. And honestly, I say it only in a jest, right? Because it's like, I don't blame the scientists for not knowing. It's not their job. Like, the scientist's role is not to know the programming side of things. The programmer's job is to take the software, and I want to say engineering mindset, not just a programming mindset, and really sort of like transform what the scientist has, understand what they've made, and try to wrap it up in such a way that like anybody can like use it on their team, right? It is a balancing act of you're the expert in your domain. I don't know how to make like a box rotate in like a 3D space with geometric algebra using like a quaternion matrix transformation, right? I don't know that shit. That's on you. You tell me what it does, I'll just name it the way that it should be named, okay? And I want you to think about this. A programmer is no different from an author. Because just like you need to name all of your characters uniquely enough that they're understandable, but not so unique that you have to draw like a bunch of pins on the board, so too does a programmer must they name their variables and their functions so that you can discern between what this code does versus what this code does. And I would argue programming is what George R.R. Martin should have done, because I remember reading through A Song of Ice and Fire and I still cannot remember people's names. Genuinely, I still get confused reading names. Same with this other author that I'm reading right now who wrote the Before the Coffee Gets a Cold series. I don't know a single fucking name. Though by the second short story, it gets easier. Huh? Special floor plans now cost additional walking instead of jewels. Root cellar. Rooms in your house are more likely to gain dig spots today if I have a shovel. Trading post. What is this? This is the best place ever. So the west path gets you an extra room type that helps you build the rest of the house. It's like a buff to the rest of the house. That's good. You kind of felt the same during computer science class at university. They taught people to use some old word bespoke programs for text analysis, and sometimes Microsoft Word. And you thought that teaching people to do it with Python or something would probably make more sense. Yes. I need to say something about this. Give me 2 minutes so I can stop feeling hungry, okay? Everyone, quick lunch break for 5 minutes. I'm actually very hungry. I'm about to pass out. We're gonna eat really quick so I stop chewing on stream. And when we come back, I'm gonna rant to you about how I feel about computer science classes at the moment. BRB. I nearly choked. I nearly choked. I was back in time, and then I started to like choke on a piece of chicken that was still in my throat. And so I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna die. And then I had to like go to the washroom to like get some water. Hey, well, welcome. I'm back. And yes, before you say that's weird to get to get water from your washroom, the water from your sink is the same water that goes through your kitchen tap. It's the same water. I'm gonna drink whichever one's closest. And the washroom is closest because of the, like, it's maximizing like, you know, like distance to like pooping time. You know what I mean? Can't believe you lied to us. Excuses. I'm back, everyone. How's everyone doing? I hope that you were all doing well. Did you eat well? Sorry, my wife is here. Okay. He drinks poo-poo water. I like how like that's the thing that you took away from this. So, as I make this map to understand how this all lays out, my rant about the school stuff is that I was very surprised last time when we had this discussion with the other chatters as well. When I learned that actually the universal experience of school stuff and the things that they teach being sort of outdated was like very, very universal. Or like even just the way that like the things that they teach not necessarily being the best thing ever, or just not being good very much at all, was universal. Because what I got the opportunity to sit in one class once to sort of like examine it and like give them feedback, right? And it was the worst class ever in that they taught them things that really didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, and they taught them things that like really didn't lead to anything useful for them as students, not just of this field, but I think anybody who like is interested in programming. Like it didn't really lead to them having anything useful to like do, because they were learning it in such a way that felt almost counterproductive to how you would want to learn these things, if that makes sense. Like it was like the systems that they were learning weren't just outdated, they were also in a way counter to the goals of why you would take that class, which is like they learn how to use things and how to like follow like systems, but not how to intuit themselves what these things are and how to build it from like first basis, from like the basics, and like going from like the fundamental foundational skills, right? It was just sort of like, okay, do X, Y, Z, follow this like checklist. Oh, okay, you're like done. Here's your here's your class. Here's your degree. And I was like, why? Like, why is it like this? It was just so strange to me. And so to hear that the experience is almost universal in that way, because it's like it seems like everything sort of ladders up into being a not so great experience in the terms of the like learning. It makes me realize that it, like, maybe I don't want to say that it's not worth it, but it definitely makes me realize that like the value that you get from a lot of these things, it's like very, very difficult and very subjective and like very, in many ways, objective too, in the sense of like a lot of the things you learn end up not being very good at all. And I sort of wonder what's the point, because as a school, it's like, isn't that sort of what you'd want to have for somebody to like go through? Wouldn't you want to teach them something very like meaningfully good in some way? If not, what's the point of spending all that time? Unless it's only to make money, which is sort of like, then why would you do that to your school in terms of reputation? But then it's also like, how do you know about this beforehand? Because I didn't know, because I'd never gone to school, right? So when I sat in on the class, it was my first time in a real formal setting. And I was like, wow, this sucks. Because even the university courses that I took in high school were unique in that they were run by somebody in a very small group. It was like 7 people. And it was their full-time thing to like help guide us through that stuff. And it was so good. It was so different from what I eventually saw and sort of like took somewhat part in. And it just makes me realize that like, you're really just here on your own, and you just have to figure out the best system for you to like learn, because there's no real resource that can help you out there in the life. You're just doomed to suffer. And it also made me realize that it really is a different skill set to be in the industry as well as being a teacher. Because on the one hand, it's like it sucks, but on the other hand, it's not really their fault. You spend all of your time teaching, you don't really have time to keep up with the world. And the world moves very quickly, right? And I think specifically for comp sci in particular, it can feel very insular in the way that it moves quickly. Like, unless you go to the PhD level or your master's level, where you go into like the specialized fields of like AI and machine learning, which is like the current hot one, you're not really doing anything that would be on the forefront of anything. And it's not like the fundamentals have really changed, but because it's also a field that immediately throws you into the act of doing and not just more learning, the things that you learn don't necessarily prepare you for it. It's weird because it's like other fields, the fundamentals are still in use. And not to say that the computer science fundamentals aren't still in use, but like you also get an opportunity to learn if it's not just the fundamentals and you need more when you go and out there to like do stuff. It's interesting how it's set up to be. Whereas for programming, it's like they just expect you to be able to go out working. So it's like you don't really get much of a real good understanding of anything, and then you're just thrown out there, and then that's why everyone seems to like falter, at least in my view. Some schools do it very well though, but it seems to be more of like an exception than a rule. It just makes me realize just sort of how varied the experience of learning in a school is, and how the quality of your school really matters. But also how almost impossible it is to even understand how good and quality a school is until it's too late. Allows you to draft room that helps house drafts. When you start working on your bachelor's thesis, and then you get a supervisor who has actual experience and tells you what is good and useful. So is the thesis at the end of your sort of school program then? Because then it's like, that's interesting to me that they leave sort of the best part of it, that feedback and that sort of understanding and that ability to have like a more guided learning experience until the very end. But I guess up until then, you know, because you're in your bachelor's, I guess you're still learning the fundamentals, and so it's only at the very end do you need somebody to help guide you. Because at that point you're still learning like water is wet or whatever the equivalent of that is for your course, and then learning why water is not wet or something. The first thing he told you was to stop using Spider for Python, which is what they taught us in the lectures. So what's crazy is that you mentioned that, and that's exactly the thing that they were teaching in the class that I saw too. I was very surprised by it. Yeah, like, not to say a Spider is necessarily bad. It's like, if you need like a full tool chain of things that you can install, and it all just works, then it's like nice, right? But they just don't tell you that there's other ways of doing it. There's other tools that you can use, and that you don't need Spider to pull down the packages. Like, you can just use, I forget the name of the package manager now, but like you can do anything else. And you can almost build your own environment or just use something that's even better, like in VS Code or something. Which, to be fair, it wasn't really back then. Like, it wasn't really a very... Well, when was VS Code released? Give me a second.
Um, when was VS Code released? VS Code release date. Okay, 2015. Okay, maybe it was available back then, but I don't know how old any of you are. But yeah, it's even then though. It's like you have other development tools that are available that just work, and then you don't even need to interface necessarily with this like all-in-one package, which mind you isn't even the best thing because it's like it's when they want to update it. It's a bit like the maintainer's curse, where it's like if the package doesn't exist in your distribution of like whatever Linux distro that you're on, you kind of have to build from like source anyways, and so it's nice to sort of know the skills to get you there. But yeah, exactly. Spider is a reliable tool, but has a very small dev team, which is noticeable in how it has few and partially outdated features. Yeah, and it's like it's not the worst thing ever, right? Because imagine if you have multiple different options to go with, and you may not know all the options, and this is sort of like why it's interesting to bring that up. Because you don't know all the options, most people's understanding of like what a text editor is Notepad. And then you might Google a bit and you might find Notepad++. And you might Google a little bit more and you find something else. And it's like, it's just kind of weird in that there's not really much to work with out there unless you know. But because you don't know what you don't know, it's impossible to find. And so it's like, it is a good option if you have nothing else besides Notepad and Notepad++. But I'm glad that they steered you away because, yeah, it is possible to get a much better system going. And it doesn't really add that much on top of what the current experience is. And if you've been in school beyond, let's say, 2017, 2018, I forget when the Python plugin was done in VS Code, I think it's just better to go with that. But even before then, there was Notepad++ did already have syntax plugins for it. You could have installed Vim or Emacs, but then you had to teach someone Vim and Emacs. Basically, what I'm saying is there are alternatives, whether you pay them or it's free. And JetBrains still was out there, and it was free, and PyCharm was just out there for like free. So, you know. But it's cool to see that everyone has the same universal experience. Sorry, I'm trying to like double task. There's so much stuff going on. I just want some free time. Sorry. Dynamite. A little too dangerous to pick up. What? Why is the dynamite in the trade room? I guess if they need to make the hole in the wall, this is how they do it. What in God's... Wait a minute! You think in the end the reason is that professors are usually old. So I'm actually curious about that because there probably is some correlation to like your age and how much of a fuck that you give. Like it's not to say that like, you know, that's a like that's always true. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So I wonder what the correlation is because it's like when you get older, you really do stop giving a fuck about things, right? But is that necessarily true in all cases? Because it's like, as you get older, you also have more experience. But then it's like, what's the point of all your experience if it goes away? Like, I can see how, not to say that I agree with ageism, but I see how it crops up very naturally and casually. In the sense of like, if you're older, you have experience, but how relevant is that experience, right? Everybody knows the fundamentals. So is your mastery of the fundamentals any better than someone else's? I don't know. But then if you're also unwilling to keep up with the times, which to be fair, it's difficult to keep up with the times, then how useful are you really in the grand scheme of things? And then it's like, if that's the teaching side, then what do you do? Because you ideally want someone with experience to teach, but those with the experience, or it's hard to both juggle having the experience and teaching a class. This is not in the same vein of the whole, if you can't do, then you teach. I think that's a bad phrase to use because I think the best teachers also sort of know. But it's a recognition that teaching and doing are two very distinct skill sets. And it then becomes a matter of like, how can anybody expect a single person to juggle the entire thing? Like, it's like, that's a lot of things to have to do. And I wonder if there's any way to sort of solve that problem and how universal of an experience that is, that like every old professor is just like that. Because I've definitely had my share of like old coworkers who fall into that, but I've also had my share of old coworkers who like ran circles around me too, even in the latest stuff. And I wonder if it's more of just as you get older, you just get like, you just don't like, it's just like you've lived life, you know? It's why on the one hand, I don't necessarily I don't feel bad about, I don't get angry at them because it's like
You've gone through life and you've lived your life well enough. And now you're allowed to be free in some way. Also, I thought that this was the thing, but it's not. It's a different set of colors, and that's for the billiard game. Huh? 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 Mountains. Oh, sorry, I'm just so confused. Though funnily enough, the professor had worked as most opposed to change and is really adamant about using MATLAB and a bunch of other media yoga software because he doesn't want to learn new things. He's only 40 years old. Yeah, like I wonder if it starts at home. I wonder if the experience of having a professor or like a coworker that cares, that like even if they're old would still care, starts at home. Because you ever see like kids on the street and you see the things that they do and you see how kids like honestly, I would want to say like 90% of my viewership is gone from me playing this game, and look at the pace that we're moving at, right? We're only on day 6. I'm pretty sure someone else is on like day 200, 2 hours after release, right? There's that slow gratification of life, and there's the patience and the openness and the willingness to try your best every day that maybe needs to be instilled inside of a person from day one. And so really, I think the solution to the waning sort of, or like the solution to the varying levels of quality of your coworkers and your teachers can only come from time travel. Like I think you genuinely do need time travel to go back to find those parents, to either prevent them from having kids or make them better parents. Because what are we going to do? It's not like we can convince people. I do play games quite slow, but it's okay. You know what it is? If I played games faster, you would all be lost in some way. And if I played games faster, I can trade the sledgehammer for card keys. That's a good trade for me. I'll take it. And a coupon book. Sure, thanks. I think it's because, like, if you think about it, right? If I wasn't streaming, I would play this a lot faster. But because I'm streaming, there's so much pause to have a conversation that I can't ignore, because like the reason why I stream is to have the conversation. The game itself doesn't really matter. Like this, okay, look, I'm gonna do like a giant, like, you know, the ghost circle thing. I'm gonna do a ghost circle on the parts of the stream that don't matter. Like here, look, where's the ghost circle thing again? Where's my ghost circle? Mouth overlay, no. Searching my image folder. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Is it under LOL? I think it is. Okay, you know what? This doesn't matter. All of this doesn't matter. All of this doesn't matter. This whole thing that you're seeing right here, the game doesn't matter. Like, this doesn't matter. This is not the point of streaming. What matters is this. This is the thing that matters. Now I take a screenshot, I save this, and I go volume meter. And then I go into another image, and I go volume. This is what matters. Sorry, trying to find the image. Just give me a second. The search bar does not work. I need to get like a better folder search that integrates with the real search so I can like pull things in. This matters. This is what matters. Do you see that microphone bar? Do you see how the microphone bar is starting to get like green? This and this. So this is the other thing that also matters, which I think is funny. And then it's also this audio quality. Okay, well, okay, wait. So okay, it's not the audio quality. We're now missing the point. This. It's this. You can't get this anywhere else. This interaction between the volume meter, the volume level on my microphone, and the shit that you say, chat. No, you have never heard this sentence in your life. The classic German conundrum. How much grease is the cutoff point where a pizza box needs to be thrown into the gray bin instead of the blue bin? I'm not German. I've never felt this in my entire life. I don't know what the hell is going on. The game is a vehicle for the true part of stream. Are you saying you draw things just for chat? Yes. I never do art for myself. I do art to make you laugh. Games are simply just chatting in disguise. Exactly, the audio quality. But it is a conundrum. What is the conundrum? All I know about the fact that is that one bin is considered food, one bin is considered not food, and I just don't get it. I'm not German enough to understand. I'm just not German enough to understand. Conundrum indeed. Okay, you know what? Because this is the thing, right? If that's a conundrum, why don't you just eat the pizza box? Oh, what's that? You don't want to eat the pizza box because it's a box? Well, there you go. I solved your conundrum. Logic. And see, no one ever does these like philosophical logic games anymore. So you believe that it's a problem to figure out where the pizza box goes. Can you eat the box? Would you eat the box? No? It doesn't matter how greasy the like box is? It's a box. I use this for everything. Animals, people. I look at you and I go, would I eat you if you were covered in grease? No. Then you're a people. I'm gonna call that the like, is it covered in enough grease to eat it test? If it's not covered in enough grease to like eat it, then it's a thing and not like a food. Reminds you of edible coffee cups. What the fuck did you just say to me? That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm here, chat. You can never get a sentence like that ever. What the fuck is this? It's like an ice cream cone, okay? I think, okay. Let me show you this. It's like an ice cream cone. It's actually kind of sick. I think we lost something when we moved away from whatever this is. Because this might be the best idea ever. Because honestly, whenever I drink coffee, I get hungry because it kicks my body into overdrive. It's why we took a break to eat fried chicken. But in doing so, it's like you have to go get your separate food. So you have to go find your separate food to go eat. But then with this, you have both in one. You could even make it like, I don't know, fried chicken flavored. And that would just be a perfect fit for like me as a human being. Blue is paper trash. But is a pizza box still paper trash if it consists of a lot of grease? See? You have to ask yourself, if it's slathered in grease, would you eat it? No, then it's not food. And so you should put it inside the blue. I've solved the German conundrum with one thing. Logic. A logician versus a German. Which one keeps their house cleaner? A logician and a German. Which one keeps their house cleaner? Anyways, we have a new item. We have a coupon book. Save 1 coin on each purchase you make on the estate. Very nice. I should be a German. You know what I mean? Like I feel like the Germans here don't know how to be German, and I'm gonna show you how to be German. I'm such a good German. Pizza box conundrum. I know what it is. So coupon book goes there. We have the car key, so we can go check out the car itself now. Because I'm curious. We have the garage and we have the car key, and then we can keep trading the items in for different items. Those coffee cones are probably good for the environment too. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Because coffee cups, this is the thing, right? When you go to a coffee shop and you buy an espresso, or an espresso, and then you like throw it on the floor, it's like you have a whole paper cup for what? For nothing. A tree has died for you to get 2 hours of energy, no more, no less, and you're going to kill another tree to get another 2 hours. But because of the half-life and like the like problem of like building resistance, it's actually closer to like 1.5 hours because it's like some of it decays, but also like there's still some left in you. You can buy 200 of them for €150. Wait, the edible ones? Really? That's actually really good. Wait, no. Paper cups are actually cheaper, like a lot cheaper. Kill tree Steve from Minecraft. Steve from Minecraft. What's in the box? What? Floor plan upgrade disc. It's insert into one of the estate terminals to permanently upgrade one of your floor plans. What the fuck do you mean? Really? Permanent upgrade. Wow. The drop-off address is... Wait. Without the chocolate inside, okay, then it's not worth it. If it comes with the chocolate inside, I would say, okay, that's like maybe worth it because chocolate is worth more than paper. But without the chocolate, it makes you sort of wonder. You can get like 100 paper cups for like $5. You know what I mean? Like, sure, a tree has died, but that's like good value, man. We live in a capitalist society, and so you can't necessarily blame me for looking at it from a capitalist viewpoint of how much money can I save on a day-to-day basis, right? Because the way that it is now, it's like, I don't really know if it's, really good value for the effort that we have and really good value to save a tree. Like, sure, we could save the trees and, like, stop global warming and save the environment. But, like, think of the savings, you know what I mean? Like, think of the value that we get. The value. This is inside the car. Good. Sometimes you see these English videos about German behaviors, and then you see comments like, I thought I was autistic, but it turns out I might actually be German. Oh. Oh. That's good. That's really good. And for context, the chatter that said this is German. You see what I mean, chat? Like, this doesn't matter. The game, the note that's in front of me doesn't matter. The microphone bar and what you just said to me, that's what matters. That's why I stream. It's actually so good. So intimately aware of you, probably of both experiences. Time to escape to the one place not corrupted by capitalism, Germany. The drop-off address is 14227 Sandy Heights, a small garage on the south edge of Trinsdale. The goods are already secure and in the trunk, so just unload and get back here before noon. I've seen Sinclair's schedule, and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today, but you never know when the cat will want to get some air. Tomorrow will likely be the last delivery, and I believe Danny already has payment ready. What? Drop-off address, and then the goods are already secure and in the trunk. Whoever this was, this implies that this guy was going to try and sell the upgrade disc to someone else. So this implies theft. Theft from Christoph trying to sell off upgrade disc from trunk. Christoph was about to make a killing off of my future property. So this leads to this leads to this. And then in terms of items, I need to get the picture of the upgrade disc itself. Because this is important. Oh, hey, their name is Babbage. Yep, Cooking with Babbage. Is that his name? That's not his name, is it? What's his name? It's not Babbage, right? Babish. Cooking with Babish. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Cooking with Babish. Cooking with Babbage. Babbage. Okay, well, it was close enough. So this comes from the trunk of the car, and I'm assuming this is always in the trunk of the car. Always. I'm assuming this thing is always from the trunk of the car. Which would then make sense of where these things go. But then this is interesting because we have had hints of the staff inside the house being not necessarily the best people. But to know that there's outright theft, they're lucky that they're even employed in this totally real place that totally employs you meaningfully and like doesn't make you spend money on the goods that are owned by the company. Like I'm just taking their wages actually. This is akin to like mining company scripts where you take the scripts and then you give them scripts and then they spend scripts so they never, and then you just take all the real money that's actually useful in some way and then you do like a conversion rate of like 20. You remember Megan streamed the demo for this around half a year ago. Yeah. So from their video, I was like, this is my kind of game. And then it released to mostly positive where it was like sort of people were getting annoyed of the whole, because on the top left you have a limited number of steps to walk around to like solve things. But
early on, the steps don't matter. Only later does it matter. And by later, I mean day 3, because that's when I felt frustrated. Because you can easily soft lock yourself. Like right now, my house is soft locked. I have no doorways up, so I can't move anywhere. You wonder if you can just use regular ice cream waffle cups for coffee. I tried. They melt too quickly. I know that sounds counterintuitive because like ice cream is water and they shouldn't melt. But last time I tried, the coffee like soaked it and then it became structurally unsound. It's the same reason why I don't think those, you know, engineering tests where you had to build like a bridge out of like popsicle sticks really matters, because the 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 structural soundness of a popsicle stick is not the same as concrete. And I don't know how to convince the professors of that. And I will tell you this, it is infinitely more fun to make a bridge out of concrete than it is to make a bridge out of popsicle sticks. And it's just a money-saving technique, but they never really tell you why. I really tried. Why? Because I had the exact same thought. I tried, so for a period of my life, I was really into making drinks. And I tried to make different types of drinks and different ways to make different drinks. I'm still in search of my perfect milk tea recipe. And my perfect blend of tea leaves, and my perfect blend of like milk to cream to like, you know, of like how creamy it is, ratio with like sugar and salt. And I've tried MSG in like tea. I've tried all kinds of ingredients. I've tried savory teas. I've tried a whole bunch of things. The coffee thing was exactly that. I tried coffee ice cubes, which were kind of a success, and then I tried coffee instead of an edible cup because I didn't want to deal with like the cup after. But I was like, maybe it can work, and I can just have like a cup that I can eat too. And then I realized that it didn't work. But then it gave me the idea. So then I tried to soak one of the coffee cups in coffee, one of the waffle cups in coffee overnight, to make like a soaked version of like the waffle cup to eat ice cream with. And then I tried to move it to a freezer, and then it broke apart. I've lived a good life. Not as long as I would hope, but definitely good. Frappe! Very nice frappe icon. Silver key, compass, 3 ivory die. Car keys for compass. Coupon book for car keys. Car keys for battery pack. What? What's a battery pack? Yum! Provides juice to contraptions made in the workshop. Okay. A large battery pack. So this is probably what I needed to make these other items here. Like the shovel plus the broken lever to make the lever itself. Reminds you of the myth that bumblebees scientifically shouldn't be able to fly, but that whole thing was calculated by a professor at a bar based on airplane aerodynamics. Is that actually why? Yeah, because I remember hearing that and I was like, it doesn't make any sense, because like a bee, because like if they're not supposed to scientifically fly, why are they practically flying? And I feel like if the science doesn't match the reality, then science is wrong. And not as in like the entire field of science, but I feel like that particular piece of science is like wrong. But I never knew enough to disprove it, and I didn't want to sound stupid, so I didn't bother saying anything. But now that you've said it, thank you. You make me feel smarter about myself. This is why we don't pay you. You scientists believe that you deserve pay. For what? For what? Salt shaker. Do I have a salt shaker in this list? Yes. Magnifying glass. Battery pack. Upgrade disc. The problem is that I have no terminal, so I can't even use the upgrade disc, which is sad. Salt shaker. Magnifying glass. Key. Silver key. Compass. Wait, silver key is an item. How do I get back to the silver key? What's the steps to get from like salt shaker to silver key? Well, what is the pipeline from salt shaker to silver key? No! I didn't take a screenshot of the silver key. Anyways, we have this now. So we can actually trade items fairly well. But I think we should do this at the beginning of the game and we just try to get something good out of it. Either way, our day is done. Oh wait, but before our day is done, let's try and solve all this. What does this mean? Yeah, he just calculated it for the bumblebee flying like an airplane, which they obviously don't do. Well, you ever see the Bee movie? You ever see the Bee movie? Where he's like flying around and then he's like, Barry B. Benson, Bensoning away! Right? You ever see that? If you saw it, then you would know.
Hmm? Hmm? Oh, every mountain must be yellow. So this actually moves this up. You move this up, and then you move this over here. You move this like this, and then you... I get it. I messed up. I get how this works. Basically, these can only move up, so you move it up once to move that there. You lock in these two. You then need to rotate this around so you can flip it around to you. But you also need to rotate it like this so you can get both of them at the same time. So you flip this around, and you can sort of flip this around. Like so. And then you flip this around, and then you flip this around, like so. You push this up. I get how this works. Yeah, I get how this works. It's so simple. So easy. Haha. So easy. Haha. I see the problem. This can't be here. This has to be in the middle there. Okay. I know what this is. I'm a genius, baby. You don't even know how much my brain is like throbbing, babe. I'm so throbby, man. Just give it a moment. Just give it a moment. I see the problem. I shouldn't move it too early. I need to keep this here, and I need to move these up to reposition them here. Like so. Because you need it to be in a specific spot. Fun fact, you know that bees don't have muscles to directly flap their wings. They violently vibrate their body, which causes the flapping of the wings, which in turn creates vortices in the air and lifts them. I feel like you've just explained that they have muscles, but in like a very roundabout way. Because I do the same thing whenever I play games, or when chat says something that like makes me really mad. When chat says something that like makes me really mad, that's what I do. I shake violently. Like, there's really no difference between me and a bee. I'm more bee than man. That's actually the plot of the bee movie. That's the plot of the bee movie. How the fuck do I do this? Wait, sorry. I'm like trying to... You are talking about bees. I'm trying to solve humanity here. Oh. Easy. You've been rewarded an allowance token. What? Your allowance has been permanently raised by 2 coins. I get allowance? You guys are getting allowance out here? I get money? Oh shit, you get money per day. B-man, fake news. B fake news. They do have muscles, just not for directly flapping the wings. Instead, just vibrates their body and indirectly flaps the wings as a result. So you know how people always say like there's a creationism aspect to life where it's like somebody created these beings? The bee is a good example of like why no one created. Like there is no thought behind why these things exist. The bee is the ultimate example of a being that should not exist because it simply lives to suffer. Because why does it do that? That's the best case for evolution I've ever seen in my life. Just point to the bee and go, this thing just rotates. He just vibrates. He shakes violently. But it's also very cute because its like body is very small, right? And you can imagine the bee being very angry. And so you see the bee and it's like... Like, you know how we can't hear certain noises, like certain frequencies can only be heard by like dogs? I imagine the bee, as it begins to vibrate, goes like it's charging up, and it just gets faster and faster and like faster until it finally achieves liftoff. But we don't hear it because it's on a different frequency, and it happens too fast for our eyes, for our ears. Sorry, for our eyes. I don't know why I said that. I don't hear noises like I don't see sound waves. I think we just call it a day. I think my day is over. I think we've lost everything. What's interesting is that there are stars. Actually, you know what's weird? Time does go down. Like, there is time in the game. Time actually does go down within the game. Because the Make-A-Wish...
What? You can make a wish. There's so many interactions with the house I didn't even know. -1. Good timed -1. Very perfectly timed -1. Very good. That's the only correct response to losing your money. Is you react kind of like you would on like a Twitch stream. If time is continuing to go forward and the stars matter, what can I do with the stars? Airplanes in the sky, like shooting stars, like that one song by that group that I forget the name of now. What's the name again? I wish I kept the candle lighter so I can light all of these candles, aka this one, to view the mountain in all of its glory. Actually, if we just stare here and we just stand here and we look, what happens? I need time to go down. I think I need to stand inside the building to wait until it's nighttime. Then I look at the mountain. And then my grand uncle, whose ghost is staring down at me, can look at me and go, "Why did I give him the house? Why did I give this guy the house? What is he gonna do? Oh, sledgehammer. So sledgehammer can break padlocks. I wonder if I can break the padlock that's currently blocking the apple orchard. Apple orchard. Apple orchard. Apple orchard. Apple orchard. Apple orchard. It's wild how complex bee communication is. They can tell each other about flowers far away, and then the other bees find it without ever seeing the flower before. Even mammals are usually not able to do that. If animals or birds teach each other information, it's usually by showing the thing. Yeah, and then same thing with like ants, right? Where it's like, but this is me extrapolating that maybe it's like chemicals, because I can't imagine it being done any other way. But I think of the same thing with like ants, how like single ants can find like a muffin, and they can just draw a trail to that muffin. But then you think about, but then it's interesting that you bring up bees, because bees fly, like they. This is gonna sound controversial, but us and ants are two-dimensional beings. Humans and ants are two-dimensional beings. The third dimension is simply one that we've made up by like, you know, by simply rotating our axes. Like we don't actually have a third dimension. We just rotate our view of the existing axes to form an understanding of the third axis. Fundamentally, us and ants live in the first and second dimensions. And so it's a wonder how any of us can ever find anything, really. Why is there so much pollution on my farm? Bees can communicate by dancing relative to gravity. Wait, really? They dance? That's cute. And that's actually more interesting then, because then it's like, how can they encode such complexity into their dance so as to get so much information about where to go and then what to see and what to find? You think how much they wiggle their butt is a distance, and the angle relative to gravity is the direction. Because then it makes me wonder if it's just that, right? Do you think they do movement the same way that birds do? How like the birds really care a lot about magnets? Because like if they don't have a good magnet field, I forget what it is, then like their migration pattern is completely thrown off. And basically what I'm saying is that birds are bees, and so the birds and the bees was more of a prophetic tale written by one who knew too much about the birds and the bees, but science wasn't ready yet. And so they had to relate it to sex so that the layperson would simply pass on that knowledge to science when it was ready. Bumblebirds. Yeah, the bumblebirds and like the pecking bees. The pecking bees. The pecking bees is actually the best way to describe a bee. Every bee is capable of pecking with its asshole. But that is interesting, because then it's like, even if you have that, how do you know what exactly it is that you need to stop? And it's not like flowers are necessarily stable. I would say if you built a bridge out of a flower, it'd be worse. Like, okay, tier list for what you could build a bridge with, right? Popsicle sticks 2, concrete 1,
Flowers, 3. Flowers are under popsicle sticks, which is under concrete as a relative sense. And above concrete is like, I don't know, come. How do you have so many B emotes? Wait. Oh my god. Chat. All the B emotes come from QA Twitch partner. And it's gay bees. I didn't know Twitch had a gay bee emote economy. Have I been missing out on the gay bee economy? On the gay bee ecosystem? Nobody told me that the bees were gay. Allowance! Master Simon, good morning. It has come to my attention that you've been granted a daily allowance to use while on the estate. If it is convenient for you, I will leave the required sum here in the entrance hall each morning. If there is anything else you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Although we have all been requested to remove ourselves from the premises during your stay, I can assure you I am still personally overseeing that the estate is at least operating at a baseline standard of service that I hope you will one day come to expect of us. Anne Babbage, house manager. So Anne Babbage is the only person who lives in my walls. I'm going to evict her from my walls. These are my walls. Skill issue. You handed those out during Pride Month in 2019 or 2020. I was not on Twitch at that time. Do you know what I was doing in 2019 to 2020? I was arguing that we should be allowed to work from home because my wife has asthma. I was like, I'm not coming into work. And my boss was like, why? And I was like, look at the news. There's a coronavirus. And he's like, guys, it's not that bad. And I'm like, buddy, my wife has asthma. I refuse to get her sick. Bye. And then everyone else followed me, but it was funny because like they had their own plan. So I did that on the side while they were doing their plan of like guilt tripping them into believing that we needed to like go. But it coincided perfectly. Because on my end, I was saying and using and then saying like my wife is going to be hurt. On their end, they were saying very loudly, we want to go home, which apparently does work. And so what I'm trying to say is you should unionize. Because unions do work. You just have to be loud, like loud and strong. Okay, do not fold. You must be loud and strong for the unions to work. But during that time, I didn't even know about Twitch. I knew about Jermer from his YouTube. Like I would watch streamers' YouTube VOD channels, which is why my VOD channel is the way that it is. The reason my VOD channel is the way that it is because of that. Because of the things that I got to experience from other people's VOD channels. I like that long form aspect. But it's also why my Twitch understanding is so weak. I wish I knew more about you people. You things, you creatures on the internet waiting in this corner of the world. Oh, commissary. Later. We'll get the key first. But it is cool to know that they, give away emotes on the QA TW Twitch partner channel, which I will always think about. Where is my magnifying glass? No. The magnifying glass is now a random drop? I forgot to do the outside room. I didn't do the outer room. I had to waste steps to go back there. Fuck. Always make a wish. I think I need to make a wish while staring. I think I need to make a wish while standing in a specific spot. But yeah, it is fascinating to sort of see how Twitch becomes something over time. And it is interesting to think that the early days of streaming are very different to now. Like, I look at streaming now and I see all the effort that's put into it, all the money. And I feel like if I started in 2019, I would have a 6-figure salary through streaming alone. I feel like I missed out on the very easy amount of money here. Shelter? Toolshed has 2 special items. What is the 2 special items? We'll do the shelter after. Is it a banjo? That's not a banjo. That's a metal detector. Why did I say it was a banjo? What? Banjo? Sledgehammer. Unlock trunks. Use the shattered locks to unlock trunks. So not the outside, not the inside. Wash helper. How did these help you wash clothes, by the way? I've seen these. Is it because they provided the motion of washing? Like, what was the point of this? Because it's like each ridge, do you get, like, is it to wring the water out, or is it to make the soap agitated? Is it like agitate the soap to get the like dirt out? In 2018, friends asked you to make a D&D Beyond account, and you saw that you could use it through a Twitch account, and then you ended up making a Twitch account and using it through that. That's actually funny that your first experience with Twitch was an SSO prompt. Like, that's you are the only person who can definitively say that the SSO prompts have been fruitful for you in some way. Most people engage with SSO prompts the same way that they engage with like an ant on their floor. Disgust. That's impressive. And I want you to know that like made me very happy, because when I launched the new website, which I'm sorry it's taking so long, I only just got free time. It will have an SSO prompt that will allow you to sign in through Twitch, and you must sign in through Twitch because I need to know that you're a follower. It's not for anything in particular. It's for vanity. I am not doing it to provide you cool functionality like voting or, you know, taking part in like follower only events. It's just for vanity. You dug up an oversized turnip, should prove to be a nutritious snack. Don't eat this. You now have worms. You need to wash it so you don't get food poisoning. You found a worthless old brick. It doesn't even let me keep the brick. Wow. Key. But that is cool to think about, that maybe back then people were streaming back then. It's nice. Ants are cute when they are on the floor, not when they are on me though. Exactly. Like ants, they're only good in a certain specific spot on the floor. Anything beyond that, and it's a little bit much. I wish I could get the garage for later, but it's a bit too late now. So we enter this room and then we take a right. You've always been wondering, what information do they share if you log into something else through Twitch? You actually get to choose. So in the SSO thing, you actually get to choose how much information that you gain access to. It's why whenever you see a website that asks for everything, like you see that prompt that they ask you for when they say, do you authorize this connection? That's where the developer lists what they want you to access. As a developer, you choose the granularity. The early versions didn't have it because every SSO solution early on was being plugged into systems that didn't have access control patterns and like ways of defining granularity to like data access. But nowadays you can choose pretty granularly. The only two things that are I think by default is your Twitch username, Twitch user ID, as well as your Twitch email. I don't know why the email is in there, because I feel like the ID alone is enough, but some systems need at least, like, it's basically the standard that you need an email because it's like the primary ID along with the ID of the Twitch user account, so that you can differentiate when the user account changes email if you get it again, and the name is just thrown in because I think it's just, why not? I never really had a good like explanation of why the name is usually the default. I've always thought that if you're going to do email plus ID, name is really an extra if you want to expose that to your service, because that's personal information now versus like system information. But when I have mine, I'm going to ask you for everything. I'm going to ask you how long you followed me. I'm going to ask you for how many hours you watch me per week. And the more hours that you watch me, the better ranking that you have in the online MOBA arena game that I'm going to make only for viewers. Naturally. Thank you. You understand me. One box always true, one box always false. The gems are on the desk. That's a lie. So false, the gems are in this box. The gems on the floor. False, false, this is true. Boop, boop. But yeah, it's sort of why I get afraid of giving things, too much information about who I am, because I'm kind of worried about like, okay, what they're gonna do with my info to some level. Not that like that's the worst thing ever. I'll update items, but I do sort of look at it and I go like I hesitate to give everything for free. Not that my information is particularly useful either, but it's like what's mine is mine, what's yours is yours. Like I don't know, like you don't know my name, so why should I take your name? Because I'm going to assume your identity. It's okay, Joe. How did you know? How did you know? How did you know? Commissary is here. Running shoes is on sale, but I'm broke. Let's just pull the store anyways. What? Without. This changed. This changes every single time. How can you have stairs without stars? I don't know what this means. So, last time we were here, this was this. So, this actually varies every single time. Last time it was the world without planes, and then we related back to the Wright brothers and the brothership that we had with our brother. Now, stairs without stars, I don't know what this means. There's no brotherly connection. No brotherly connection. Upgrade disc for 15. Real shit. So I can go here into the den, into the entrance hall. Here. What do I want to do? I can do 2 gems for a passageway, but I don't think I'm going to do that. Although I do need to go to the right side. But I want to save it for later, just in case. And I want to save my gems for something worth more. Because I'd rather just walk through here. Because this is my home and I can go anywhere that I want. Do any of you have a piece of your home that you don't really go into very often? Like you have pieces of your home that are basically derelict from a lack of use and lack of care. Because that's me in many places of my home. Like my wife, you know, because, you know, we're not separated. We're just living in 2 different places, taking care of our respective families. But we spend a lot of time together, so we're basically living in 2 different houses at all times, and it's kind of weird because we have to keep going back and forth, but I digress. Either way, it's whenever she does come over, she always asks me, and she says how it's funny how I've never really stepped upstairs. I just stay in the basement. I'm a basement dweller. Why is the 5 apples, bananas, and oranges thing... I finally get the meaning of this thing here. That note is saying to you that you will only ever find 5 apples, bananas, and oranges spread throughout the entire map. That's as much as you'll find throughout the entire map. There is no extra that you can get. That's the point. I need 15 coins for a upgrade disc, and it's stealing from me. The church is stealing from me. But yeah, it is funny to think that like you can enjoy someone's time without knowing their name. I've long since thought of this concept that I thought was really cool. I wanted to make a club where everyone wears a mask, and then I realized it would just become a sex club. But while it was still not a sex club, my thinking was this. If you don't know anyone's name, spread gems to each green room, okay? While you don't know anyone's name... Oh, damn. This is the corner patio? While you don't know anyone's name... What you do have is the understanding of who they are as a person. So you get to hang out with them and talk with them, and you get to get closer with them. And in many ways, maybe it'd be even better than seeing their face, actually. Right? And it'd be fine for a club, too, because like if you're there to, like, you know, get sex, the only thing that matters is their dick or their pussy. So it's like, you just... And you can still see that. This is a nice patio. 1, I don't think that would be green. I don't think I would like this. 2, I think this should be raised up, and then it should sink down afterwards. 3, I've always wanted this for a home. My dream is this. The center of the home is a garden. So my dream is basically this layout, And these 9 tiles is a single indoor garden. There's a house video that I need to show you all after that's basically that. Buried below. Occasionally, you may discover small mounds of dirt in certain rooms of the estates. With a shovel, one may be able to excavate these suspicious dig spots. Why is there a barbecue? Actually, don't answer that. I know why there's a barbecue. Because having a barbecue is amazing. Like, why would you not want a barbecue? On your patio. If I do code check, I have 1 chance to make it worth it. We do code check here, we go back to the hallway. And we continue? Is that risky? I think it's too risky. But I need the lucky tail now. And at least with this, I can save items for next time. Retrieve claim ticket. Do I want to check anything? Not yet. Maybe soon, but not now. This game is nice. I think this game also benefits from having like a certain type of audience. Like, even though I usually play games slow, it feels like you guys enjoy the slower games where you just get to sort of have the conversation, which is nice. I'm glad that my audience enjoys the slower moments in life because it means that I can do larger jokes that require more setup, right? It's basically a comedian's dream to have the full hour to make one riveting joke. It's like the Aristocrats. A cloakroom was usually drafted adjoining the entrance hall during largest social events such as the ball gala. Oh, wait, so this was manually drafted, adjoining. So yeah, so they do change the layout. You have a beautiful little sunroom show off, which at the same time is the intended dining area, but instead you just eat at your PC most of the time. No! What's wrong with you? What? You're living my dream and you don't even care about my dream? You hate me. You hate me. You hate me. You hate me. Holy shit, it's the stairway. Additional reading. The house directory is a great resource for information. If you wish to read more about the specific room in your house, press R to pull up the directory. Wait a goddamn minute. The stairs? The stairs? Where do the stars come in? The observatory. What was the image? Stairs without stars. There's something new up here. Maybe that's what I need to do. That's a hint on what you need to do. 2 stories of wall-to-wall books surround the reader in this room, exhibiting either a bountiful spring of knowledge or typical interior design sensibilities of the wealthy. A few books have been withdrawn from the shelves and placed on the rostrum stands in various corners of the library. You really should start using it. I think there's a beauty and a joy that comes from taking in the slower portions of a life. Because, like, especially for me, I enjoy having that moment away from everything to just be my own person. Like, before, I used to keep all of my laundry on this leaning chair that my wife would use when she came over. But then I cleared the leaning chair such that I can use the chair to lounge in. So now, I put the chair in the middle of the basement room where my PC and my bed is, and I put it right in the middle, and I can just lean back and read my book. And there's something beautiful about that, because you just get to enjoy the moment as it is with no distractions. And sometimes I just like to sit there too, to like take a breather, to think about things. Like when I'm programming off stream, I like to go in the chair, lean back, and pretend like it's and pretend like I'm outside by turning on the light that's directly above the chair and staring directly into the light with my eyes closed so that it emulates the bask of a morning glow without making me blind. There's something very peaceful about that. Also, somehow you end up using your living room almost exclusively for work with your laptop and spend your free time at your desk. Do you know why? Your computer is more fun. The computer is too powerful of a tool. When I hit the age of, let's say, 35, I'm going to stop streaming. But not because I hate all of you. I already hate all of you. I simply exist here because I enjoy the like hate-love banter, right? But because when I hit 35, I want to sell my PC and just live without the knowledge of the world and like the technology that binds me to it. And then maybe I can increase the usage of my Steam Deck so I can play more games besides Alotro as I'm sleeping. Because that's all. That's. I'm not even kidding you. My Steam Deck is literally. It's like 75% Slay the Spire, 25% Elatro, and that's not a really healthy way of using it. I don't think. Honestly, a good idea. Sell his PC, sure. Two different. There are two chatters inside of me. One in front and one in the back. You know what it is? It's just I think it could be worth it, right? To like take a moment, but I don't think you need. This is the thing, right? I think if you do it without selling your PC, then you also learn patience and self-control in the light of temptation. It's like seeing a nice pair of titties in front of you and saying, "I will not look at it." But like not in front of you, as in like they're just there clothed, because that's weird. I mean, like if it's purposely naked in front of you, and you won't look at it, right? It builds character. In the back. Hey, yo. Now that's just rude. What, naked? Oh, to not look at it? That is true. Like, that's the thing, right? I've always wanted this. If somebody's showing you your titties... Or sorry. These are yours! If somebody's showing you their titties, and you don't look at it, that's rude. But that's only because everybody loves titties. Like, everybody loves titties. I think I would... Okay, to the gay chatters that are here, which is I think most of you, do you also enjoy the look of a titty? Because I think titty love is universal in like the way that it looks, right? This like you ever see that video of that or that picture of that fake of The Rock? Here, look. The Rock fake. There's like this like dude who looks the same as The Rock. And he was at the beach, and he was surrounded by people who asked him for a photo because he looked like The Rock. And one of them was like biting on his like man boob because he looked like The Rock. I think the boob enjoyment is just a universal aspect because boobs are just sort of like weirdly nice looking, right? And so it's like nobody says that a boob is necessarily a bad thing to see. But if you deny that and you say no while someone is presenting it to you, that's rude. But it's also not like it's like a creepy thing to show you their boob. Maybe. I don't know. Because it's like they're showing you their boob, which is something that like something everybody wants. And so it's like, is it really that creepy? But then people would use that to do creepier things. So maybe my logic is flawed. Show me your titties. Oh, wait. Sorry. That was a chatter message. When someone in the chat says something in the first person, I do a replacement in my brain of first person to third person. Like it's yours, like I becomes me, or like me, like I becomes you, and then yours becomes mine. So the chatter said, "Show me my titties," and then I said, "Show me your titties," because I got confused because it should be like show you your titties, right? But like, sorry, I didn't mean to. Mount Holly book request form. Show me your titties. Stick 2025. You know what's sad? Stick no longer exists. He doesn't exist anymore. He's dead. Dead. He's gone. Gone. History of Arindia. Fixed star Swimbird. Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. Sure. What is... Okay, how do I... What is the star book called? I need to find the observatory again. I need to install that plugin. I need to install the plugin that gave me a fuzzy search. Give me a moment. I'm going to install fuzzy search. No one panic. It's just fuzzy search. Obsidian canvas search. You like how Twitch censored the entire phrase in quotes and not just titties? Did it actually? Oh man, that's actually funny. Yeah, because for me, I see it. But if you have a censor and it censors the entire thing, that's funny to think about. That everything about it is like disgusting and like crude and like uncouth. Canvas. Observatory. Oh, it's right here. Oh, oops. Okay, well, it's here. So, The Fixed Stars by Richard Witt, the Stargazer's Companion. So, I've already got this book, but there's actually a full version that I could read. But, like in books and periodicals requested with this form will be pulled and available the next time you draft the library. Sorry, I'm so gassy. So, this book has a rotating selection of books that only appears every now and then.
And I need to be mindful of the ones that I choose, because if I just draft something that I already have, I gain nothing from it. I want to gain something from it versus gaining nothing from it. So I think what I'm going to do a new library. These are a series of books that I can order. If the list changes over time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark off whichever book that I've read. Because I don't think this thing marks it off for me, but I don't really know. So let's see if that's possible. That way we can keep a running tab of the library books that we pull. Amazing. Amazing censorship. You commend the censorship. The above setting is responsible for all materials checked out uses for and fully stands new requests cannot be made on days which have previously appeared. I want to see. I had the stars, Swimbird, Sightseer's Guide to Rington. I need the system user manual. No. Drafting strategy. This is my design. You get drafting strategy. You understand better how to draft rooms. You then use it to draft more libraries. They give you more manuals. It's actually just a genius move because you get like a exponential increase in the amount of rooms that you draft. Reading is so powerful, man. I don't like the stairs. I'm not controlling the mouse. Look, I'm not controlling the mouse. The game is forcing me to look up myself. But it's like weird. Mount Holly Records. That's a symbol of Mount Holly. Oh shit, that's a symbol of Mount Holly. That's what the mountain is. Oh. Oh, that's what the mountain is. Oops, wrong arrow. Okay, so that's what the symbol of the mountain is. Because I was wondering what the symbol of the mountain is. But then this makes sense. So back to the Aegirian Angels. It's this thing. So that's Mount Holly. And this itself, the outside map that I have here is the mountain with the viewing pad. That's also just Mount Holly. I need to fix these lines at some point. The lines are like bothering me. Temporal records. What? Total time 10 hours. Average day 1 hour. Well, okay, average day for you, buddy. So the room drafted, red drafted, billiards room, parlor solved. Are there only 4 puzzles? Are there only 2 puzzles? This game builds itself as a puzzle game, and there's only 2 puzzles. Or does this increase the more puzzles that appear? Because if there's only 2 puzzles, this is the worst puzzle game I've ever played. But okay, to be fair, the puzzle is the house. But the fact that the house, like a puzzle house, has only 2 puzzles means that my grandfather, my granduncle, was incredibly unsuccessful. Upstairs. So stairs without stars. I'm currently in a configuration of the home where there are stairs without stars. Scrapbook. Hey, Mount Holly scrapbook. The time is 1:30. Does that time matter? 1:30. I feel like the 1:30 time does matter. So this is just gameplay statistics. So that's a gameplay statistics book. So maybe we put it over here. Because statistics only make a certain type of person happy, and it's not me. So here. Okay, stop. Put the tentacle. Doesn't the tentacle here. The scrapbook has a lot. So time on the thing is 1:30. I need to take a screenshot of this by moving my fingers and contorting them to be able to press the thing. So statistics are pretty nice. The only stat that I care about is how many of you contribute to the Femboy Socks channel. Because I post really cool technological things, and everybody doesn't. I'm not seeing enough emojis, really. Like, it's like
if somebody posts something cool in that channel, I want all of you to use this emote. It's the thinking emote in the Discord channel. You must use the thinking emote. This one. Where is it? Not that one. Sorry, not wrong. Sorry, wrong. It looked the same. Sorry. Don't look at that. Don't look. That's just for me. I don't have it. This one. The wow emote. Anytime you see something pop up in femboy socks, post this, okay? Like, look. Google released new DNA sequencing tool that can automatically do it via AI. Wow. Bees fly by vibrating their body. Wow. There's a whole field behind using AI to determine the connections between the body and the brain, and like how this sort of like the signals get sent around your body. Wow. JavaScript is the worst language. Wow. But like flip upside down, so it's like so it's like ow. Rust is the superior programming language, but the world is not ready to see that yet. Wow. C++ is a pain and the suffering, but we simply don't believe in it because people believe that they're better programmers than they really are. Wow. WebAssembly should be used over JavaScript whenever you can because it's A, better to write in a single language that you can port to like any runtime. B, support for it is very good, and C, we now have a real world sort of like user study or like study case use case of it being used for performant UI stuff in the Amazon Prime Video thing. Wow. I'm streaming. Wow. If I don't see this to my streaming announcements, I all of you are failing me, okay? If I post a timestamp and all it says is like the wrong time, so it says like 11:45 p.m. your time, or it says like 11:45 p.m. my time, aka in the middle of the night, and you don't go, wow, do you really care about me? Wow. Done. What did you do? Small intestine. I can't believe Stick would say something like that. Absolutely horrible. It looks like I'm the worst human being of all time. Holy shit. That's a +2. This is a +2. This is peak comedy. I can't believe Stick would say something like that. All censored. I'm getting canceled. Holy shit, that was good. That was really good. I put it away before you said it. Said like, wow, exactly. Everyone react with wow, please. Everyone. Wow, 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 wow. Everyone wow. Everyone wow, please. Everyone wow. Everyone wow. There's a femboy socks as well as the small intestine. If you know, then you know. If you don't know, then you just don't know, and you're just not good enough to like be there, right? Everyone wow. It's actually funny. That's actually good. Scrapbook. My first claim ticket. First item checked. Burning glass. That sounds like demonic. My first ever item that I left inside the home was a burning glass. The screams of which I still hear in my head. When they taught statistics in higher mathematics, you kind of disliked it. But then you learned about statistical physics, and it was great. So what's funny is that I like statistics within mathematics, but when I heard about statistical physics for the first time right now, I don't know what the hell that is. So I'm like, what does that even mean? But it reminds me of the idea of using statistics to do actuary work. The way that like insurance people do, where they say, well, because you have a 30% chance of dying, we won't give you good insurance. And it's like, buddy, what's the point of me paying you? The Baron of Mount Holly names nephew provisional heir. Greetings from Reddington. So what is physical statistics? Because that seems to scare me on some level. He's standing in front of the fountain. That's the outside. There's no code. The scrapbook is this thing, but there's no code here that I can use. Greetings from Reddington. November 5th, the Baron of Mount Thing. 11:05, maybe?
There's no code on this. Nor can I zoom in to like get the code. First, claim ticket. Claim check. Wait, is that just a random series of numbers at the bottom and like letters? Mithuska Lezrinka Co. Mithuska Lezrinka Co. Evo. Evo. My favorite floor plans. Wow, can't seem to ever pass them up. Okay, I think this is just a book of like more stats. It's all just stats. Most paid for, most drafted. I love the code check. The code check is my favorite floor plan. Yeah. Contraptions I've made. Oh my god. There's a recipe book right here. Shovel, commissary, gold, paid in full. Have a great day. And there's something weird about this. So it's mostly stats, and then it ends up being this. So stats into this. So it's like this into more useless physics stats. And then we go into this. What is this? We need to figure out what this is eventually. I don't know what. Oops. What is this? What is that? And then they have this. It's weird that they show the observatory beside the Hawley, as in like implying that the mountain is named Mount Hawley, but then showing the observatory with it is also interesting because it's like, what do they want us to see within the stars? I don't really know. I avoid the kitchen the most because buying food is stupid. Why buy food when you can get food for free off the floor? Or like in like pantries and the stuff. Okay, cool. Very cool stats room. I like let's go downstairs sideways. Let's see how. Oh, that's very disorienting. Oh my god, that's so disorienting. It's like doing its own smooth move, so it feels weird. Oh. Okay, so now we're done. Holy shit, we spent 15 minutes in this room doing the WoW bit. I'm never gonna finish this game at this pace. Whenever you enter the ballroom, set your gems to 2. What? Drafting studio. Select a new floor plan to permanently add to your estate's draft pool. Yes. So we get more room types. We get to discover a new room to explore. Oh my god. November. Day 1. November 7th was day 1. Wait a minute! This is the password for the orchid. Sorry, I was just looking at this. The orchid, and what do we have on the garden? It's an apple orchid. What do we need to enter? It's a 4-digit code. What do we have in particular? 4 trees with numbers on them relating to the apples. And then 1 giant tree, which may throw the entire thing like a rye, but I'm hoping that's not the case. So this is a good piece of information. Drafting studio. As an architect and engineer, it was not uncommon to find your great uncle spending the better part of the weekends here at a drafting table with T-square and compass in hand. Over half the floor plans of Mount Hawley were conceptualized, refined, and drafted in the studio. Statistical physics is amazing. Basically, you look at a large system of quantum mechanical objects, which all have some inherent stochastic characteristics, and you basically use statistics to see how the system behaves on average and suddenly explains macroscopic things. So you start from quantum mechanics, which is far removed from your everyday intuition, then slap statistics on it, and explains everyday phenomena like thermodynamics. Okay, maybe I do know about this, but I didn't know that it was under that name, but I remember reading about that sort of like field of research whereby by using it we can sort of understand the fundamental reasons why things work as they do. So thank you for giving me that name. I now have something to research to better my understanding. Because I remember reading about that concept and I wanted to learn more about it, but I didn't know the name of it. And the Wikipedia page for quantum mechanics is too large for me to figure out which of those is that. But that is cool. I remember seeing like a bit of an explanation, but sort of like an explained like a 5 thing about it because I was curious about what this is because quantum stuff goes beyond my like head. I would say most physics stuff do. It's a miracle that I can walk without falling over, right? So, but when they explain that you can actually explain a lot of life and like the things that we encounter within the everyday physical world,
by using that method. I was very intrigued by how you could do that, because that's a usage. Because that's like the one of the few usages of statistics that seems useful beyond like, because honestly, I've only ever found statistics useful in logic games, and to how and to explain why I don't get to pay out my insurance, or like and like, you know, it's the thing that they tell you when they explain why you're more likely to fail, and like why you don't get to pay out insurance. Like, it's, I've only ever seen it used for like social situations and logic games. So to have it be useful in some way beyond just to explain how bad of a person I am, or how like good of a person I am, it's nice to see. But that is a cool concept. I is that I guess like is that because of how quantum mechanics is? Like, in sort of like the layman's understanding of like it's like there and not there, with like Schrodinger's cat deal? Or is that something that's just a way of us attempting to understand it? You know what I mean? Like, it's just a way for us to sort of try to make sense of it? Or is that just because of the way that it is? I don't know how to ask this like question in a way that makes sense, because I barely even understand what it is. You know what it is? I've actually been meaning to go back to school. So one of the things I've been meaning to go back to school for was for like a true science degree. Because doing the open MIT thing was just for comp sci, but comp sci is also very so far divorced from science itself. And then I wanted to do it for math, but then I was like, I'm not really into the math side of things, and I don't want to go too deep into math, because it's like, I'm worried that I'll be a bit strange. Like, at least if I go into the science side, maybe I'll enjoy it more. But it's like most of the sciences doesn't really appeal to me, except for biology. But apparently you're not allowed to just mix like living beings. Chemistry, which I looked it up, you need a license to mix chemicals. And physics, which can explain everything about the things that I do, which is nice. Also, this is presumably apple count. Presumably apple count on trees is, what's it called again? Lock? Key lock. Number pad? Keypad. Is code for padlock on Orchid. Back to school. I was thinking about it, because I was thinking to myself, I don't really have a formal education. But then in sort of talking with the people around me, including my parents, they sort of question the decision, especially because they don't, it's not that they have a dislike of school. They actually wish that we went to school more, but they were like, at this point, you've made more money than we ever could have imagined you making without school, that I don't know why you would want to go back. Because for them, it's more about the money than it is about the effort of learning. But then at the same time, it's like, maybe they're right. Is there an alternative way to learn that stuff without having to go back to school? Because like, then you have to deal with the thing that we talked about earlier with the quality of your school, right? Because then it's like, okay, well, how do you guarantee that the school that you go to is good? And because I make six figures, I would pay six figures to go to school. And then I'd have to pay that back. But if I can just learn that on my own, maybe I can just do that and just learn it on my own and get roughly the same thing and just try my best to keep up with the field in the way that like a professional scientist does already. Because I don't know this if it's true or not, but the only time that I've heard somebody required in their field to go back to school to keep up with their field has been in the medical field, where a doctor has to go back for continuing education. I never heard that for scientists. So presumably a scientist is also there on Wikipedia, sort of lamenting that the explanation is like incomplete in some way, right? And so they must go somewhere else to learn more. And maybe I just need to find what that place is so I can take part in it. Not allowed to live mixed living things. Do you want to genetically engineer mixed species? Yes. You know, like the dog in Full Metal Alchemist when it's like, Edward! But like, I want that, but it's hot. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a cat girl, like hot. Reveals that we started on November 7th. It's Saturday. sometime in the 90s, which is a great intro to any game story in a very generic sense. Sometime in the 90s, November on a Saturday. Just hire some professor, aka mentor. Yes, but then like I have to explain to them that I'm stupid. I'm too self-conscious for that. Like it's like if I didn't have to explain to them that I'm stupid, I think I would. But I feel afraid of letting people know that I'm stupid. It's why I like e-learning. Because I like to struggle in silence. That way no one will know that I know nothing about the world. And that way I can simply appear to be smart. Is that a small fridge? It's indeed because the inherent sarcastic characteristics. Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah. You did say... Okay, what's funny is that you explained it so well because we said stochastic characteristics and I was like, I understand what that means perfectly. And then I just completely forgot that you said it, so I asked the question again and you had to explain to me again, like, yes, it's exactly what I said. I'm sorry. I should have realized when you said that like, yes, you actually did explain it. Sorry. It's indeed because the inherent stochastic characteristics of quantum mechanics. Sometimes people use the words classical uncertainty and quantum uncertainty. Classical uncertainty is due to a lack of information, while quantum uncertainty is an inherent randomness. The first is the chances are 50-50 because I don't know any better, versus I know this thing perfectly. It will randomly choose a state with a chance of 50-50. Right. Do we know for sure that it's... Okay, so one question I do have about quantum mechanics too is like, how much of that inherent randomness is inherent randomness? As in, like, it's true randomness and it simply exists as it is, versus it's randomness that exists because we don't know the source of it. Like, is it because we don't know enough about it to identify what leads to both of those, to like that like quantum randomness, or sorry, quantum uncertainty, or is it because it is just random, or is there just not enough information either way to say so otherwise? Why do I want to appear smart? It was mostly a jest, but, you know, I do quite like being egotistical at times. I'm not immune to the human emotions of wanting to sound cooler than I really am, chat. I'm not immune. Like, I have an ego just like you do. Actually, most of you have no self-respect and no self-confidence. So I have more of an ego than you ever will in your entire life at this point, okay? I'm just as flawed of a human being as you wish you could be. As you wish you could be. Not as much as you are, though, because some of you are very depraved. But yeah, I do think about the cat girls thing. Like, I do want to make cat girls, but like I recognize that would be awful. But it's just like, it'd be so sick to have ears, man. I could live without the tail, but I think a tail would be cool too. Though I struggle to find a use for a tail besides like paint with. But like ears, that's kind of sick, man. Not to say that we don't have ears now. Okay. Don't panic. Don't panic. You have ears right now on your head. Don't panic. But I feel like there's something interesting about like cat ears. Ears, PogChamp. Treasure. Chicken jockey. Stupid Minecraft movie. A very detailed paper model of the safe. Wow. This is the room. This is the boudoir. This is the boudoir. Oh shit, this is the boudoir code. Oh shit. There's been absolute mathematical proof of the inherent randomness. But you need to look up what it was called. Okay, I'm gonna look that up too because I didn't even know that existed. I love reading about this stuff to learn more about it because I need to understand. But also, can you reveal to us, where do you read this stuff up on? Like, what's your science source? Because this is the thing, right? Even for programming, I don't really know the source. It feels like the source, like the sauce of all that you know in programming, comes from anywhere. For some people, it's c++.com and you've been led astray. For other people, it's en.cppreference.com and you're on the right track. Right? But where do science people go? Is it Science Direct? I've heard scientists say Science Direct sucks. Is it archive.org, as in like the like arxiv? Because I go there for like some programming papers, but I don't know if it's like, do you guys share the same space or do you look down on us? Right? Or are the only scientists on like arxiv the failed scientists, where they hang out with all the computer scientists, sort of like degenerate offshoot people, right? Furry arc. It's my furry arc. What? I don't know what this is, man. You need the magnifying glass to solve this. Okay, so this is weird. Need to solve like the safe in the boudoir, but this one requires the magnifying glass to enter numbers. Imagine somebody making a real mechanical safe using just paper as their, like, you know, masters on on rugs on like imagine someone is going to do a PhD on interior design and they make a safe out of paper mache that works like a physical safe. You have to type in the like number. That'd be sick. This is what that is. This is what that is. So it needs this, but this one, sorry, requires the magnifying glass to enter. So you go here. And then this is actually built, so this is the same code as the boudoir. So the boudoir is where? Boudoir. There. Tie it to this one. There we go. You tried to find stuff on Science Direct, but you didn't find anything useful. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I wonder if is it more of like the pop size stuff where you're just there to see something that's like cool, but it's sort of there to satisfy the curious mind, but not the mind that cares about the world. You know what I mean? It's like a piece of the mind that's just there, that simply craves to consume, but for why? But if only to simply further and satisfy one's own tastes versus necessarily in the pursuit of some greater truth. I don't know. Maybe you need super skills to search correctly. Okay, that too, but I like my explanation more. It sounds more poetic. Think about the poetry of it all. In the drafting studio, you will be able to choose a brand new floor plan to permanently add to your draft pool. Permanent changes do not reset each day. Select a floor plan above for more information. The kennel, each time you dig in a room, unlock all doors in the room. What? Casino, games of chance, or each time you enter a dormitory after drafting a drafting room, gain 10. Casino. The Mount Holly Casino offers an intimate and exciting setting for any wages of any scale. Guests may be surprised to discover how much strategy is involved in the games featured here. A buy-in of 2 gems is required for admittance into the exclusive room. I'm going all in on the casino. I know these other rooms were probably more important, but I love gambling. As we all know, I love gambling. Most of the quantum physics stuff you just know from lectures. Things that go beyond that, I know from papers. If you work in academia, you'd have stuff like journal clubs where people present newly published papers. Oh. And then you can occasionally look up people that you know do cool stuff and check their papers. So it's just like the programming world. Is there, like, it's funny to me because it's like, this is the thing, right? Arxiv.org is sort of like, this is the step one of, okay, this is a rant on finding information at the cutting edge of the world, okay? Arxiv.org represents step one of a long step process that I think probably still needs to be refined in some way. Because where do you find these lectures, right? And where do you find the papers that are connected to people? And how do you keep up with the latest things within each field? It feels like you need almost like an aggregator of these things, which like Arxiv.org and like many other places kind of are. But because there's competition, because of capitalism, each of them has like a different slice of the pie. But then it's like it gets in the way and it impedes progress because then it devolves into exactly what you do, which is exactly what I do too, which is I just follow people who I like that says something good that I can sort of measurably understand is good, and I hope that they continue saying good things. Otherwise, I like unfollow them. And I've always wondered this because it felt wrong to me, the way that I treat the learning and like the continued understanding of the world, almost like a social media feed. And I always wondered to myself, surely there must be a better way. But then this says to me that maybe the problem isn't that it is the method, but rather the problem is that nobody has come up with a better solution because there's real social barriers to actually breaking that down into something usable that isn't beholden to like one party having access to the lecture for the sake of like they need the money and the funding. Because that just feels like what like anybody does. And what's funny is that I come from the world of cooking. So when you cook things and you want to learn new recipes, I'm not even fucking kidding you. When you run a restaurant, That's how you find out new food. Is you just go to places that you tried their food, and if you like one of their food, you eat the rest of their food. And you say, I like this recipe, and you just go and find the recipe, or you ask them for it. Like it's the same thing. And then sometimes people come to you in your restaurant and they give you a new recipe. Like your cook might show up one day and it's like, hey, check out this recipe from back home when I went to go visit my family back in Vietnam. And it's like, oh shit, this is kind of cool. All right, let's sell this. It's like, boom, new recipe unlocked. It's the same shit no matter what field you're in. Is this what life is? Let's just stare at the mountain. Is this what life is? Wait a minute. This room has a perfect view of the mountain. Is this what life is? Life is just a series of us following people, hoping that they say something meaningful because we can't trust in anything else but the fact that we just follow people. This is like a JRPG. There is a truth to that statement. Because think about this. A JRPG is a game genre that people made. Somebody imagined that into existence. There's an inherent bias in how they figured it out and how they intuited the concept, in that it must have come from their life experience. The person who first made the first Final Fantasy probably had these same thoughts while they were trying to figure out where to find new papers on game development and like 3D graphics programming. This is probably the same thing that they thought of, and they were like, my life is like a series of quest givers and NPCs that I randomly talk to and like follow, and some people are like my main NPCs and like other people are like the side characters. Life is just a JRPG. Also, science is an extremely networking heavy field. You just go to conferences and poster sessions, get to know people and their projects, and then maybe look deeper into their papers. Professors invite guest speakers to their institutes to hold presentations and stuff. Oh. Okay, that explains... Okay, I remember you did mention this last time, where it's like, you mentioned that it's a very social field, but I didn't really understand it because I was in the mindset of like all information is like archived somewhere. But in that light, science is the most social field then, because you need to know somebody to be somebody. Like you need to know someone to be someone, and you need to know someone to know something. That's crazy. Like you've churned. This is why the hoi polloi ate the elite, because of the networking effect. You need to know somebody to be somebody. If you don't know anybody, then you aren't somebody, and so you have nothing. I get it. You're getting eaten. You're getting eaten, buddy. You scientists believe that you're safe. No, you're getting eaten. Watch out. I've got a A1 sauce bottle with your name on it, not AI. Deep cut reference. Life imitates art or something. It really does, honestly. And honestly, I get it now. I get why so much of this stuff talks about, like, you know, the effect of like networking. Please have mercy. Okay. So now it all makes sense. So basically what we need is like a guerrilla rebel inside the field. We need someone that can go in, pretend like they believe in sort of the sanctity of this idea of science where nobody else will be allowed in. But really, what we need to do is we need to have you go in, steal the information and bring it back to us and upload it to archive.org. Because that is interesting to think about, that you need to have that type of connection to get anything meaningful in terms of learnings. You want Guerrilla Rebel to be your code name. Guerrilla Rebel. Do you copy? Do you copy? Guerrilla Rebel. How was the talk? What did they serve? How was the snacks? And more importantly, what is, I don't know, like insert scientific topic here. I'm not smart enough to do like an action drama comedy about science. I'd like somebody who like does, by the way, look at the mountain, look very closely. I lined up the cursor with the mountain to make it pointy. You're welcome. Like maybe there has to be a way that I do things, right? You mean there is Sci-Hub, but you've never figured out how to use it. Yeah, but then like, from this other chatter's explanation, it feels like Sci-Hub can't even get over the fact that the hump is not the fact that there's a hub. The fact that nobody's on the hub. Like, nobody's on the hub. Like the hub is some 50-year-old professor's like bedroom where he hosts talks in. And then all of a sudden, you know, people start taking off the like pants and you want to leave, but it's like, man, this is a pretty good talk. and then you go home and like your science paper, quote unquote, has like a bit of a stain on it from like that day's activities, right? And like that's the problem. But at the same time, it makes sense because it's like the people doing that work. I imagine you all have an ego. Like I imagine the chatter that is revealing this stuff has a massive ego. Like they are incredibly selfish and they don't want to share what they know. I bet you this chatter that is telling us this stuff is actually extremely jealous of other people and doesn't want to like have their information known out there only to the people that they like, because it feels like science is gatekeeping in some way. But that could also just be me, not so. I mean, shitpost aside, it makes sense though, because it's like the easiest way to know something is to catch somebody in the middle of doing it, or when they're just finished, because like the process of making it available publicly is a hard process, and for science with like peer review and stuff, there's more to it than that. Finger emoji, panda emoji, emote text. Farts. Anyways, you have to go write your thesis. Have fun with stream. Okay, think about this as you write your thesis, that you live in a cloistered that you're living in a cloistered society. Okay, but it's just hard to disseminate information. So why do that when you just host an impromptu talk and have the network effect handle it for you? Because it's easier to get somebody else to explain what you've done than for you to explain it over and over again, right? But then I need to tell you this, okay? That ain't no panda. That's a blue dog. That's a dog? Oh, you're right. That's just a dog. That's blue god. Nice typo, chat. But yeah, I just think like, can you convince your fellow scientists that there's an easier way than talking if they don't want to talk too much? Is you record a video once and you just upload the video to YouTube? Can we chat? We can start something new. Here, look, I'm going to open up Paint. We can start something new. You're going to love this. We're going to start something new. Okay, this, and then copy image. Okay, good. Okay, copy image. Paint. Okay, good. Okay, then I need to make this whole thing over here black. Okay, so we do paint bucket. Is that paint bucket? Yes, sir. Okay. What? Oh, it really doesn't like seeing paint, eh? There we go. We could make something called Lecture Hub. So let's do lecture. Oh, oops. Lecture Hub. And then if you want to like know information, you saw nothing. And if you want to like know information, you can go to Lecture Hub, where all the videos of like, you know, the lectures are put up there, right? But then like the point of Lecture Hub could be that it's not necessarily peer reviewed. It's like the it's like Lecture Hub is for the informal dissemination of information, whereby peer review can happen in real time. And it'll basically be YouTube with the comments. Because I'm going to tell you something. I feel like peer review YouTube style would be more effective than whatever it is today. Because I've heard that scientists hate the current system because it takes a very long time, costs a lot of money, and it's about who you know and who you can convince to peer review your paper. Most scientists are not big fans of the journal system for publishing because you pay for your shit to get published and then pay again to subscribe to the journal. Exactly. See? Exactly what I just said, right? Do you know what Sci-Hub is? By the way, your stream cut off. So I do know what Sci-Hub is, but I feel like my version is way cooler. Again, it's like sperm racing. You need to appeal to... It's like sperm racing in that you need to appeal to the masses, right? So we do Lecture Hub, okay? Because Sci-Hub, this is the problem. Sci-Hub is too formal about the way that it is. Like it's open, but at the same time, it's like still too formal. I want like homegrown shitty videos of somebody giving a lecture, an AI transcription, and then people commenting on the paper saying +2. Like you realize what I'm stumbling upon here, right? I want the scientists to go onto a video of a lecture or like even onto a paper, and the comment section is just +2, +2, -2. You forgot about the uncertainty. You forgot about the inherent nature of quantum uncertainty. +2, +2, +2. Forget that other commenter who said about the quantum uncertainty. I can prove that it's false in my paper here, and then the sub comments for that comment could like be like -2, you're an idiot, quantum uncertainty is real. And then +2, I don't know what I'm doing here, I'm from YouTube, right? Like you just keep going on and on and on. That's what we're missing. Because this is Sci-Hub. And also because Sci-Hub, so Sci-Hub is also interesting because, wait, which, we'll do the SE version. We'll do the SE version. This is the other problem with Sci-Hub. And here we use the conditional entropy to +2 poggers. Exactly. Because this is the thing about Sci-Hub. I'm going to show you Sci-Hub very quickly. This is Sci-Hub. This is already a turn-off for anybody who is not communist. Like it's too communist leaning to appeal to the masses, right? Like you need to have to, and like again, like if you go to any research article and you go into like say biology, I don't know, let's do like I don't know, like the database, and then how do you do? We'll do here we go, academic papers by n grams, okay, and then we go into like do you see what I mean? Wait, no, that was other databases. You can to get a full listing of the Sci-Hub 7-zip. The Web3, okay, non-homologous. There is no comment section. There's no comment section. And as soon as you open Sci-Hub, they break into crypto. And I don't know why. This is the problem with Sci-Hub, is they break into crypto too early. You need to wait until after they've like commented +2, right? It doesn't have the same innocuous nature. And so in doing so, it feels like a scam. And it's blockchain based, which is, as any scientist knows, is a waste of time because they're burning trees for no reason. They're co-opting Albert Einstein. There's no comment section. It goes into crypto, uses blockchain, so it never so it just burns down trees. Like this is just it just doesn't work. You've never seen this page. This is the .se version, which I'm assuming is Sweden. So maybe the Swedes have something crazy going on here. There's other versions of this, but I can't click on the other versions for fear of my local CIRA agency, which is like the Canadian Shield Agency. By the way, no joke, the Canadian Cybersecurity Agency is called the Canadian Shield. It's for fear of them sort of seeing my post history and saying, okay, we need to take this guy down, he's a spy. My idea is so much better. I'm going to build a shitty science like spin-off that's just about openness, no bullshit, and just about +2 poggers. Lecture Hub. Can we go back to the game? Sorry, this is like a very long tangent, but it is important to like think about though, because like this is it's just the reality of science that like this is what people do. Like this is a wow moment. And I'm glad that I'm not the only one who has had to deal with this feeling. And I'm glad that it's not just programming that has to deal with this, that science has to deal with it. But I feel for science and that programming is easier and that you don't have to pay anybody to read your ideas in programming. In fact, you have to pay someone to want to read it. Because nobody reads anything in like the programming field. Like nobody reads anything in like comp sci or software engineering. You have people like saying things as if it's a part of like some baseline technology. And it's like, buddy, you just described React. It's not, that's not, you can build websites with just HTML. Like the problem is that you have to pay someone to read something in this field. But either way, I digress. It's funny to know that we all suffer the same problems of like knowledge and how to disseminate knowledge and how to ensure that we all have freedom of knowledge and how we can share that in a way that doesn't cost anything because money is expensive. The Great Hall petitioning plan for Friday, November 13. What? Friday, November 15. Day 7. So I started there. Tomorrow, Great Hall. What? What is a Great Hall? Holy shit. Okay.
The drafting strategy. Hmm. This is a lot. I'm also realizing. I wonder if that idea of the whatchamacallit, of the Great Hall is a part of the antechamber. Because it's like, let's say you go to the antechamber. We don't really know what's within the ninth rank of the flooring, right? There may be something there. This is also important, I think. Maybe a sign of what you need to do to kill the trees. Honestly, this game I think is the best conversational game that I've played so far. There's just so much space to talk about nothing and like anything, and it's so nice to be able to just like drop into a discussion about science for no reason, if only to scare away the lesser minded of the chat room. Because then this game, it's like it has weird overlaps here and there that can sort of like segue into whatever topic. It's like I can talk about the time that I was stuck inside the washroom and it felt like I just kept going back in, and how the washroom for me can feel like a red room if I eat something spicy. But then I can also segue into how, like, you know, this room is a bit like a quantum room because I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Great Hall petition plan for Friday, November 13. Wait, 13. So yesterday. That's what it was yesterday. Because I'm on day 7, started on the 7th. I'm now another day ahead. Day 1 was on the 7th, so now I'm day 14. So yesterday the Great Hall was like this. What does that mean? The Great Hall. That's me at the table. That's me at the table in this room looking at this like, what is going on? There's something here. I'll think about that later. For now, we look at this book. This whole book that I need to copy wholesale into this book. I need to copy this entire book into this book in order to read what this is. Because the game is all about taking notes. So all of these need to go up here. But yes, to all of you, thank you for explaining to me all of these things, because it was nice to learn about this stuff. Again, it's like very rare for me to be able to interface with this side of the world, because it's like I don't have scientist friends. Like, I have a scientist friend, but he's no longer doing the science thing because he literally, the job here paid just above minimum wage, and it wasn't like, he said that he enjoys doing it, but at the same time it's like he struggled to see the point when it's like he needs the money, right? So it was kind of hard for him to get into the science thing long term. And you know, I commiserate with him. Well, I don't, because software pays a lot, but but what I'm trying to say is, yeah, I get it, bro. And so it's like I don't have anybody to discuss this stuff with, because no one else really. I'm the only one in my friend group that kept up with like their STEM-ish degree, and it's only because of sheer luck. Like, I was just really into programming that I would have done it for like free, but then all of a sudden, you know, Apple comes out and it's like, oh shit, I can get paid for this. All right, cool. You're telling me Microsoft and Apple are the two largest oligarchies? A social media website makes a shit ton of money? Wow. I just wanted to like write words and code. I just want to code. I was just here to have fun, man. The drafting spectrum. Blueprints are more than just blue. So it should come as no surprise. The first color that comes to mind when speaking about blueprints is blue. While it is true that most architectural plans and designs are found on blue paper, it is not the only color on which the floor plans are drafted. In fact, originally, they were not blue at all. Hundreds of years ago, the chemicals used to create floor plans caused coated paper to turn black when exposed to light. This raven hue, perhaps more fitting to the reign of Horus, was decidedly more difficult to affix an architect's revision edits to, and so blue was proposed as an ideal replacement, as it had no political ties to any other realms. Take that, liberals. Oh shit, you won't even see the like word. Sorry. This like it just sounds like I just okay. Sorry. It's without seeing the words, it just sounds like I just made a joke about the liberals, and like all of a sudden this is like a right-wing channel. This is not what I was intending. You need to see the words to understand that this is not something that I made up in my mind. I'm reading like words that the game is like giving me and making a like slightly topical joke. This is not like a right-wing grifting channel. I just wanted to say, take that, you know, because of blue, take that, liberal. I just wanted to make that joke, sorry. I'm never going to recover. Over the years, the fear of political connotation deferred to innovation, and the use of color prints eventually became popular with engineers and architects who used hues as a way to differentiate various types of buildings and rooms. I wonder how true this is in the modern day. Violet prints, for example, are only used when creating plans for a bedroom, while an orange floor plan will immediately inform a contractor that the print contains designs for a hallway. I can't believe Sticky had just said that. From the top of my head with no context. I can't believe that he just said that live and made this entire fake story about blueprints just to make a lib joke. I just wanted to... I know, I'm sorry. I should have stuck with like blue skies or something. I don't know. In this issue of Drafting Strategy, we'll explore the different features of each type of floor plan and look at the underlying connections that tie each room to the color. Look, it's my first time trying like a political joke. And like it's going to fail, right? I want to get to the level of Obama and his like, you know, at like the state dinner, like whatever the like thing is called. He has some weirdly political jokes that like also land well because they're kind of funny. If I can get to that level, then I'll be happy. Not that I have to, but I feel like, you know, there's like a certain art to it that I want to learn, just to have another tool in my repertoire so that I know not what to say, and if I have to say it, I know how to spin it well. You know what I mean? Most violet dreams. Violet? As in like violent? Or just violet? Architectural Digest's Guide to Bedrooms. The bedroom is often referred to as the heart of the home, and with good reason. Yes, that's literally where you spend all of your time. You feel like you didn't know about the science world, about how the science world worked before starting with your master's thesis. Really? The bachelor's thesis was a small glimpse, but through lectures, you never learned anything about that. That's interesting. I've heard that from my friends who like were doing the science stuff too, how they sort of became aware of what it could be had they followed the masters from talking to their science friends who stuck with it. And they said how, and all of them had that same understanding of like, the bachelors didn't really tell me anything about the science world. It really just told me about the basics of what they ultimately wanted to like do, and then they dropped it for the money thing. But like, you know what I mean? Like, it's interesting to like see that, but it's also interesting to see that you don't get, I guess, inducted into the science society, quote unquote, until that late. Because I feel like you would want to be inducted into it ASAP in order to maximize your potential. It's like if you don't know about it until your master's thesis, then what's the point of anything that you do up until that point when it's almost like a whole different system of play, let's say. That's interesting. Huh. Hey, chat. Okay, so this is where I pitch you all on this idea that we're going to change science, okay? So we're all going to change science. We're going to make Lecture Hub. It's not going to be like Sci-Hub. It's because Sci-Hub is a little too weird. We're going to stick with like a non-crypto based Lecture Hub thing with +2 commenting systems. And this is when I rope you all into this like community effort. And all of a sudden we take over science and I had to explain to people, I'm not a scientist. I'm just here to ship post. I don't know how I got here. Because, like, yeah, it's like if you don't ever know and you're not ready for it, it's like, what's going to happen? And then, especially because, like, I feel like to have those social skills and that networking, you can start very early. Because, like, it's not like the people in the master's program and then the PhDs and then ultimately the people at the cutting edge of research are fundamentally different. Like, they're just you. And in fact, they're your classmates within your bachelor's program. And I feel like if you had known that beforehand, maybe you could have formed much deeper, longer lasting relationships, less free of drama and like, you know, who's dating who, and more about the process of like, hey, did you hear about that new molecule that they found? It's like, say, streamer, he wasn't kidding. Sticky is actually dead. Now there's only Stickler. Now there's only Stickler. Please, can I please veto the use of the word Stickler? This is not the only chat that uses it. I have been to 2 other streamers' chats where they call me Stickler, and I need to veto it everywhere that I go. I do not want to be any... This is not... Please do not associate me with that ideology. I'm not that kind of person. Though what's funny is that if you're a stickler, it's like a different word in real life. But because of the context of my name used to be Stick, it means something else even worse. Like it's because my name was Stick that it means something worse. But in real life, you can call someone a stickler and it's not the same meaning. But it's like, we know what you mean by calling me stickler, and I don't want to have a dog whistle. I don't want to have a dog whistle. I'm begging you, do not give me a dog whistle, please. It's funny too because it's like, it's not even that I don't want it, because okay, it's the reason. I need to say this very carefully. I need to say this carefully because if I say it the wrong way, it implies that I did want it in some way. I don't want it, not just because it's a bad ideology. Oh, sorry. I don't want it not just because I don't want to be cancelled, but because it's an ideology that I don't believe in. I believe in the goodness of the world. I want to be a good person. As sadly, so it's kind of hard to get there. Is the place where people can rest during a long day, where they can kick up their feet for a bit and recharge their batteries. Architects always use violet bordered floor plans for bedrooms, and the comforting purple hues encountered while drafting will usually let the weary traveler know that they have found a room in which they can rest up. And then we can see the nursery over here. Can I zoom in for anything special? No? Architects may wish to utilize bedroom strategies if they are the type who love to explore and backtrack frequently. I love bedroom strategies. The bedroom strategy is the only strategy that truly makes sense to me in life. The bedroom strategy is the only strategy that is consistently good within life, that can never get bad. Having an excess of steps usually affords bedroom enthusiasts the mobility to be more carefree with their plans for the rest of the day. So these give you more steps, average number of doors 1 to 2. So it actually gives you even more information about what they have, which you don't really get otherwise. Not even the glossary gave you this much information. You have to head out now. You need to get some chores done before heading to bed. No worries. The stream is almost done anyways. I think after I finish this book, or I think once I finish this day, I'm gonna finish the game because I'm done too. Good night, and thank you for exposing what science is about. I'm now going to make Lecture Hub. What's bedroom strategy? Is it about sex or something? So it's literally about the strategy that you as a player would use with the bedroom, because it's like the bedrooms give you steps which let you walk. But the joke is sex. Yeah. You know that image of the dad from Invincible? And he has like bloodshot eyes and he's punching, and you see it in every single anime r/anime underscore RL thread, where like, or like the like r/explain the joke, or like the like Peter Griffin subreddit thing. And then as soon as everyone knows that the joke is like porn, they post that image because it's the dad from Invincible about to punch you, and the caption says, "It's just porn. It's always been porn." It's just porn. It's porn through text. Wow. Indoor verdure. Green rooms are a wonderful way to bring the outdoors inside and provide a breath of fresh air for the home. The abundance of plant life, rich soil, and natural resources in these spaces makes them extremely appealing for architects who enjoy gardening and open spaces. These floor plans are actually extremely synergistic, and strategies centered around green will often involve drafting as many of this color as possible. The more green rooms you're able to draft in your house, the more powerful their effects will become. Additionally, these spaces are more likely than other types of rooms to contain piles of dirt for digging. Nice. So this is the good place to go if you want to dig for things, and it's also for mostly gems. Again, the game doesn't tell you this. The game is giving me a tutorial on the game, like 20 hours in. This is the first tutorial that we've ever gotten for the game in earnest. Orange Passage. If the bedroom is the heart of the home, then the hallways are the arteries, serving as diverging paths that branch out to connect different parts of the house and lead visitors to their intended destination. While these orange corridors are often overlooked as one travels through them, they are a vital component of any house. The numerous doors found in each hall provide the means to add more rooms to your house. The more hallways you have, the less likely you are to draft yourself into a dead end. Hallway strategies are ideal for the architect who prefers more rooms and flexible options for expansion over pure resources. Imagine not wanting pure resources in a capitalistic society. I need a different like branding for it too. Like we can't use the Lecture Hub because it's too close to porn. I don't like. I want science that feels welcoming and opening and like available to everyone. That isn't so hard on like the social angle and like the hammer and chisel, and not so hard on like the open your body sort of like angle, right? With the point hub. I need a branding strategy that says we love science. You can love science too. We love science. You can love science too. That's a good one. So these hallways give more keys. Rarely do they give extra items, but they do give a lot of keys. That's interesting. Or maybe it's that they use keys. Though the foyer card, hallway doors are always unlocked, does negate the need to use keys within hallways. And so it becomes like a key farm. This is a good way to know what to farm, actually, because you farm steps, you farm gems. I was wondering what their associated resources were. Golden Trim, the guide to shops. Shops are an essential part of any large estate, providing a convenient place for the staff and residents to purchase items without having to leave the property. Including at least one of these floor plans in your house will provide you with an outlet for any coins that are found during the day. Strategies that involve generating lots of gold will usually want to draft multiple shop rooms to expand the range of shopping opportunities. These floor plans are bordered with shades of gold, enhancing the sense of luxury and refinement in the shopping experience. Whether it's a quick snack or a high-end fashion item, having a well-placed shop within the estate can greatly enhance the quality of life for the entire household and notably make the owner of the estate that much richer because they get the money that these people work for, that the estate owner paid them, and then they get the money back in terms of sales. So they doubled up. GitHub is like, yes, GitHub is a bit like Pornhub. What's funny is that GitHub is probably one of the closer ones. Like, because GitHub specifically is open source to code, right? And I don't mean this facetiously. I mean this quite earnestly in the sense of like, it's what could have happened for knowledge had all knowledge been code. But because not all knowledge is in the form of the artifact of source code, GitHub isn't useful for things like papers and lectures. Like, it's only useful for code. And I feel this greatly because the only time I use GitHub for like words that isn't code is when people inevitably upload books that you can pirate. Like, did you know that you can find The Gang of Five or The Gang of Four, I forget how many people there are, a book, on GitHub for free, even though it costs like $30? Now you know. We love science, so like sci-files. Yes! Holy shit, we can name it sci-files. Like SCIFILES. So it's like you have science files, but then you're a sci-file. Please clap on your end so I don't feel alone, please. I'm imagining all of you clapping. If you are not clapping, then I feel very like bad. Okay, we're gonna name it scifiles.com. I think this is a good thing to have. I think we just nailed the branding. That's all we need, but I don't want to go too far with the branding because then it gets a little weird given the naming. So let's keep it kosher. Let's go for something like Dropbox more than whatever the alternative is. Negative Space, the guide to red rooms. Red rooms are a daring addition to any home, providing a small element of danger that can excite and thrill both the residents and visitors. While these rooms come with a certain level of risk, they also offer the potential for substantial returns, as they provide as many doors as they do opportunities. Architects who are willing to take the plunge and draft a red room are often rewarded with a unique and striking space that leaves a lasting impression on those who enter. Just like in life, taking risks can be intimidating, but those who dare to venture outside their comfort zone can reap the greatest rewards. Vexation. Associated resource, vexation. Amazing. Also, this is a really good magnifying glass effect. The shader that they made is very accurate. It curves at the sides and it blurs out as you get further away, except for the top and the bottom, which is all not really accurate. But the rest of it is... Wait a goddamn minute. There are names. So, holy shit, we found the names of two people. Of two of the angels. Yeah, that was a pedophile joke, but at the same time, the name is unironically pretty good. Yes, exactly. But like that's why. But it's also like not just a pedophile joke because we know about pluviophile. So until then, taught us about pluviophile. So there are other files like pluviophile. There's a word for like you're like a monster file, like you're really into monsters. Like there's a lot of different file types, and one of the file types is science files. But now that you said pedophile, the name is tainted. So we have to move on now to a different name. You ruined it! Okay, let me get this angel name here. I can't really read the angel name, but I think I'll just keep it for the time being. Sad sobbing face. It's okay. You ruined everything! I'm surprised that this book of all books has the name of two angels. So this book here has the name of two angels, which is weird. Names of Anjuran angels, and it's specifically these angels. So I'll show you soon. Oops. Oops. What other pages have this too? Let me just, I'll check after. Do this first, link it all up, and there we go. So we have Lydia and Daja. Lydia and Daja. I need to get the relative position because it's kind of hard to see this. These screenshots suck. Yeah, I need to get the relative position because these screenshots are kind of hard to see. I need like the angel itself relative to the stone statue. Otherwise, how do I know where it belongs? There we go. And then Lydia. Okay, there we go. So you have, oh wait, no, not that, sorry. This. Names of the Anjuran angels. So you have Lydia and you have Darja. So this one is Lydia. Oh, sorry. Darja. And I have the mapping of the church here. So it's this one. Because it's beside the mountain, which is beside this little stone column thing. Okay. My web of knowledge is getting simply too large for me to handle. It's actually getting a little unwieldy and I don't really know what to do. And this is the thing about these types of boards. How do you organize the board in such a way that the knowledge doesn't lead to a million different lines everywhere? It's like it's just loads all over the place. Just like stringy load. This stringy load, it's like it's stringy load-bearing load across your entire diagram. It's incredibly difficult to keep like track of and like manage. Yes, what nice lines you have. So page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Prismatic, what? Aquarium. Wait, prismatic rooms. You may, on rare occasions, notice some floor plans that have more than one color in their design. That's sick. These rooms are unique in that they share simultaneously. I don't know why I read backwards. They simultaneously share all the characteristics of each type of room associated with those colors. For example, a floor plan with a violet and gold boulder would be best described as a bedroom shop, while an orange and green... Okay, bedroom shop has a very interesting connotation. While a floor plan, while an orange and a green one might contain a corridor of greenery and plants. The aquarium is a very useful multicolored floor plan as it supports all of the color-based strategies listed in this volume. For example, it can give you bonus steps for having a nursery as well as being unlocked for having a foyer. Oh, sick, this fish. Oh, fuck this fish. I fucking love fish. To eat and to see. So maid's chamber is like that, where it's red room but then purple bedroom. This makes sense. Okay. So, if we ever find the aquarium, basically, never draft red. Red is high risk and reward, but really, I don't think it's ever reward. Like, to me, it's like, why would you ever want to draft the red room? Because what benefits do you really get in the grand scheme of things? Not much, really. All you get is a sense of regret in some way, because now you've got a negative effect that could have been for something else. This room type that you're talking about. I'm not sure about this one. But every other color type, you want more of every other color, except the doorway matters. The doorway counts on reds are the highest, as well as the hallways. Word from the author.
As we reach the end of the volume of Drafting Strategy, we hope you have found valuable insights and colorful inspiration for your next architectural project. For the purples of our dreams to the reds of our fears, we believe that no ambition for an architect is too brave and no design is too colorful. To achieve our goals, you must delve deep into the spectrum, drawing upon all colors and ideas of daring merit. At the end of the day, color is just another tool. Some wield it to express your creativity. Some hoist it up as a display of their own power. Some use it to calculate great sums. But all of us want to find a color we can call our own. Hell yeah. They should what's the slogan for Pride Month? Like, that's a good slogan for Pride Month. All of us want to find a color of our own. Is there, like, who's running the Pride Committee? That's a good slogan. Now, you were earning my fishphilia. My fishphilia, listen, okay, think about this. You eat them, you can look at them, and you can play with them. Goldfish are surprisingly mobile. The Great Hall. Actually, did you know that people like stick dick on their like stick their dick instead of like fish mouths? Like, it's weird. There's this whole like forum post. Yeah. So it's like there's like a play with them thing. Like, there's this whole forum post I remember reading from this forum where they were talking about how like it's like, oh, like which dick is like, or like which fish is the best to stick your dick into. And I was like, what the fuck is this? But like somebody actually like said that. And I was like, why are they saying this? So there is actually like a series of people who like do look at a fish's mouth and they go, ooh, that's a nice fish. Which is like fucked up in its own way, because like the fish doesn't really have a say in it. On top of the fact that it's a fish. It's like a double whammy of like, what in God's name is this? I think this is random every day, but let's see. Are we finally gonna be able to move on? I don't want to go down. I do want to keep going as far as we can to figure things out. The boudoir, please. How do I know the code for the boudoir? Now, what's interesting... Wait a minute. Fish doesn't have much say when you eat it either. That's very true, and you've just explained sort of like you've just stumbled upon the best argument for veganism that vegans have been trying to tell people for the longest time. I'm realizing something about this. One, there's a mirror. Two, think about this. Every image has a purpose. Why do we care about this image? In the apple orchid image inside the calendar, I'm assuming that's the code for that. This one, I'm assuming the code is the colored lights. Red, green, blue, but then there's presents as well. So I don't really know how to count this. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, that were the best argument for zoophilia. You're right. Okay, maybe. Okay, that's the thing, right? It's like that's how you figure out logical holes. Is you take your argument to its logical extreme, and if your argument could be used by the side that you don't want to win, it's a bad argument, and you need to rethink your like decision making. Very good, chatter. Very good. You've made me regret ever saying anything. Something is beeping. Something is beeping. The back of the sofa is... Why is it see-through? Huh? The back of the sofa is see-through. It's like the UV... It's like the texture is missing. It's like the texture in the back of the sofa is missing, as if the UV coordinates aren't set up or something. And so it's like see-through. Is that what it's called? UV? Any 3D artist here can tell me otherwise? Now, I do want to go to the orchid tomorrow on the day of to get the key, to get the code, because I have the code. We'll do the orchid thing later, though. Not as part of the day. Because I do want to stop streaming soon. But we should try to go as far as we can by going into... Oh, there's a gem requirement. God damn it. The dark room, I killed the power. Man, it never lasts long enough when I kill the power. But there are photos up here. Like, the weird part is that there's more to this room that we just don't get to see. We'll do this. What the hell is this? Furnace. You are more likely to draw red rooms while drafting. Kidding me? The main centralized heat source for the estate. You may find yourself starting to sweat after drafting this room. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Coins. Thank you. Really appreciate the coins. Thank you. I love this. Wow. So good. Yum yum yum. So tasty. Yum yum yum. So fun. Yum yum yum. So fun. Especially for a door that I can't see what I'm drafting. Fuck. I only have one choice. Yo. Whenever you enter the gymnasium, lose 2 steps. You're kidding me. My character cannot help but take a half-court shot for no reason. A half-court intended for basketball and racquetball, which is seldom used by anyone apart from the junior staff during the lunch hour. At least they did before Mrs. Babbage disallowed the practice after noticing how worn-out staff members were after a game. Hoople sports. You're kidding me. You take two of my steps and you don't even let me play. Oh fuck, there's running shoes. Occasionally save steps when traveling longer distances across the estate and grounds. Sick. Aquarium. I can't open it, no. Archive floor plan. Oh, as in you don't get to see all 3 choices. Right. We can do some combinations. Before I go into the archive, I want to do some combinations. L? This letter changes every day. Hold up. Wait a minute. Workshop. Oops. Man, search is so good. This changes every single day. I'll put these over here into their own category. Stone tablets. So this is like the stone tablet section. And all of these are a part of whatever the workshop is. And they change daily. So, change daily in the workshop. So, we'll do like this. Change daily in the workshop. Can I connect from here? No. Surely there must be a system to turn the canvas itself into like a possible link target by providing like almost like a link object of some kind inside the metadata, right? I'll program that later. But that's handy to know. Does the song change? This is song number 8, which is also song number 8. Stones cut by hand, letters wrought. Okay, no. Wait. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost. Among the bold words spoken soft, the note is read, the letter is not. A message read is often lost. Among the bold words spoken soft, the note is read, the letter is not. You need all the letters to read the note in bold, and that's the word that you want. It's a message. So, change daily in the workshop. Okay, so these are actually a part of... So it's actually not even like its own section. It's like these are a part of the song itself. Like, it's a piece of the puzzle of the song. Very cool. This is a sick beat. It's actually bothering me. I need it to stop beeping. It's like a faulty alarm. It's like my fire alarm upstairs, which is still we didn't replace battery. It's like bothering me. Change daily in the workshop. Okay, changes daily inside the workshop. And also... Well, no, I want to go... Fuck off. All forms a message as stated by song lyrics. Forms a message as stated by song lyrics. So this is kind of cool. Changes daily in the workshop. Forms a message as stated by song lyrics. Weird to figure out what this is, but it'd be funny if it says bold. Another... Wait, no. Is it my first one? It is. So it's my first broken lever. If I can draft a check room... Is there a checkout room? I do have a code check. I can get the candle. For tomorrow. I have an idea. It's a bold move. Burning glass. Magnifying glass. Oops, I didn't save the picture of the metal detector in my notes. No. Nor do I have the running shoes. Okay. So this... Oops. My final piece of cataloging before we book it to the code check and try to save as much as we can. We do this. It's getting a little hairy. Getting a little hairy, guys. A little hairy. Combine these two into that. Magnifying glass plus metal detector equals that. Okay. Don't need that. So shovel, broken lever, and probably battery can form the next thing. But let's try it. We also need the picture of the running shoes. I just need to catalog all of these just so I can remember them for later. In case I need to target something, even though it's RNG, it's like it's good to remember what the purpose of something is. Also to catalog my own recipe list, because I don't think the game gives you one. Okay. Now what can I combine with what? No. Shovel? Shovel and metal detector? No, we'll do... Do I want the burner? Or do I want to learn a new recipe? You know what? I can get the burner at any time, but when will I get knowledge? Detector shovel. What does it even mean? Greater chance of finding. Much greater chance of finding while digging. Cool. Cool. That's useless. Because this takes up the slot of the burning tool. Because you need the shovel, or yeah, like you need the metal detector to make the thing. So this was shovel and metal detector. Okay. Okay, now my lines are getting a little crazy here. Okay, now it's getting a little absurd. Maybe this is a bad system for doing this. I don't know about this one anymore. Huh? Sledgehammer, broken lever, shovel. I think this is sledgehammer, broken lever. Maybe sledgehammer. Sledge has recipe with lever. I'll need to test that next time. Okay. So this item is useless, so we actually might as well keep on going. Because if I had the burning item, I could have saved it for next time if I got a code check. But since I don't, I just need to keep on moving. This room counts as 2 bedrooms. I actually do quite like that. Hello, little fella. How you living? I'm glad that somebody is here to feed the hamster. Like, I was worried about who would feed the hamster and keep it alive. Because if the hamster dies, my life is over. My happiness is ending. Toys. The Trinsdale Mystery. The Turtles of Vera. There was a UK show called the Trinsdale School or something, like the Trinsdale Academy, that I was learning about from a UK viewer. Very interesting stuff. Where's it Tisdale? I don't really know. Well, one of them is a star. The other one is just like in the UK. Also, every time I go into the basketball room, I lose 2 because my character can't help but play basketball. That's fucked up. Metal detector. Why the pop now? This is a massive archive. Oh, there's a desk over here. Wait. Maybe the archive was good to go to. The deer is being shot. There's a crosshair on it. This was a successful day, both in terms of the stream vibes as well as what we ultimately learned from the house itself. Like this, look at this. Knowledge. Nothing can beat knowledge. That's why Sci Files exists. Marigold wins Herald Literary Honor. Archives. Countless shelves of documents and towering file cabinets make this otherwise immense space seem small and cramped. These archives contain centuries, almost a century of records, and files pertaining to the Sinclair family's numerous interests, many of which are sealed and unable to be accessed. Interesting. It's unusual. The rarity is unusual. So, new section for you. Here we go. You look like an unusual room. Get the magnifying glass out of the way. Marigold wins literary honor. Save this first, so you have a copy of it, and then begin here, and that's good. We do archives. There we go. Good. Marigold wins Herald Literary Honor. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book Swinbird has been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning this prestigious honor. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort. She was no stranger to the public eye even before her literary success. The niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. St. Clair, Mary began using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political associations that one might make with Sinclair family. Swinbird is that little blue bird that we found the picture of, that I'm assuming is a picture that we drew from our memory as a child spending time with our mother. Presumably, because we used to live in the house, that picture has been placed around. And it's also interesting because the grand-uncle, Sinclair, closest living relative, but it doesn't mean that he should necessarily care about his niece, but he's a good uncle, like I am, because I care about my niece the same way. And it's interesting that because they give the power over to her child, and that book is so influential, I wonder if it's necessarily my pictures that I drew as a child, or if it's the uncle himself, the granduncle, keeping memory of who they are. Swinbird author never considered herself success. By Gail Hermes, or it's either or, Herald staff writer. She confided, "My son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I'd always challenge myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime. And so as we ran out of books we owned, my imagination had to take over from there." Marigold has elaborated in previous interviews that her debut book, Red Prince, is based on her son and his inflexible love of the color red. A statement that has been held with much skepticism by the many pundits that viewed her book as a rather thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. Red color. Her son's red color. What's interesting about this... So, okay, I need to write all of these down. These are very important notes I need to write down, piece by piece. Each page gets its own explanation. So, the little blue bird picture dude probably comes from this book. Right? Our character's mother. She says color red is for negative spaces, which is also the color our character used in the journal, used in their brother's diary. Interesting, right? So there's a lot of things going on here, and she only mentions one son here, her son. What about our brother in college? What is going on? There's a lot of weird things about these sentences here. So only mentions one son. Color is red for negative spaces. So little blue bird. I need to find the blue bird, which was in the storeroom. Did I not take a photo of that bird? I never took a photo of the bird. I took a photo of what I thought was a tiger taking a diarrhea shit, but not the blue bird? You're kidding me, right? What was I thinking? What's wrong with me? Fuck. Okay, well, to do, I need to take a photo of this. Where is the middle? Photo of storeroom bluebird. Photo. And then we gotta do our character's mother. Color red is for which is our character used to defile their brother's diary, right? So that's also a very important thing to think about. So we go to bunk room. It's over here. So bunk room is here in relation to this. It's right here. Wait, where do we go? Here. Okay, so here. Bunk room's over here. Bluebird is dead stick. Only a single X on its grave remains. plus two. X. That's the thing. Well, what if this is a commentary on like social media? Like, because we don't know the story. This could be anything. This could be a commentary on like Twitter dying, and we have no clue. And I'm afraid of the implications of that.
What does it mean? What do the colors mean, Mason? What do the colors mean? What do the colors mean? What do the colors mean? What do the colors mean, Mason? What do the colors?
Okay, we go here. So we got this one locked in. Oh wait, it's this one. Sorry. Didn't take a photo of this yet. Do this. My mother. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard question. Holy shit, is this in the Soviet Union? Caleb Manning and his publisher, sorry, you can even see this, Philip White, were 2 of 3 dozen names that appeared on a leaked dossier naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Trinsdale. What the fuck? Trinsdale? There was a videotape inside the bunk room that said Trinsdale that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forward to officially take responsibility of the attack, it is widely believed by authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Blackwater. Continue on page 12. Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy. The charges were later dropped. Okay. This is wow. So Trinsdale, we have a videotape of that in our room. That's interesting that we have a videotape of that inside of a room. Something about the Trinsdale and like turtles. There's something about that and then turtles. There's a book in the library by these people as well. So library has choice of book from these authors. Okay. Archive contains information about the family, about the Sinclair, our family, that is yet to be known. So it's like unknown by the world at large. Okay. Bunk room has a videotape titled Trinsdale something. Titled Trinsdale something. Okay. RLCF is a weird acronym, so we'll think about that as well. RLCF. What does this mean? It's not like RGB. There's no color angle for this, so maybe it doesn't matter much. But there's something here. Something here. So, library has this book. Archive contains information about the family. So I need to tie this back to the name of the explanation of this. Files pertaining to Sinclair family's numerous interests. About the Sinclair family interests. That is yet to be known. So this, and then this. Library. So, library. Right here, right beside. Has a choice of books from these authors. This is it. Caleb Manning. The history of Orindia, as well as Sightseer's Guide to Reddington, which is a backdrop that we've seen a couple of times in terms of name. Bunk Room is a video titled Trinsdale something. So Bunk Room. Down here. Following those two arrows, right? Is there no easier way to move this around? Like, why can't... Again, Tabletop Simulator solved this a long time ago, please. I'm begging you. For now, point it to the hamster. For now, the hamster is responsible for the bombing. Amazing. It's like, oh shit, the hamster is responsible for the bombing. You can right-click follow connection? Holy shit, that's sick. Oh. Clap with me, please. Oh. Can you edit the label of this? What does it mean by edit? You can edit the label of a connection. Sick. RCLF, what does this mean? What other questions do I have about this? Victims of unfortunate circumstance. Children of Blackwater. What are the children of Blackwater? What are the children of Blackwater? Okay, this one has a lot of connections, so we'll do like this and like this. This is like this is the mystery. This is the part of the game that, again, the house is a vehicle for this, which is a funny statement to say, given the connotate like what the house, like what homes usually don't do is they don't move. You move homes, but the home doesn't move. Reddington Herald, Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality Marion Marigold, which is my mother, has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, who Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. Manning and White at press function was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under the waved down a local mayor. This is the local major since last year. Is anticipated charged with the crown. Manning was the last person. The trial begins on Tuesday, expected to last up to 7 years with grand treason. Oh shit. There's an implication too that the book that my mother wrote at the beginning, The Red Prince, could have also been the reason why they're in jail. Let's think about this. Let's think about this. Red Prince angle with later bombing angle. Red Prince angle with later bombing angle. Curious. All the weird things going on in Reddington over here. No traces discovered of sinker heiress, but search continues. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marion Marigold, was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room at Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home, and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned, but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point, and we are seeking information. Oh my god. Oh my god. Trinsdale. Trinsdale connection. There's a Trinsdale connection there. Oh my god. What the hell went on at Trinsdale? Let me look at you. What have you done to my mother? Mom? She has a weird necklace. Wait a minute. You have a necklace? Necklace? Necklace. Different necklace here. Difference in necklaces. So, different necklace. I know it's weird to look at my mother's neckline, but it's very important for the sake of the story. Very important. So, different necklace here. Unfocused, blurry shot of necklace, different from shot of other necklace. Like, it's the fact that it's unfocused and blurry here, but the other shot of the necklace is way more high quality all of a sudden. This one, with the swan shape, a shape that we've seen throughout the house. That's a shape that we know of throughout the house. Higher quality necklace shot. A motif that we've seen throughout the house with the swan. Oops. What do the necklaces mean? Wife of grand uncle also had one such with strong symbolism. So the wife of my grand uncle had that too. And if I go to the bedroom, this one right there, all sort of the same. I go from here to the bedroom, going from my mom to my grandmama's bedroom. It's kind of a fucked up sentence. Kind of a fucked up sentence. Moon pendant. That's it. The moon pendant. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Mom, what the fuck are you doing? Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Ares have broken into one of the crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to those outside noble circles. At least, not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds, dredging for clues. Museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia had arrived on the scene, a militia that serves royalty is bad, by the way, they should serve the people, the burglars have simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumored to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Arinda Ares, the priceless crown jewel whose material worth pales in comparison to the historic value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. And what do we know about the authors? The authors suspected of the bombing. The library has a book from one of these authors. What book did they write? The History of Arindia. The Ruby Crown of Arinda Ares. I'm assuming one is a misspelling, or maybe it's like it's a newspaper. It's like not going to be factual. Oh shit. Okay. Wait. This is huge. Go over here. So one. Where is Fen Ares? Yeah, where is Fen Ares? 2. Crown stolen. Belongs to Arinda Ares. A place that one of the suspected authors wrote about. A thing, I don't know what it is yet. A thing. But it has the same sort of like spelling and like, you know, word sense structure as like Fen Aries. Orinda Aries, similar to Fen Aries, the latter of which is a place. So, like that. And then we also go... I mean, really, this should be like a side tie. So it should be like a side tie into this. So instead of this, we'd go like... Oops. We go... Can you stop? Stop. Side tie into this. Side tie into this. The real bottom tie goes back into the authors themselves. Library has a choice of book from these authors, from one of these authors, which is both the mother and the thing, Caleb Manning as well as thing. So this is a very complex web of knowledge. Like, you see how many different pieces of information are here, which makes sense because it's a scrapbook of knowledge that presumably the grand uncle has been keeping track of to try to find her. Holy shit. I feel like I've just learned about the truths of the universe in a way that I never really expected. I just got like, I don't know, like punched in the face and I was just told, just deal with it. Where is the bunk room? I need to get to the hamster. Get to the hamster. Where's my mother? Where's my mom? This. The Trinsdale Mystery is a video that we have. This is a room from my childhood with my in-game brother. Why is that? That's weird, man. It's weird. I'll also include the turtle if only for completionist's sake. But I don't believe that the turtle is the killer, insofar as I don't believe that the hamster is. But if I suspect the hamster, then it stands to reason that I should suspect the turtle too. The Turtles of Vera. It's all about like how... What is the connection between the turtles, the bombing, and my mother? The hell is going on in Trinsdale, man? You got turtles, you got bombs, you got fucking moms. Bombs and moms. That's a good name. But that's all we can do. I have 6 steps. I can maybe try to draft another room, but I think as soon as we walk inside, the character is going to pass out. Yep. Let's just look at the options. Let's just try to draft something. And we just see what's going on. Oh my god, I gained 10 steps. That's crazy. This is the cuck room. The room where the 2 people sleep side by side alone because they can't have sex. So, did I get this room? This is the guest room, right? Did I write down the guest room? I did not. I didn't save the guest room. Surprised I didn't save this, actually. Bedroom? Room. Wow. Like, I know it's, you know, the cuck room, but it's still important to, like, keep the cuck room, right? You don't want to not have the cuck room. I feel like that's a very important piece of the puzzle. So, we save this note here, just in case. Is in the room, and we do guest bedroom. Any artifact that I think is important should really go here. Now what's cool is that we can actually continue to go around too, which is nice. Basketball, weird fucking sheep. Oh man. I need to stop swearing, sorry. This will be a family-friendly stream soon. I chortled. Laundry room, lavatory, archivist. Yo. Card key. Interesting that I got the card key here. Not like I can really make use of it given my current distance and position. But I can at least play a game before I disappear. I think we learned a lot this time. 14 divided by 7 is 2. Because usually, I think this game has been fairly quiet about what happens. 8, 4, 12 divided by 4 is 3. But this is the most upfront it's been about what story it's trying to tell. There's a lot of intrigue that goes on with the mystery of the house and our existence here. And I wonder how deep these threads of knowledge go. I wonder how deep this mystery extends, because it's a very fascinating place to be in. 4 plus 12 is 16. Minus 5 is 11. Times 2 is 22. Times 11 is 2. Key card. Wow. Can I make it to code check? I have 8 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, no, it's too late. We just keep going. The maid's chamber actually does get us closer, which is weird. It's a bedroom, which counts as a double. Yep, she's all left. Must vacate the premises by Friday, November 6th. I didn't realize that they left by then. Should I keep this? I feel like I should keep this. Staff left the day before. Mila. I never got to examine this. Okay, first off, this note at least explains that the staff had left the day before I started. So maid room. Oops. Maid's chamber. Oh, I have it. So this... We started November 7th. Staff left the day before. And then this seems to go towards the... Orchard. Holy shit. Where am I? And where's the maid room? Oh, there we go. So, like that. This also implies that the shady deal implies shady garage deal was to could have taken place the day before we started and still be in play, if that makes sense. So, and then we gotta go to the garage after. Garage. This one. Yeah. Drop off address. Okay. This image I never got to examine closely, but now I can. Every detail of every face. The maid? Who is that? Nice. Anything around the image? This is probably the staff and the lady of the house. Which is interesting because there's nothing really in terms of detail that I can take from this. This is the maid herself. The hand on the chair implies that this is my grand uncle with my grand aunt. Who's that? Who's this guy? Who's that? Who's that? You look like a Miss Babbage. Yeah. We're getting so much closer to understanding something. It's just I need to somehow build these pieces together into one bit of knowledge. If I can somehow do that, I think we'll have a good time. Like, I don't know who these people are, nor do I know the significance of this image. But it's there, and so it must mean something. Right? Because why would it not mean anything? This is the antechamber. The one that we can't enter. Because we don't have a lever. Treasure map. Oh yeah, the treasure was here. Was here. Time to start digging. Okay. Please unearth like a Coca-Cola bottle so I can get way more steps. This is a long dig. One of the lost coffers of Mount Holly. 8 gems. You realize like I can't continue, right? Why did you do this to me? Why did you make me realize what it could be only to then take it away from me because there's no way I can ever use this? You cucked me. You son of a bitch, you cucked me. Dining room? No shit, I can eat food. Oh. Steak? A porterhouse steak is served, master of the house. A delightfully expensive steak cut bone-in, and extra marbled for maximum tenderness. A perfect dish for those who love extravagance. 20 steps, plus an additional 10 if you have a showroom in your house. Have dinner. Oh. My life is complete. We now can continue the game to such a... Like, we can just keep going. It's when my back is against the wall and I give up, that's when the game rewards me for never giving up. Never back down, never what? Never give up. Experimental house features. What the? Hey, this is the room that we needed to talk about the science stuff in. A fully staffed research facility furnished with all manner of scientific and measurement devices. This home laboratory provides a controlled environment in a remote location, far from prying eyes and traditional safety regulations. That's funny. What's funny is that ties so well into the science talk because the science talk was about avoiding paying journals. This is the same concept, but like for safety and OSHA. Oh, I know this equation. It's so you can basically find. You can use a sphere to find the distance. Wait, but then it's just a Pythagorean theorem, right? Oh wait, no. You can use a triangle to find the size of the area of a cube because it's like a triangle, like a right triangle has the same properties as like 1/2 triangle of a cube. So if you need like a square bounding box of like a location, you can just calculate it from like the right angle triangle of it. But I forget what the relation of the sphere is to that. I forget what the intuition with the sphere is and what you could do. Oh, it's because it's technically the sphere. It's like the radius of the sphere is that, and then you can use that to calculate like an arc starting from there. But it's like you could do that as long as you have one line. So why does that matter? There's no like the relation is just the basics of both. Huh? That's a 3D sphere with a cutout. Actually, that's the devil's butthole. You know that like thing that I told you all about, the nuclear thing that they held up with a screwdriver, and then the guy let go of the screwdriver way too quickly, and it flashed everyone. That's that. The devil's core. So save this. We then do science. So we do okay. I'm gonna stay away from the web, and I'm gonna go over here. Thank God there's an option to follow the connection, because I don't think I'd be able to do this otherwise. I typically work over at Cinco Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist Moore with the new turbine tests. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I've been unable to find a laboratory on the estate. Today was the first success on the front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical, and if so, how do you get any work done? Before I arrived, I was briefed on the way that the doors work, but I must admit, I did not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for the first week. Any tips from my fellow technicians would be appreciated. Yeah, working here must be pain and suffering. Like imagine you get told that you're going to be working in a new place and you can never find your desk, but you've already brought in your really expensive laptop and you decide to leave your laptop there overnight because you thought to yourself, I'll come back to the office tomorrow. And you're like, oh shit, my Alienware laptop, it's somewhere in this office and I can't find which door leads to my office. I'm fucked. Sorry, this is family friendly now. I'm bamboozled. I'm frizzle-frazzled. I'm oil fracked. Heating and cooling curves. H2O melting point at 0.1 ppt, which it's not PowerPoint. I forget what it means now. Points per something. Test 205 at atmospheric pressure. Lab temperature random atom. There's a bit of words here. Complete thaw. Cooler is unaffected. What? What does that mean? Cooler is unaffected? What does that mean? And then we gotta save the like zoom in over on this side, so zoom in. Cooler is unaffected. Okay. Why do I care about the cooler? What does that matter? There's a periodic table. Oh shit! You can examine the periodic table. I'm boned. Oh no. Oh no. Is this an accurate periodic table? I don't think it is. Wait, but this is the 90s when we didn't know much about science. It's been revised a couple of times. Okay, can someone tell me what's the point of the periodic table? Like, why did we do it so early before it was finished? Why didn't we do just like a mind web like this? Like, where's the periodic mind web? Which would have accommodated the like chaos nature of science more. No? Am I stupid or is scientist stupid? More 10. Oh wait, I forgot. Sorry, it's because of the count of the protons and like the neutrons and the electrons. Sorry. I forgot. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've done science. Okay. Very nice science. Wow, so science. So science. What the hell does that mean? There's a link between this and the plane. Huh? This is no joke. I'm going to do this, and I want you to look at the... Like, just tell me what the difference is. What's the difference? There is no difference. It's all the same notes. I'm the scientist in this room going, what the fuck is going on? Sorry, what the frack is going on? Effective immediately... Electronic mail can only be accessed via the security terminal, but that's a lie. We know it can be accessed even here. Email from the mailroom. Oh shit, the instructions. Oh, no way, man. Dude. Oh, dude, no way, man. Oh, sick, bro. Oh, snap, bro. Oh, snap, brother. Oh, sick. Oh, I love me a lab. Oh, heck. The hell is this mean? It has an arrow going left. This is a puzzle room. Oh, sick shit, bro. So this is tied to this at the same time as that. So these two are technically together. And this is that. So I don't know what this means, but we have a literal cipher, which is easy. We can even overlay it after to get the exact numbers, which is easier. I can also do the thing called counting, but that's too hard for me at the moment. I spent all of my brain learning that my mother was a terrorist. And I don't know if I can go any further. The machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. Oh. Okay. So this machine needs more power piped in from the boiler room. So take a picture of that and then look at the machine. Holy shit. What the hell am I looking at? I gotta work this? Baby, work it. I gotta work this? So you need more power to work this. And whatever you're doing here is science. So you need to like follow a methodology to it. Like a method to the madness. But there's no power. Oh, and that's what the numbers mean. So the numbers are in this cipher over here. So it's like this would lead to this, I think. Okay. I'm going to fall back to doing the thing that I know what to do. I'm a programmer, not a scientist. let me use the computer. Let me go back to where it's safe. Experiment setup. In the laboratory, you're free to experiment by testing with different things. Okay, first off, new computer. Time to catalog every single computer screen, because this is also very important. So these can go over here. Like so. And like so. There we go. And then we catalog the computer screens themselves. So actually put this over here as well. Like so. Like so. Mm-hmm. Yep. Cool. Uh-huh. We'll do it here because I need the horizontal space so I can like make it look nice and lay it out so I can go left to right to read it. So yeah, experiment setup. In the laboratory, you are free to experiment by testing and combining different mechanics to create an original and unique house feature that will last until the end of the day. What? So this is one of the first rooms that you want to get in the house. And yet it's too far gone for me to have. That's crazy. Okay, let's continue with the experiment first. Choose a cause from column A and an effect from column B. Interesting. When you... Oh. So it's an A-B type of deal where you get to choose one and create the other. That's actually kind of cool. So, I mean, I guess it's good to know to have this as like a step here. And really what this should be is like this. Or like this. Because each section is its own different thing that it does. So, actually no. So go like this. No, go like this. Like so. There we go. That's a beautiful board. Nice. So I can choose, when you draft a red room, lose 5 steps and then add a small chest to the entrance hall. I'm not going all the way there. Immediately set your dice to 2. Each time you find some trash, add 3 aquariums to today's draft pool. Immediately add 3 aquariums. Sure. 3 aquariums have been added to the draft pool. Okay, cool. Research setup. Okay, so we're done that. Research logs. No experiments found. Research logs will be available the day after an experiment has been found. Why does this matter, and what does this eventually lead to? Can we redo experiments? Like we have a way to like choose to do it again in spite of the experiment setup? Pause experiment. Would like to pause experiment? No. So that lets you disable the effect in case you don't want it anymore, in case it's like a red room thing, for instance, and you want to focus on getting light green rooms, okay? If I pause it, well, what happens? Well, the problem is that, like, what am I pausing? The experiment was done immediately. There's, like, no way to pause the experiment. By the way, no joke, this is how people do UI stuff. So when you have a product manager who wants to sort of, like, refresh the look of a site, they'll do this like, breakdown of various screens, and they'll sort of, like, draw arrows to where you would walk through it. Designers do it in Figma. Product managers use, like, Octopus. I forget the thing's name, but they use that to, like, figure out the flow of things. Or, like, just any real, like graphing SS tool of that sort, so. This is just me taking every UI element to, like, read it. Swan song. I don't like that noise. It's very scary to me. Even though I know what it is. Staff services. Punch in, punch out. As of November 4th, all work has been thing. Request schedule change, yes. I want to special order something. I think magnifying glass, right? Always the magnifying glass. Yeah. That way I can do the rest of my work easily. Okay. Remote terminal access. Security is offline. We can do email. Oh wait, email is only at the office. So what's the point of this? So the lab is to run experiments, but otherwise it's not really useful. And you need the boiler room to really be able to do the experiments. Okay. That's a bit annoying that you need that combo. So now I need to think about room combos as well. So if I need this, I need to think about this. Boiler room plus laboratory equal can use laboratory machine. I need a section for room combos. Oops. 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 Boiler room placeholder. I don't know. Other room combo placeholder. Room combos. So a whole section on room combos, which is nice to check out as well. So when I'm drafting, look for the room combos. When I'm doing my dailies, look for my to-dos. To-dos. And really, it's better to place this within the to-do section. That way I can never lose it. That's nice. I'll fix the layout later. Okay. So, alright. What other mystery is there? Garage? I did have the car key. This is handy. Upgrade disc. You can use that one of the estate terminals to permanently upgrade a thing, and I'm actually in distance of every estate of an estate terminal here. I realized something too that's nice about this doorway. One, you need power to go to it, so you can't leave the garage from it if it's power off. Two, leaving the garage and making your way to the front of the house is cheaper in steps. Because you only take 2 or 3 steps to go from the garage around to the front. It's always better to go that way. If you need to make a loop around back to where you were. Say I want to go to the shop with my 20 steps, where am I going to go? A very long way. But now, use my upgrade disc here. Make the most of it. I just saw the little hole. I'm going to shove it inside the hole and use it. Floor plan upgrade program. Scanning disk. Don't need to track this. I upgraded the storeroom. Are you fucking kidding me? You now have the chance to one of 3 different upgraded floor plans? What? Oh, it increases the stats. Gems is pretty handy, but money does let us buy more, and technically the money gain is worth way more if I can get the shops, because the shops also add to food. But the gems do allow me to open up more rooms, and I like to do a storeroom early to get the room benefit. But early on, your rooms only really cost 1 gem, so we go for money. Yep. Nice. That's sick. That's actually sick. Okay, good. Okay, cool. So, we can't leave to the garage because I'm a fool who closed it. We simply continue on with the weight room. We just make more moves and open more rooms. Does not reset each day. The what? I don't know if I should put the foundation here. Yeah, fuck it. Is that a good thing? Did I mess up? The cornerstone of the house, unvarying and unchanging. The foundation is one of the only constants in the estate on which you can truly rely. This natural cavity was hollowed directly out of the mountain itself, with its stone and earth walls displaying an underlying coarseness that the rest of the mansion conceals. Wait, carved out of the mountain? Maybe this leads to the hallway under the home. Like by the cliffside. Maybe I can walk from here to the outside. Let's see. If we can, this would be good for us. An ordinary key can open up one locked door. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. What the fuck is this? I think I'm correct. I think I'm correct that this room can be used to consider that, like, you know, cliffside hallway. There's a potential. A very strong potential. Take a screenshot of the hole. Nice hole. Very nice hole. There's a hole. The foundation. Can potentially go to from cliffside hallways, which is visible from the outside here. Okay. Just how do you bring this thing down? That's a cruel and unnecessary joke. That you would leave that there so out of reach of a small man like me. Do I need a bow and arrow? Like, this feels like Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, where I throw like a bow and arrow there to knock it down or something. Okay. Sure. That sucks. Laundry room would get me a doorway to the left. Wine cellar me there. Let's try the archive, because I don't know what this is. This is the security room. That was actually a really good pull. Wow. That was a really good pull. I need to somehow open that up. We'll figure it out as we go. So this is now good. I can turn the power on to the garage. Or like keycard system, I can offline mode unlocked. So now the garage is open. I have a way to exit from the garage. Okay, good. Let's do this room, final room here, really. Mail room. There's a key that I can get here, and I wonder where I can use. Special key and lockpick kit. We'll occasionally be able to open some locked doors. Special key is what? Is this a silver key even? The thing that I can get from the trade item. Unlocking a door with the silver key leads to a room with many doors. Oh, that's what the silver key is. I had that last time. Okay, but we have a lockpick kit now. I could go to the workshop to get some more recipes for crafting. But what did I just do? I typed in the word W. The first option for the letter W is close window. I was like, no, I've lost everything. I was like, I've lost everything. What have I done? That's the dangers of having like a command palette, is if you type too quickly, like you can lose everything that you've ever worked on. I remember distinctly there was like a command in VS Code for some change set thing that you could have done within VS Code, but the way it handled change sets was it deleted the changes, so if you didn't commit it, it was gone forever, with no way to go back. Okay. How the hell do you use this? Oh, I can go into the seam and exit from that seam. Maybe you can't use this. Maybe not yet. I have 12 steps. What can I do from here? I've opened the door to the garage, so I can just leave through the garage if I want to. Probably best. Okay, so no matter what, you need power to the garage to exit. The key card system is actually painful because it's more of a power system that you have to route through that, and then you need to make sure that the power is on. We can make it to the workshop to maybe craft some items, and we finally call it. We got a lot of really good rooms. We learned a lot of really cool things about my terrorist mother. And boy oh boy, is this family really fucked up in some way. But at the same time, I think I prefer that with the mystery of what's going on compared to it's sort of the inane nature of like doing nothing the entire time. Because like it's very empty the way that you sort of go about the game and like nothing really happens. It's surprising the way that like nothing can happen for a very long time in this game, and you get like, I think the thing about this game that really bothers me is that everything comes out like a waterfall. It's just a giant waterfall of noise that hits you like crazy. And you have to sort of like deal with the fact that things like your mother, this revelation with your mother, revelation with the world around you, that these things are sort of go beyond haha fun puzzle time, and that like really weird things and terrible things are happening to people in the real world out there, and you have to deal with this mystery of the world out there. Like there's a lot more going on. The Scarlet Inn. But I like that. I just wish it was much more gradual, though it's sort of the nature of this RNG game is that it can't be gradual. Because it just has to force its way through immediately and sort of like surprise you with it, because it like there's no such thing as a gradual smooth curve with an RNG game like this. But boy, is it good. I like where it's going. Genuinely. I can see why the step mechanic is very annoying though. Because it was sheer luck that we even got 20 steps to go even further that time. And because we did get further, we learned so much of the game in a way that I never even thought it would go before. And I wish the game would stay steady in that way and wouldn't just keep changing its mind about the type of experience that you should have. That's the thing that hurts me the most. The game keeps changing the type of experience that you will end up having playing it. That's it for Blueprints still today, though. Maybe tomorrow we'll figure out why the mountain motif is also here, which I never noticed. Why is it here in Mount the Holly and only on this one doorway? I'm freaking out.